Feels like it was like 2 days ago that we recorded the last
Yeah,
one.
that's how I always feel. I'm like, where did my week go? I only got to spend like 1.5 days doing the work I wanted to do. Oh well.
Not doing the work I wanted to do today at all because I'm doing this fucking podcast.
That reminds me. Hang on, I'll get the voicemails. Cybershell and GamersTavern were gonna be on. Wait, who's that? Gamers Tavern. Gamers Tavern.
Can you hear me now?
Hey,
Yeah.
we can hear you. And there's Cybershell. There's number
What's up?
number 5. Yo! I'm getting the voicemails.
Can you believe we have a full roster of people on this episode?
Nope.
It's like a
can.
real podcast.
Oh
We
my god.
qualify.
You thought it was
We
going to
get
be only
funding.
4 people.
Yeah, I saw your message and I was like, I'm going to ruin this guy's whole career.
Okay. Well, day ruins.
Good.
I only appear on this podcast to dab on Ben Saint and ruin his
mean-
day.
That's the only reason any of us are here, right?
The only reason I even am here is to bait people into trying to dunk on me by being on.
You're only here
Uh,
to masturbate people.
No, God
you're onto
wouldn't like
something.
that. Voicemails. There's not that many. There's like there's a little less than usual, so that's good. Fucking finally. Yeah.
Only 90 minutes worth.
There's only just over one full page of them. Usually there's a page and a half. Yeah.
They're all gonna be
There's
like
only
max
just
length.
only just an hour.
If we only spend an hour on voicemails, I'll call that a win.
There's no winning.
I'll take whatever. I'll take it and whatever.
Maybe they're all just like really well thought out questions and nothing. They're all just very good.
It's
possible.
It's possible. Like it's possible that the sun could simultaneously go supernova right now. It's possible. But the odds are
possible. We're all praying
small.
for it, but who knows if it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
A
Just
quantum
like
event.
the heat death of the universe happening immediately.
A quantum event, an atom spontaneously transforming into another element. I have yearned to witness such a rare event. That's what the Dr. Manhattan says, right? That's like the
Yeah, that's part of this little monologue, I believe.
Yeah.
About how humans are all special. You know, I liked it better when Barney sang the song about how I'm special and I'm the only one. I didn't like being condescended to by Dr. Manhattan. It just wasn't the same.
Yeah, his thing was kind of some bullshit, to be honest. It was like, oh, now I realize like the odds of like this specific person existing, like this specific sperm and egg, like what a cosmic coincidence. Yeah, whatever.
It's like
bullshit.
You could point to literally anything that exists and be like, I can't believe this exists.
I can't believe
what
this
were the
rock
odds?
on Mars is this shape.
Right.
Yeah.
That's basically what he was like. He went to Mars and was like, this is so cool.
That's what betrayed Dr. Manhattan, not as like a super fucking genius scientist man, but as a construct written by a normal comic book artist. He like had to take this based character and turn him back into some cheesy fucking humanity's good kind of shit. Oof. Big oof.
Yeah. Yeah. Sad.
Yeah, I mean,
Fuck
I
you,
feel
Alan
like
Moore, you hack.
they did a pretty good job of trying to write a character who like loses all his humanity, but like I guess it would be a little too depressing if that was just I mean, he does fuck off at the end of the story, but if he just was like, nah, I'm not even gonna fucking help a little bit during the climax, that would have been a little too depressing.
I don't know. I think it would have been pretty sick.
People weren't ready for that yet. People were barely ready for Watchmen. People are still like they couldn't even conceptualize comics besides being just, cape shit, whatever the standard was in the 80s.
Fair enough.
I mean, I'm sure there were good comics before Watchmen and fucking Dark Knight Returns, but I don't know. I'm not really a comics expert.
There was who was that? I was just reading about he wasn't like a comic book character. He was like a radio serial character, and he's the guy who Darkwing Duck is based on. I think he's called the Shadow. I think he's
Oh
like
yeah,
a
I know who you're
detective
talking about.
Yeah,
or
the Shadow's a
something.
real thing.
Yeah, I guess he was not a comic book character.
He's like a film noir guy, right?
It was before they invented drawing, so they just had to tell stories about him on the radio, I think.
Oh,
Wasn't he
jeez.
like
It was a
a
long
big
time.
inspiration on Batman or
Yes,
something?
yes, I think so.
They like homage the Shadow in an episode of Batman the Animated Series by making their own version of the Shadow called the Great
And-
Wait,
Ghost.
what if the
Dark-
Shadow was a furry? That's Batman.
And
Mm,
Darkwing Duck is
true.
also, he's kind of like, he's more the Shadow, but like since the Shadow is like such a dated reference, he was often more of like a Batman parody because like that was contemporaneous.
Why wasn't there a Duck Man?
There
There
probably
is
was.
Darkwing Duck. Is
Yeah,
Duck.
No, I mean like
Actually,
a guy
there was
who
a Duck
like,
Man.
About
he's got
Howard
like a
the Duck.
spandex. He's got like a suit, but then his signature aesthetic is that his mask is like a duck bill, and he makes a duck quack.
I mean,
once he
ducks aren't that
arrives.
scary, but I mean, Goose Man, that could be scary. I'm kind of scared of gooses.
His signature move is ducking.
Yeah,
Mm.
you can't hit me if I'm gonna duck under
That's
it.
good. You could definitely
Some really
flesh that
gross
out.
looking cartoon
Hey,
called
there
Duckman.
there is a. Does Donald get turned into a superhero by that one like Professor Duck?
No,
No,
that's
it's not Donald.
it's
It's
another
not?
character
Duck.
from DuckTales. I forgot his name.
Duck Dodgers.
No, is it no, that's Daffy. Is it who's the big duck? The big
Yeah.
guy. Launchpad McQuack?
No,
He
it's
does
not
not.
Launchpad.
He does
superpowers?
not become the duck. It's like some scientist guy who works and like he gets like the suit and he becomes. So like
Yeah, he becomes a Gizmo Duck.
Gizmo,
that's true.
I remember
Duck.
Gizmo
Yep.
Duck. I
Yeah.
remember Gizmo Duck. The
Learning a
Duck
lot today.
universe is so extensive.
Why does it
So
exist?
rich.
Such a mystery.
We gotta
It is-
find like the equivalent of the flange for the
Fenton
duck
is his name.
species.
Fenton becomes Gizmo.
What do ducks do? I guess they just honk.
Why are there
Just
so many
quack.
ducks?
But they,
There
mentioned, they
was
duck.
but Gizmo Duck is not the guy who gets. There's like a game. There's like a video game about. Not technically, it's Donald, but they don't call him Donald, and I think he's technically not the same character.
I know what you mean. I forgot the name, but it was a game on the Super Nintendo and the Genesis.
Yeah.
We're learning so
Um,
many things right now, and the podcast has.
There was a show in the late 90s about Donald Duck becoming like a
Quackers?
ninja.
Yeah, the ninja one. The ninja one. I think there was maybe a Game Grumps about it.
Maui Mallard?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, maybe.
Maui Mallard, yeah.
Oh yeah, I
the
actually
fuck?
recognize this box art now. I can't believe there was a Donald Duck as a ninja game. What the fuck? It's actually weirder than
What the
Kingdom
duck?
Hearts.
Yeah, I rented that game years ago, and it's kind of mediocre, honestly.
Maui Mallard is a medium boiled detective
Oh,
because of eggs.
Jesus Christ!
Wait, you can't medium boil an egg. Why is he
You can
medium boiled?
You can hard boil it and you can soft boil it. I think
He's
he
just
could
not
medium boil
hardcore
it.
enough.
So it's just
That's
in between soft and
gap.
hard boiled. Okay.
Yeah.
So
He's
it's
not
just sort of
hard enough. to be
lame.
hard.
There was a lot of demand for Duck and Donald Duck related media in the 90s.
It's huge in like parts of Europe. Like in some European countries, duck stuff is like really big in culture. In Germany, I went to, there was a celebration when I was there, and there were I saw people dressed as, it's the goons. It's like the evil goons that like try to steal Scrooge's fortune. And like
the
I didn't even know what they
Beagle
were
Boys.
called. The Beagle Boys. Yes, I saw people dressed as the Beagle Boys. It's like I don't even know if anyone would know what that is.
I'm looking at the list of fictional ducks on Wikipedia,
Too many.
and they've got like the ducks from Duck Hunt in video game section.
That's fair.
My favorite.
If they remade DuckTales, they would just replace him with Jeff Bezos, right?
No, they replaced one of the rich ducks in the DuckTales remake with like basically Mark Zuckerberg.
That makes sense.
Wow. There are a lot of ducks.
Social media
Fictional
conglomerate
ducks,
owner
I
guy.
mean.
There's so many ducks. I mean, the whole duck-averse is.
Are we just gonna have the duck
expensive.
episode where it's like, all right,
We're
Look
not
at
even
the ducks.
recording. This is completely wasted.
Donald Duck?
No, Craig's recording. This is all
Yeah,
of the bonus
Duck.
Thank
episodes.
fucking God.
Yeah.
This is going to be a great bonus
I started
episode.
recording.
I
yeah,
was saying
I just throw out my
duck
audacity because I was like, this is too good. I think ducks in other media, and the second example is Duck Guy from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember
The
that.
Duck Guy. I don't know why it just cracks me up. It doesn't have a name or anything.
Pretty fair.
Maybe Eleazar should just put this in the main episode.
I'm not
Well,
against
I
that.
started recording, but I don't have the beginning of the duck conversation. I know Craig should have it, but
Craig has. I
We
just
could have
started
15
recording
minutes
now.
of an episode if we just include
But
all of this.
I didn't even get to start off with my customary joke.
Well, we can have an official start and then the unofficial start, which is our duck conversation.
Let's sync now while we've got the chance. On the count of 3, say sync. 1, 2, 3, sync.
Sync.
One.
Sorry, my headphones were off. Say that again.
Cringe.
Okay, I'll do it again. 1, 2, 3, sync.
Sync.
1, 2, 3, sync.
Sync.
Okay, I gotta move my mic. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Ducks. Thumbs up.
DuckTales.
Woo! I feel like maybe I talked about this on another episode, but I didn't like DuckTales. I thought that cartoons with animal characters were baby shit. I thought Disney cartoons were baby shit, and I thought animals were baby shit.
You definitely weren't a furry.
No.
Sounds like an opinion edgelord contrarian Ben Saint would have.
Yeah, a little.
I thought animal shows were baby shit until I grew up, and then I got all into My Little Ponies.
Then I thought they were hot.
Take here.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
Until I saw
after my sexual awakening, I realized that the ducks could be fucks as well.
I could fuck the ducks, and now everything changed.
Things would never be the same after the Fire Nation attacked.
After the whatever. After the Duck Nation attacked with their duck bending powers.
After everything changed after Duckburg attacked. Duckburg would never be the same.
My favorite duck show actually was Darkwing Duck and not DuckTales because I like the concept of a hero who sucks at everything. Because that was basically the plot of the show.
Just so relatable.
No, he's good when he tries.
But he's mostly incompetent.
I don't agree. He's not motivated. He doesn't want to. He's unmotivated. But when he puts his mind to it, he's pretty good.
And he
at crime fighting.
He mostly does it to become popular. So it kind of reminds me of like a YouTuber that just does videos to become popular.
Like every YouTuber.
So he just wants to be a hero to be popular,
I do it,
and he kind of sucks at it.
I
just liked it because it was very it was a very cynical show, even though it was a kids show.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking of like a YouTuber going around dressed up as a superhero, going into alleyways and beating people up for views.
Yeah, that would be a good idea, actually.
That probably exists to some degree.
That's like
I'm sure
Phoenix Jones, right?
I was gonna say
he wasn't like a full-on YouTuber, but like that's basically what
he had a big social media presence.
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
he had a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess he was a YouTuber. I guess he could technically be considered one.
I just rewatched that Atrocity Guide the other day.
Maybe that's an idea for the Yig crew.
Ooh. Go become crime fighters.
It's a new niche on YouTube. I could definitely see that. People would love that content.
Riley already has a cape.
That's true.
I mean, that could be the name. That could be the name of their like superhero team, the Branches of Yig. You know,
dude, that is like
that's not a bad idea.
Did you guys see that May is pregnant?
Excuse me, what?
Oh,
I saw you celebrating the good news on Twitter. You seem so happy about it.
Oh, you saw that? Yeah. She's, you know, I'm I'm glad someone is protecting the white race, all right? Because Biden sure as hell isn't doing a damn thing.
God, what a nightmare.
Maya, she tweeted like the census stats saying that like white people, there are fewer white people, and she said, "Oh, I'm so glad I'm having a baby now.
Time to have a baby.
This is now is the best time. I need to be having babies now."
This is so weird.
Good for you. Love it for you.
That's so strange. It almost sounds like
it's
a cope.
totally.
It almost. I don't even know whether she's happy about it or not. I guess she is. If you want to read it that way, I guess I could maybe see. Like,
I mean,
no. This is good. This is good. The white race needs this. I should be happy about it. Maybe.
Having children just sounds like a nightmare in general. So
yeah,
it doesn't matter who is having children. I'm always just like, oh no.
I mean,
Like
I don't want to. I'm not actually that caught up in my Ethan Ralph lore, but he just had like another child born to some other woman who's like has a restraining order against him or some shit now. So it's just like, he's staying busy. You got to respect the hustle. Just constantly having new children.
The first one, the first marriage and immediate pregnancy and then divorce ended in like protracted, divorce proceedings and harassment lawsuits and all that. But I'm sure this time it'll work out a lot different.
The best thing you can do is broadcast everything and make it all content for social media and be posting that all the time. So there's no way it can bite you in the ass when it goes wrong.
It's all going to work out, and if it doesn't, hey, it's great. It's going to make great content.
It's good content either way. That's
God, you really have to be on the fucking show.
Going to divorce court and just being like, "Hey guys, it's your boy vlogging you from divorce court." I think, damn, this is gonna be great.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm gonna get married for content.
Get married.
Like that.
Why not? There are worse.
Live stream the birth.
Yeah, it's a fantastic idea.
So many like donations coming in.
Will be great. This childbirth will be great content. I bet.
I think there's already an entire genre of YouTubers that have done that before.
Yeah,
I love the idea of someone like live streaming their whole wedding and like right in the middle of the proceedings, like, "Yo, what's up? Thanks, Pussyfucker69 for the $100 donation. Really appreciate it."
That's definitely real.
I know it's definitely happened. I know people have live streamed their weddings, but I don't know if anyone's ever stopped for donos.
That's not the future. That's the past.
Before the vows, can we just catch up on donos quickly?
Do you take your fellow content creator to be your YouTube partner till
oh my God.
copyright strikes?
What are you doing at this wedding?
Wait, what are you? Oh yeah.
The first streamer to get married to their chat.
They turn the wedding into a review of something. Like like this is the pretext. This like the beginning skit is the wedding. And then they turn to the camera and they start talking about fucking...
I'm here to review marriage stories.
Reviewing marriage!
Yeah, it'll start off like the plot of Super Paper Mario.
First
with a wedding.
This is a good concept for like boomer reviews on YouTube. Like, today I'm reviewing my dumb bitch wife's stupid cunt. First of all, I hate my fucking wife.
The game feel is it leaves a lot to be desired. The graphics are pretty realistic. Maybe a little too realistic.
There was a lot of false advertising for this game.
a lot of bull shots before the marriage started, but now that it's released, definitely a visual downgrade.
There's not a lot of replay value.
Patches. The patches just aren't.
I don't know what that would mean.
It's abandonware. This marriage is abandonware.
Now that I'm a few months into this marriage, it's pretty obvious to me the economy is very pay to win.
Yes.
This game is not fucking balanced. This sucks.
You just gotta patch it. I don't know. But at least it's good content. At least I can stream it on twitch.tv. I'm what you could call the DSP of getting married. I complain.
You walk home and your fucking wife's cheating broken on you, and you're just like, wow, there was nothing I could do.
Chat's just like, get good. Oh my God, omega lol. Just get good at marriage. Just get good.
Chat is just omega lolling at you.
Compilations, guys. This is how you don't get married.
This is how you don't live your domestic life.
Jesus. very.
People do mukbang,
sus.
and I think people like live stream them sleeping. I don't even know if that's allowed.
Oh.
Yeah,
You could do the entire life challenge live stream, entire life live streamed.
There's like in real life streamers who like basically just stream their whole lives like just incidentally, so I'm not surprised if someone out there is basically doing that right now.
Having a baby so I can mount a fucking digital head camera to it and then just live stream its POV 24 its entire life from cradle to grave.
You can basically do this, you know, you can like have a kid and be like on broadcasting it every day on social media. You're basically making them have like a little Truman show and they get sent to a
we gotta monetize. Baby, you're not this baby. I gotta feed and clothe it. Well, it better pay for itself with content.
Right.
Wait. I need to write all these ideas down.
The GamersTavern empire is about to begin.
This is the next wave of content.
This is the rocketing to Twitch stardom.
Every time you sit down to have just dinner with your family, you like have to set up all these like mics. You're like, Dad, we don't want to do a podcast. We just want to eat dinner. It's like, shut up. We have to do another podcast episode. This is the bonus episode.
Honey, did you wash your hands before the podcast? Did you make sure you gotta clean your plate before we sign off the podcast and ask everyone to like, comment, and subscribe.
It's like, Dad, we're tired. We just want to go to bed. He's like, quiet. We only have a few more pages of voicemails. Just be quiet.
Damn, this is too real. This is just damn it. I can't believe we live in 1984 and the world is really like this now.
I mean, it's not even that far removed from like celebrities' children being in the spotlight and having to like growing up like knowing to pose for cameras and doing photo shoots and being so disconnected from actual real life.
This is a modern version of that.
Like a fucking Jaden Smith or something.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you know, it is kind of like Jaden Smith has said some infamously hilarious things, but like, I mean, you know,
when he was like
he actually had people paying attention, like his Twitter account when he was like a tiny little kid. You know what I mean? Like, of course he's gonna have all the dumb shit he said recorded. Can you really hold that against him? I probably said some pretty stupid shit as a kid, but luckily nobody cared.
I said some pretty stupid shit like last year.
Right.
Oh, we know.
Just as embarrassing.
We didn't forget. Got
like,
my receipts ready to go.
Was it the YMS review of that one movie with the Ursa? Which fucking
After
Earth.
Yeah. There's the clips. Yeah. There's the clips of like it's like Will Smith and his whole family on talk shows, and sometimes like they make jokes like at Jaden's expense, and like they laugh at him, and like his dad like laughs at him when he makes a fool of himself. It's kind of funny, but it's also like, wow, that's bizarre.
There are a lot of interesting like things you can find from those just like behind the scenes, like touring and like promotional videos, like because they record so much promotional bullshit. Like that's something I appreciate. Like YMS will like now when he's doing like a Lion King review, he'll like go through like all the fucking promotional red carpet shit, just looking for the highlights of like cringe and just weird interpersonal moments like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, It is, like, I remember in that one, it does, like, the way Will Smith talks about the movie is like, yeah, I guess he had a certain attitude toward the production, and it does kind of come across in the movie itself, and, like, why it is the way it is, you know, why is my son the star of this movie, even though he's bad at playing this role? Well, it was a little family project.
That movie had, like, weird Scientology undertones to it. I don't know.
What kind of undertones?
Scientology. I don't know. There's like a lot of weird parallels. That movie was just weird because like they decided to have Will Smith be like calm and like not emote, which is like that's not really the kind of acting he's the best at. I don't know.
He just has
a vehicle for his son, so he had to take the back seat and be boring.
Right. It was a vehicle for his son, I guess, but nobody wanted that. They just wanted to see Will Smith be Will Smith.
Not even Jaden Smith wanted it.
Right. Is he still acting and stuff? I mean, I assume he has to be, right?
The last thing I remember Jaden Smith being in was what was that fucking anime on Netflix?
Oh, right.
Oh,
yeah, he had the anime.
The one with the Toblerone?
Neo
Yokio.
That was it.
Yeah,
I only remembered that image of the Toblerone.
Yeah, I think it was
Neo pretty
Yokio.
funny.
Oh no, oh no, I only have disk space remaining for 3 hours and 14 minutes. Oh dear. I gotta
That's
clear
pretty
some
bad.
space.
I guess. Sorry, guys. I guess that means no voicemails this week. Oh no! What a nightmare.
The
Sacrifices have to be
average
made.
episode length is like 4 hours now. So
There's 5 people on here. I could see ourselves going 4 hours easy.
Well, since Cybershell is on this one, it's probably going to be 5 hours.
Oh.
Well, we had to take... Last time we had Laserbot, okay, that was like a historic moment. That was a world historic event that'll be in history books.
That's true. It's all been overshadowed. It's all been overshadowed by the Chris Chan news. It
is so funny, the timing of that and how you had to rush to put out your Sonichu thing. I mean, you didn't actually have to, but I agree that was probably the best way to just...
better immediately than later, I think.
I wish I had just put it out a year ago. I wish I just hadn't waited.
It's not like if it was already out, it would still be getting a spike of views either way. All Chris Chan content was getting a spike.
Ideally, it would have been better if you just had put it out like a year ago or at least 6 months ago.
Yeah, I didn't gain anything by waiting. I really thought that it was the end of Christery and nothing else of interest was ever going to happen.
Truly, and so it didn't matter if it came out. Nothing had happened for like years. It really seemed like it was sort of tuckering it. And now it's like this is the most relevant Chris Chan will ever be. I have to believe in my heart that
she's on Fox
there will never
News,
be another like more mainstream event than this. Like, please, for God's sake.
Yeah, I hope it never gets any more coverage than this.
As someone who has known about Chris Chan since like I don't know, before 2010, watching all of this was pretty surreal for me.
It's horrifying. It's just horrifying.
I think I watched that Tucker segment on a Vouch stream.
I didn't watch the segment.
The segment is weird because he says like, blah blah Chris Chan, blah blah biological male, and then he moves on to like some other talking point. He barely even knows anything about Chris Chan.
He's literally just like, we can say this is bad because of trans people. Like,
I feel like it's not as like a pivotal turn. I don't think it's a pivotal turning point. It's like, oh no, now loads more people are gonna think that trans people are just like this. I think it was just like one in like just
any sane person will realize there's like no connection. It's just a talking point.
People who already have that same talking point are just
like you said, he barely mentions Christian.
It's like you could just have a list, just like anytime a trans person does a crime, just like Tucker is like, all right, time for the segment, and he'll just read off a list. This crime, this crime, this crime. Okay, there we go. Trans bad.
Someone pointed out that it was like, I think Tucker Carlson thought his name, or thought Christine's name was Chris Chan. Like, Chan
everybody
was
thinks
the last
that.
name. But it's not. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Like, do people, I mean, okay, whatever. I guess it makes sense. It's theoretically possible, but like...
Even people that should know, I've seen them writing it as 2 separate words. Chris space capital Chan. And like, no, it's Chris dash Chan. It's the Japanese
I know, it's like,
diminutive.
Maybe I've just been too much online, but like, that seems so obvious to me. Like, obviously it's short for something, but whatever.
You expect Tucker Carlson to know about Japanese
It's the Japanese diminutive, it's the Japanese diminutive, and it's short for Chandler, but it's not a name in and of itself. She's not Chris...
Well, you have to forgive Tucker. He's not very cultured.
Yeah, he doesn't know deep internet lore, which is embarrassing. He just
should
knows
watch Ben's lecture.
Bullshit.
You should watch.
But it's still,
Ben, you should add him on Twitter and be like,
it was
hey,
still
you
weird.
I got the inside scoop, Tuck. Hey,
you do.
Hey, Tuck.
It's weird how he picked Christian if he didn't really mention him much at all. Is like, why pick Christian out of like anybody else?
Literally just because it was like trending on Twitter and it was like, oh, this is just some easy thing I can say for like 5 seconds without having to like formulate an argument, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I guess so.
It's just so weird to me how many people are like, I never even heard of CWC before this week, and I'm like, damn, you people aren't as online as me, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me. It's kind of like a really weird internet thing that you have to have been using the internet for a long time to
be fair, it's like it's hard for me to even understand like how quote unquote mainstream it is, but like I don't expect everyone to have like a deep knowledge of history, but I do expect someone who's been online for a long time to have like heard of Sonichu. It's a pretty like not seen one image with the medallion ever in their whole life. Like I mean, it's a pretty widespread.
I remember only ever hearing about Chris Chan and Sonichu from Ben. Not from the lecture, but from just talking. I hadn't heard about it at all until that point.
People in my Discord were telling me that I shouldn't call it a Sonichu lecture, that I should call it a Chris Chan lecture because the name Chris Chan is more recognizable than Sonichu, and I thought that was true. So bizarre.
At this point now, that's probably true, but that didn't used to be true.
No, to me, Chris Chan is the creator of Sonichu. Like that's who they are first and foremost, and everything else is like
something I really like about those lectures is that they are looking at it through the lens of Sonichu, which is the only real reason you should be interested in Chris Chan. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't be like, oh, I want to troll this person. You should be like, oh, I want to see this weird thing they made. You know what I mean?
People ask me in the comments, like, are you gonna do a lecture, a 103? And I'm like, what would I do it on? I talked about the whole comic. The comic is over.
Literally just bait them and be like, dude, Sonichu 103, and get those clicks, and it's just like a couple like minutes on the remainder of the special issues, and then the rest is just summarizing Slime and Punishment.
Maybe
you never know.
Maybe if we fund Radcon 5, baby.
There might be more Sonichu coming out of prison.
Yeah, we don't technically know that Sonichu is over. I saw some people saying like, "Oh, it's over at this point," but we don't know necessarily. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying we're gonna get more, so we'll see.
We might get the prison arc.
I think this might be the most like a new and like more productive era. You know, we had a Sonichu Dark Age for a while there. There was no Sonichu.
Right.
Maybe now we'll get more than ever because Chris will just have like, what else is she gonna do? I don't think she'll end up in prison. I think she'll end up in an institution or something.
Even in an institution or even in prison, they let you have crayons there, apparently. Yeah. Those are some of the only things you're allowed to draw with because they don't want you having sharp things.
Crayons is the long game Chris was preparing for.
It all comes back. It's full circle.
Yeah.
You start as a child when you're drawing with crayons, and then you end as an adult in prison, and you're only allowed to draw.
That's why she never got more advanced. She knew this was going to happen eventually.
She knew it was going to come back to this.
She saw in her mind. She used Future Sight, just like she used Future Sight to avoid being raped by her son Sonichu. And in issue 13, she used Future Sight to see that this was going to happen.
Honestly, I mean, I don't know. It's like part of me feels weird going back and trying to like look at an old issues of Sonichu and laugh at them, but there's some things that are still so funny. It's just like that one panel where he's like, "Begging your pardon, miss, but nice rack," or whatever.
Oh,
it's so
Blake,
fucking funny.
Blake.
Blake complimenting Christine.
Thanks,
don't get
Blake,
any funny ideas.
Don't get any ideas. They all just want to fuck her.
Well, of course, wouldn't you?
Of course.
It is one of those weird things where it's like, God, just because of how obscenely, ridiculously documented every aspect of Christine's life was, there are a million red flags in hindsight, and there are a million people who have pointed out things like, you ever notice Chris is really weirdly affectionate with Barb? It's like, yeah.
There was this was like months ago, but there was a tweet she made that was like, it was like apropos of nothing. She made a tweet that was like, "Yes, I have slept in my mother's bed, but only sleeping. Only sleeping. Have a good and safe day. Lightning bolt, blue heart, lightning bolt."
Talk about a red flag.
It's like, yeah. Like, my tweet about how I only slept and did nothing else in my mother's bed is raising a lot of questions that were already answered by my tweet. I don't see what the problem is.
Some people just have to take things out of context.
I know.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to take something out of context.
That was like months and months ago. That was like earlier in the year. Might genuinely have been unrelated. Actually,
well, I can't say I'm too surprised, honestly, knowing the history of Chris Chan.
Yeah.
This is it's kind of par for the course, I guess.
This is what I said.
Not really.
I mean, I'm gonna stand by Ben,
which is that stranger than anything that's happened before.
Yeah, I kind of thought Chris story was over. I thought we were entering the boring Twilight years of just boring commissions and all sorts of other weird, nonsense. And yeah, honestly, I don't want to get too into it because actually I'm on the same page as you, Ben, which is that I saw there's like more lore about some Chris being manipulated, and I was like, I don't want to read this. It seems too upsetting. I just don't want to get into it. I'll let everyone else take care of this.
I've seen a bunch of it, and I'm like, I think it's like, yeah, that seems plausible. Sure, I believe Chris might be manipulated, but like,
It doesn't absolve responsibility or anything. It's just like another factor. Great, another thing that's going to be complicating this whole ordeal.
Chris has been manipulated into doing very, very bizarre and like harmful things.
Hardly anyone could possibly be on the record as much as Christine as like being easily manipulatable and like having just like on record as doing like being tricked into doing all sorts of ridiculous things. So I mean, again. I'm not saying absolves responsibility. I'm just saying it's another thing to make it more complicated.
But blackmailed for thousands of dollars by someone telling her that a laser on the moon was going to blow up Quickville. That's literally a thing that happened. So nothing is off the table.
I don't understand why do they think financially extorting was going to be the best option for ruining Christine's life? Like that's just a weird saga for me. Like
I think they just wanted money. They were just like, hey,
they were just being
greedy. Some money.
We can just get some money from this person. Like lol. Okay. You could just get a job.
It's not an epic troll, guys.
You could spend months trolling this fucking weirdo and manipulating them and gaslighting them until you can get their fucking like PlayStation Online gift cards or whatever, or you can just get a fucking job.
It's like, okay, so these people really in their mind, the idea guys and whatever this new chick is, they in their mind like, I'm really owning Christine by spending hours and hours of my life, literally like my life every day, feeding into her delusions and just being, it's like you're wasting your own life. You know what I mean? Like I've seen like chat logs leak and they're like, they're very long. You know what I mean? I mean, Christine just wants to talk about lots of bullshit, so you have to do a lot of just entertaining.
I mean, if the rumors are to be believed, the new girl is just like a sadist who just likes to torture people, and wanted Chris to kill herself eventually, and was playing the long game to get Chris to commit suicide just for fun.
There's a lot of psychos on the internet. It's a scary place, to be honest, and it's kind of sad that someone would target Christine just because how famous she is. Basically, I would assume that's the main reason. Just like how
famous and how famously. Target. And how famously vulnerable.
If you've been using the internet as long as I have, none of this is surprising.
Right.
This is just the kinds of people that are out
me
there.
And gamers, we're old friends on. We're just we go back to the LP days and we just we've seen it all. We've seen it all. We've seen all the horrible. Like I mean even like something
like that exists out there. It's just sort of stranger when you have like a face or a name to an actual person who does that sort of stuff. Like there's always this amorphous, like, oh, the dark web. There's the worst kinds are on there, and then you see one in real life in some capacity, and you're like, oh my god, how does somebody end up like that?
It is different when it's like versus like, oh, there are creepy people on the net versus like this. Here's a specific person, all the weird fucked up shit they've done, and it's like, damn, it's kind of harder to like pretend they don't exist or whatever when I know what they are. You know what I mean? But I don't know.
Well, there was a time when the regular internet was basically the dark web, and the average forum was like a 4chan board,
Yeah, the internet used to be a lot meaner in general, to the point where, I mean, there was this weirdly like lighthearted element to it all, but I don't know, like the idea of harassing people and stuff. I mean, a lot of this harassment to Chris Chan back in the day was like not even seen as that malicious. I mean, there are obviously a few malicious actors, but a lot of it was just people like lulls. It's just trolling. It's just trolling for the lulls.
It's all been agglomerated onto like individual like social media sites. It's all been like collected into like private platforms, right? Instead of the discourse being all spread out across like forums and message boards and private servers and stuff.
Right. People in general are just less psycho on the internet now that people, a lot of people tie their real names and identities to their online identity. Whereas back in the day, it was like, everybody, you can't be using your real name online or you're going to get kidnapped and killed. So everyone has to do everything anonymously. You know what I mean?
Right.
And now everybody just willingly offers the government all their personal information. Yeah, now they want to make it a crime
to be anonymous on the internet. They want to. There's like people like we see these trolls hiding behind their anonymity, like all the like the blue check marks on Twitter. They're like they shouldn't be allowed to be anonymous and not because they can make fun of me and my face. But it's like I don't know. I don't want anonymity to go away, but I do understand there's people who abuse it. But I don't think the solution is making it so everyone has to use their real name all the time.
It's okay. The vaccine microchip will automatically be uploading your data to your Twitter account soon.
It'll upload your DNA to your profile picture.
As soon as Bill Gates is gonna wait until 99% vaccine saturation, then he's gonna push the big red upload button, and then it'll all be, and then the blue check marks will be safe. They won't
the blue
have to
check
worry
marks
anymore.
are the only people who are going to be spared in like the post-apocalypse. It's like every single other person is going to be purged. Only the most valuable people, recognized by their blue check mark, will survive.
It's the mark of the beast. It's the mark of the beast.
Mark of the best, more like.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta pee. Sorry, I'll be back in a minute. Excuse me. Pardon me. Bad time.
All right, everybody. Now we can finally shit talk Ben. Get all of our hot Ben takes out. Hot Ben Saint takes.
Can you believe that Ben Saint doesn't have 30 plus tabs open on his web browser at any given time?
What a dork. How does he even use the internet if he doesn't have that many tabs? He's barely using it.
You need at least that many.
My favorite thing about Ben Saint is his Twitter timeline. It's basically just him listing all the people he hates. Like
somebody has to dab on them, and Ben.
I saw a series of tweets the other day where the entire day was just him tweeting, "I hate this guy and I hate this other guy and I hate that guy."
That's our Ben. He hates a lot of people.
There just wasn't enough negativity on the internet, so Ben was like, someone really needs to close the gap between the endless positivity on the web and someone who's just solely focused on the negative.
There was too much discourse on Twitter. There was too many people having conversations, and someone needed to come in and be a little agitator, a little disruptor, and throw a wrench into the works and be like, you know what? I'm going to say what nobody else is going to say, which is that some of these people online suck. And you know what? He's a hero for saying it.
Here's a list of all the content creators I don't like.
And why I don't like them, and how they can be better. That's the, people are afraid to tell it like it is. They just want to sugarcoat everything. They're too afraid to constantly be getting into arguments with everyone who approaches them on Twitter.
I think
not
the
our boy Ben,
was that GamersTavern was following it with silence because he loves everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course. No. It's all good. It's all good. If you're listening to this episode right now, definitely do not bother Ben Saint on Twitter, because he will definitely listen to this part back and know what's happening.
Yep. We're all fucked.
Nah, he'll never. There's no way he'll ever listen to me say fuck Ben Saint. More like duck Ben Saint.
God,
more like duck Saint. More like quack.
Eleazar, make sure that Ben Saint has been thoroughly dabbed on and that he never knows about this. And if he ever finds out about it, it's your fault.
Mr. and Mrs. Mallard and children Jack, Cack, Lack, Mac, Knack, Uack, Pack, and Quack in the children's book Make Way for Ducklings.
There's so many fictional ducks. I'll never know them all. I'm actually upset looking at the page of fictional ducks isn't that long, but there's still so many I've never even heard of before.
Hey guys,
I actually know most of the video games.
I'm back, and I just want you to know that you're all great chums and pals, and I'm just glad to share my good times, share some positive vibes with all of you here on the Pro Crastinators podcast.
I'm so glad you said that, Ben, because we weren't shit talking you the whole time you were gone or anything like that.
I know.
We were
I assume so.
Yeah, we definitely weren't doing that at all.
What else? Why would I think any differently? What did I miss? Where are we?
I don't know. We're back on the ducks. We're like, I don't know. I think this happened before the episode started. We accidentally pulled up a list of fictional ducks on Wikipedia, and we can't stop. There's a lot of.
Well, it was no accident. We deliberately wanted to know
It was
a guided discussion towards ducks and Darkwing Duck and
Dr. Quack from Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh my God! I remember Dr. Quack. Jesus Christ.
I don't.
That's an interesting example because it's a non-game example.
Yeah, it was from.
I actually don't remember Dr. Quack.
That's from The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, right?
Yeah. I like at the bottom of the page by the video game section, it has Bruce the Duck from the Atari 2600 video game Duck Attack, and I don't know why, just the image of this super low poly ass duck. It's so low poly looking, but like with the description, with the Wikipedia description, something about that cracks me up. Here, I'm gonna post it in chat so people will understand what I'm talking about later.
Bruce the duck is just a duck. What's so
you know
Bruce
what they
about
say, life comes at you fast, like Sonic on a first date.
Exactly. Except Sonic doesn't date. He's an incel, or he's a Volcel.
Sonic doesn't come in you. He comes at you.
He's Volcel. he could get laid, but he would never.
He would never do that. He would never dare do that.
He would never betray me like
dating
that.
would mean slowing down in life, and we all know he would never do that.
He's too much of a shad to get laid.
What's the opposite of like celibate? The word. Like to have had sex.
Incel a little bit.
Laid.
No, that's not it.
Laid. Just laid.
Based.
So like vol-laid or inlaid.
In that one in the Doom episode of Action Button, Tim Rogers is giving a bunch of lists of like how everyone he knew in college had seen the had watched the animation for Knights of the Round from Final Fantasy VII, and he says like doesn't matter if you were like loser or Chad, virgin or laid, right? So that's the dichotomy.
Right.
I see.
I don't think it's true that everybody watched that animation. That seems a little strange.
That's what he said, that like he would be like, hey, I'm playing, you've heard of Final Fantasy VII? And they're like, yeah, I've seen that poster of Cloud on the motorcycle. And they're like, okay, cool, well just, hey, look at this cool summon I can do. Look at how these knights. And they go, wow. Cool.
It is a cool attack animation. I'll give him some credit. I mean,
pretty cool.
I appreciate when Tim Rogers tells me about video games in between monologuing about his life for 3 hours at a time.
Yeah. He is a what a windbag. What a bitch.
He's one of those people where it's like, oh yeah, well, of course you can have an interesting YouTube channel because you've done all these cool things in your life, like go to Japan and translate games. What am I supposed to talk about? Just being a fucking loser who makes YouTube videos and hasn't done those things?
I brought up Tim Rogers I think after the show last week, I brought him up and I mentioned him to Tom, and Tom looked up a picture of him. And Tom was like, "Oh no, I don't like the look of this guy."
Oh, yeah, sometimes you see a guy on the internet, and it's not fair to judge a book by its cover. But you just see him, and you're just like, "I know."
I
don't like
Ben's
that guy.
immediate defense, and I will defer to his expertise since he's more familiar, that it was not the most flattering photo.
It was.
I had that reaction with Pro Jared. He might be a nice guy. I don't know, but I just don't like his fucking face, which isn't very polite or nice to say, but I just have had that reaction. I see him in a thumbnail, I'm like, I'm not clicking that video, you piece of shit. How dare you ask me to click this video by making a thumbnail?
For whatever reason, the women seem to really like him.
Yeah, that's the only thing I know about Pro Jared is that he got in that controversy. I can't even remember how long ago that was. I completely lost track of linear time. That was before fucking COVID, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it must have been.
It was.
So it must have been like early 2020 or like late 2019
I think it was like 2019 even 2018.
Oh my god. That shit was so funny. I
love when bad things happen to people who aren't me.
I remember celebrating when I was watching his like follower count drop. I thought it was so funny watching him like go down from like 1 million subs to like 750K. But then I ended up hating like other people involved in that situation more than I hated him
where it was like,
about it.
It wasn't like it was all him or whatever. I think Bedhead Bernie or something had a good video where it was like, Pro Jared, it wasn't just being a creep. He had some people lie to him and some other bullshit where, I don't know. I don't really want to rehash it all, and I don't remember it properly, but
I remember.
Just for the record, I'm not like putting him on blast. I literally do not hate the guy. I just think he is a fucking weird face.
Bedhead Bernie asked me like for my input about that video, and like one of my tweets is in that video. At some point. It's screenshotted. Lol.
Your take on the sitch. Everybody get that was the first thing that happened as soon as the fucking Pro Jared drama dropped, as soon as the Chris Chan drama dropped, everyone's like, what's Ben Saint's take on this?
It's the most important take to know about.
The only one. All you need. And that's all you need.
Pro Jared's face is like smoothed out Grumbo. It's the only way I can describe it.
What does that mean?
He's got a kind of a smooth face, but it's lumpy as well.
What are you
Something
talking
about his like the way he like
I don't
grins,
know.
and
That's
he's got
just
like
it's kind of wet, but in like a dry way.
He's got like a bird like
No, I mean like the skin is like, oh, that, you know, he takes care of his skin, he takes care of his hair, but he's got a lumpy weirdo face and bulging eyes.
He does kind of have bug eyes, yeah.
Well, at least be thankful that you haven't seen his leaked nudes, because
I think
I have, and it's not a pretty sight.
I might have seen his dick.
I saw a censored image.
I
laughed out loud.
If you're an internet content creator and you're like taking pictures of yourself like that, you're basically asking for them to get leaked to the public.
Yeah, it's a time bomb.
It's really
it's a matter of
you can
when.
do it. I'm not saying you're not allowed to do that, but just be aware.
Do it knowing that it's going to happen eventually.
Just make that your brand if that happens. Fuck it.
Yeah, just have an open door policy. Just be like, yep.
Like you have your video game review show, and at the end, now for the cock of the week.
He should have leaned into it. Been like, yeah, I'm cool, pro Jared, and I'm gonna have lots of sex with people now, and I'm gonna be the sex game reviewer.
I'm gonna be the sex YouTuber now. Yeah. I'm gonna be the gaming YouTuber.
I'm opening up my secondary channel on Pornhub, so if you guys want to come check that out, here's the link in the description.
I think he's still really popular and successful. Like he's not like a top
he's fine.
AAA tier YouTuber, but he's pretty popular, pretty successful. So I don't feel that bad making fun of him.
In the long run, it didn't really hurt him that much.
There's a lot of people getting these huge fucking controversies and dramas, and people are like, oh, he's ruined, his channel's over. But no, they're like, it takes a lot to like really ruin your channel. You'd have to be trying on purpose or something.
It's basically like unless you literally go to jail, like you usually it's okay.
Even then, sometimes these fucking like Minecraft predators will like come back, and then they'll just still start making videos, and their fan base is so young and stupid that they could just, even if they lose 50% of their viewer base, that's still enough for them. You know what I mean? To keep going.
Yeah. There's two names that are coming up in my head relating to this: Onision and Shane Dawson. I don't know whether they're the same guy or very similar. Are they both like sex freaks, or is just one of them?
Wait, Shane Dawson isn't like a sex freak, is he? He's not like a groomer or anything. He's just kind of an asshole. Right? Am I wrong?
I don't know.
He has a bunch of weird drama. I'm not really sure about all the Shane Dawson drama, honestly. I kind of missed most of that.
They strike me as like people who've been horrifically cancelled because of things they did, absolutely. And I don't know whether that's they've come back from that.
Can't cancel someone who's as big as Shane Dawson.
Right. You get to a certain point and it's like, you know, it's really hard to like truly cancel someone. Again, you can make them lose popularity or whatever. That's fine. Yeah. But to like make them fully go away, if they're determined to stick around, I don't know, it's tough.
Well, I've seen at least one popular
they
YouTuber
do look exactly the same.
Completely canceled. There was Zero, the Smash Bros. He used to be one of the best Smash players in the world for Smash 4.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of Smash community people who have gotten. Oh, sorry about Leffen?
Are you talking about Haxon Leffen?
No. This is just a different guy who's been, accused of. I don't know if it was like grooming or some shit, but
I heard there was a lot of grooming going on in the Smash community.
Yeah. It's ironic that there was so much grooming going on because there was little to no self-grooming. They never took showers.
Look at these freaks. They're exactly the same guy.
They do have that sort of I'm a YouTube pretty boy face bullshit going on, and I have no idea how they're both still around. But I think
I think younger Shane Dawson looks even more like Onision. I think you could find even more similar pictures of these two.
Yeah, another thing about these guys, like I'm not really that much of an expert on them. I think I've seen a couple like YouTube documentary type videos on them, but like they've been around for ages. Like when you've been on the platform for this long, it's like people have these like laundry lists of controversies. You know what I mean? Like it's just they never end. So it's like, oh, is this latest thing going to be the thing to cancel them? I don't think so.
I mean, at some point, your career just becomes like responding to people making videos about how you are a monster and need to be canceled.
But weirdly, there's a lot of people who want to watch those like apology videos. Those always get lots of views, so it's like profitable to be constantly apologizing.
Yeah.
There should be a
Well,
channel
just,
where the
to
first
always be
video
into shit.
is an apology video, and then every video after that is also an apology video.
I'm so sorry for never making a video up until right now. I like that.
There should
delicious.
There should be a fucking like priest YouTuber, like a real priest who does like what is the thing where you go in the box and you say, "Oh, confession booth series YouTube show." I'd watch that. Where you broadcast the sin.
Hidden camera confessions, where he just like records everybody who comes in and confesses their sins, then exposes them.
I'm pretty sure that would be
like
illegal.
a great
Completely
Twitch
goes
live
against
stream.
the idea of like the confession box, like the secretive private thing.
Yeah, but it's for content though.
It's for content. The church
gotta
is
have
running
children.
out of funding.
I gotta have a baby. I gotta have a
like
baby so that I can raise that baby to be a sinner, and then I can record my child in the confessional confessing his sins to the priest, and then upload it to YouTube for content.
No, you stream. You just stream the confessional all day.
I was gonna say Twitch.
And then
Twitch
in between people
here.
like coming and leaving, he's like, "All right, we're gonna fucking read some donos." You know,
like
America's
America's funniest confessional.
Someone's like confessing in their booth, like it's like, "Father, I'm so sorry. I hit someone with my car," and the priest is like, "Can we get some Monka S in chat? This is not a pog moment, guys.
Can we get some Monka S?"
Yeah, of course.
I like the idea that it's not like some third party put the secret camera there. Like the priest is the Twitch stream.
Exactly.
Like he's like pogging at the camera. He's like, oh.
It's just like he's like, you know how like there's like two sides of the confessional. There's like a little sliding door that opens so you can talk to him. He like closes it, turns on like the RGB lights and stuff. It has like this fucking gamer setup and turns it back off, puts it back up, keeps talking.
He's like, I cheated on my girlfriend with her sister, and he goes like, oh, based. Oh my god, can we get smash the button in chat?
No. Like the idea is that it's a secret. Like he doesn't tell them he's live streaming, and when he pogs, he's like silently pogging, but they can't see him through the thing. He's like pogging to chat. The camera's on his side, and then they're hearing all of like the confession. He's like, oh, pog face.
Someone just realized it's the perfect way to get content. These people are just coming in and telling all these embarrassing stories. Like, where else are you going to get that?
It's all been these confessions before. They've all just been wasted content. We're just leaving money on the table.
We have like thousands of years of wasted content in terms of confessions.
Well,
and if you think about it,
as great of all these ideas are, the problem is I think this might be illegal.
If you think about
that's clearly never stopped the Catholic Church.
If you think about it, all of human history prior to the invention of like the written word was just wasted content.
It really was. It really was. Imagine having a life experience and not making content out of it. What a waste.
I would rather not.
Imagine not having thousands of people watch you through your eyes and get like advertised to. Yeah. Imagine that didn't happen.
I imagine like 5,000 years ago, like around Stonehenge, they're like passing down their songs through oral tradition, and one guy's just like, "Ugh, what's the point? We're not even monetizing this. We're not even getting any donos.
We're not getting any donos, bro."
Oh my god!
Oh, you have a really like in-depth, what a great conversation with a friend.
No. Imagine like a great fucking isekai show that would be like a fucking streamer gets sent back in time to like prehistoric days where there's no fucking content. All he's doing
there's
is
no manga S.
He's like experiencing all these like fucking like historical events, but he's like, I can't fucking vlog any of this.
I would love for there to be like a Dr. Stone where he's like trying to teach these cavemen. All right, so this is when we have to start a fake beef, and you're the heel, which means you're the bad guy, and we're gonna have to start a whole rap battle that goes on between you guys, and then we're gonna do a boxing match. And he's just like trying to explain like complicated like setting up a huge beef or whatever.
The first thing that comes back is not like humanity, infrastructure, like countries or like society. It's vlogging. That's the first thing that we need.
All those islanders, like they're building the Moai statues, and there's like, I know these seem totally like pointless now, but like hundreds of years from now, they're gonna invent this thing called the internet, and then we can stream these, and then we can we'll get donos.
Like stream our ancestors, like a static statue not moving.
Yes, like this is for content. This is for content.
These are too many good ideas. We need to pay people.
Yeah, Eleazar, cut this all out. We got to keep these close to the chest.
Listeners, if any of you do this, you owe us a cut.
Don't even think about inventing a time machine and going back and inventing streaming. If you even think about doing that.
Going back in time and inventing Stonehenge.
It's like those movies
live
from, like,
streaming
the
the building of Stonehenge.
Where like the kid goes back in the past and he's like, "Whoa, what the fuck? There's horses and shit. Where's the video games?" Then he teaches like the princess about I don't know, like skateboarding or whatever. But like a modern version of that would be like the kid going back in time and then teaching them about like, I don't know, Mario Kart.
I would love like a training montage. Like, this is how you make a pog face.
Beyblades.
And all just, like, practicing their pogs.
That's kind of old at this point.
Bill and Ted, but instead of a history report, they go back to live stream history because they want to become streamers. They've dropped out of school to become streamers, and this is how they're going to get the big scoop. They time travel
back to when Twitch was called Justin TV, and then they start an account.
Honestly,
I remember Justin TV.
Yeah, imagine if you could just go back to when the internet was new and just upload the same videos that you make now. You'd be huge.
It would be so fucking easy to go viral, like knowing everything you know today. It would be literally like, you know, the sports almanac from Back to the Future Part 2, where you can win every bet, but you just can predict every YouTube trend before it happens, and you'd be making this worst clickbait.
You would
garbage.
have like such terrible tools to use though. Like imagine having to do your shit in Windows Movie Maker and just be like, oh god, my fucking Pentium 4 is like struggling to fucking edit this, and I can only upload in 360p. Google's not good enough. I can't get all my footage. I can't just rip it. There's
it really
no
was a
tools to
fucking
use
nightmare
it yet.
back then. It's
now you're bringing back too many bad memories.
I go back to 1999, and I'm on Usenet forums, and I'm like, hey, bros, listen. Years from now, some person is gonna put Sonic the Hedgehog and this new thing called Pokemon. They're gonna combine them into one guy and make a comic about it, and you're not gonna believe what happens after that.
I love the idea of like a John Teeter who just goes back to warn people about Sonichu and nothing important. No warnings about 9/11 or anything.
No, just because no one would listen. No one will listen to that. But
I think it's a good premise. Like, you have like a time machine. Like, you give a kid a time machine. They're like, "Wow, I can go at any point in history." And they just go back a couple of years to get YouTube famous. That's the only thing they do with
it. Yeah.
What if you just did that now? Like, what if you just went on a fucking forum and just said you were a time traveler? It's like, oh, this new content creator is gonna show up. It's gonna be fucking ridiculous. Then you just wait 2 years and then you start that account.
You start a prophecy about yourself.
Yeah, you just start like a prophecy about yourself, so you can like get that jump start to your career and just be like, this guy predicted it, and now it's shown up, you know, and you just feign ignorance for the rest of the time.
I love the idea. Yeah, before you even start your streaming career, people always ask my advice. It's like, what should I do on YouTube? It's like, okay, before you even start YouTube, you need to spend 5 to 10 years foreshadowing your channel before it even exists. You need to be like dropping hints on obscure forums, faking archive.org results about
organic growth doesn't exist anymore. Therefore, you got to really fucking play the long game.
Right. You have to game the system by doing the most crazy, outlandish stunts possible and like fake time travel. That's the only way.
And you also got to hope that nobody else decides to be that person that is foreshadowed.
Oh yeah, nobody can, like, you have to have some specific thing, otherwise someone can just swoop in and take all your glory. That was why the John Teeter stuff works, because there's so much hyper-specific bullshit that never even happened. But like, oh, it sounded legit.
But it can all happen if you're the one controlling the narrative. You can make sure everything comes true.
Don't even think about starting a YouTube channel if you don't have 10 years worth of deep lore planned.
Worth of prophecy about you.
Wait, isn't that basically how you got your start, Cybershell? You've been doing this for quite a while.
Yeah, it was all prophesized back in the day. That's exactly how I got my start.
Because
I didn't want to be a guy who made videos about Sonic that time. Also, I love the idea.
The forums, John Teeter, you know, I dropped some clues here and there.
I love the idea that there's a prophecy, the chosen one, and then it's like Link Carr in front of a couch. Like, hey guys, today I'm going to be reviewing this on YouTube.
Oh, it was Doug. It was Doug.
Doug really is the chosen one. He's like the main character of this timeline.
Yeah.
More like the awesome one.
I saw it was a YMS stream clip of about like Doug reacting to criticism of.
Oh right, I think I saw this. He has like a weirdly like good and positive and wholesome attitude about it.
He has a positive attitude, but he also just like completely kind of like just sort of talks around like the actual criticism.
He'll never like engage in like the true substance of the criticisms. He'll
be like, I'm glad people are talking about it. You know?
That was basically
it's like, hey, why did you make it so like confusing and contradictory and like bad? And he's like, I'm just glad people are talking about it.
Right.
Like, okay,
fair, he's right.
Thanks.
Like he said it in kind of a way like, oh, I understand there's criticisms, and he sort of lumped that into like one general thing, and it's like people are always going to dislike what you do on the internet. I know that. I've been on here for a long time. It's like,
and everyone's always disliked everything I've done. So
it was just
therefore,
he clearly doesn't realize that there's a distinct like confusing aspect of his video. He just thinks people don't like it, and that's just how it is sometimes.
It's
like
just,
he's
it's
no
just,
learning capability.
There weren't 20 people dissecting the wall because it was just they were haters. They just of course there was gonna be some people who didn't like it. It was like a fascinatingly bad piece of media. Like, I don't think he understands that.
Yeah, like it's not a normal level of criticism that was being levied. Like it is like a uniquely bad cultural artifact, and it's a little disappointing that he's just like it just rolls right off me.
Like I said, hey, I still think he had a good positive attitude about the whole thing. There's guys like just going on right now, like Oni Plays have made a few like Linkara jokes, and someone like asked Linkara what he thought about it. He's like, I don't like it. I don't think it's funny. Their people are calling me the Lightbringer, and I don't like it.
but that is funny. Linkara.
I know it is funny.
It is funny when people call you the Lightbringer.
It is funny. I mean, I don't know.
Well, it's not funny to him.
I don't
lean
think,
into it.
Yeah, you literally have to lean into it when that's the case. Like, he should literally just be grateful that people still care who he is after 10 plus years. You know what I mean?
This is what I said. Absolutely. Like, this is what I said. I saw Nate the other day. He just like happened to be in town, and like I hung out with him for a day, and we were talking about the PCP stuff and the RadCon stuff. And I told him, like, the RadCon stuff, it's a year late, and like the PCP has like, imploded is a strong word, but you know what I mean. Like, the whole landscape has changed, and it's really awkward to now just be like, well, here's these videos of a totally different PCP from a completely bygone era. And I'm just like, I think that's funny. Just lean into it. Like, yeah, like, here it is.
It is funny
remember
how
this
much
shit?
things can change in just, 18 months or whatever?
Yeah.
I mean, it was funny seeing the reactions to the music video when that...
You mean the music,
lecture.
the rap. The
lecture. Brad lecture, yeah. Because like people
that one in particular was like
that
one was heavily steeped in PCP lore. You know what I mean? Like that one was for the fans.
Yeah.
So
the OVA will be even more. It's even more like that.
Oh my
it's
God.
It's gonna be that times 10.
The OVA aged like cheese.
People are gonna be like, people don't even remember
just...
Brad Garlinghouse at this point.
No,
yeah, the saga is over.
The Brad Garlinghouse saga was over when RadCon happened. It had already been solved. It was only like while the campaign was going that it was a thing.
The reaction is certainly going to be
the OVA
priceless.
is going to be like it's going to be like a time capsule that you bury in the past and open the future, and you're like, oh, remember that? Except it was just late.
only you had to put $31,000 into it, and
the time capsule is the hard drives. All the footage is on.
It's like a gotcha game that you put $31,000 in, and then a year and a half later you get some videos out.
I can't wait to roll for the PCP Dojin. Oh, I got the OVA instead. This is my favorite gotcha game.
Just gotta keep rolling. You just gotta keep putting those PC pennies into the machine.
So,
that's why you don't release it all. So even now that it's like post-apocalypse arc or whatever, you can still tell people we still have nuggets of the pre-PCP, the good days.
We're like the brotherhood. The
gotcha game was on the PCP Discord channel. It's like, gonna fucking roll for another lecture. Branches of Yig video again.
Oh yeah, the bot was only uploading Branches of Yig videos for some reason. I don't even know who made the bot.
I was trying to look into it. I have no idea how to edit it.
Yeah,
that sounds pretty
I know
appropriate.
Who it could have been, but
it's confused. So I just
ancient, long since gone PCP fan.
I saw it was the bot was going crazy as Trixie was surreptitiously like re-uploading stuff from the main channel to the side channel, and I see the feed and I'm just like, these are all, I don't need this. Just get rid of this fucking channel. We don't need to fucking see this bullshit. And that's what I did. Anyway, we don't even need a bot. We don't even make videos anymore.
I actually,
yeah.
I have a couple of Gamers Tavern exclusive Trixie stories.
What?
Oh, what?
Because like
how is this possible?
Last year when I came on and it looked like at first it was just going to be me and you recording, me and you, Ben. And then we were having a conversation about something while we were waiting for people. And I think I mentioned something about you were having a bunch of guests on, and I made the point that it's going to be pretty difficult for you to keep that streak up that you had at the time. You had this streak of like a bunch of guests.
Yeah, maybe that was around the time that the Frog Fractions guy and that lady who was running for sheriff were on, or something like that.
Yeah, but anyways, Trixie came in during that conversation. She was on that episode that we did. And she said something kind of funny that I just wanted to bring up because of new information that I have now. She said, I was saying you can't just keep having new guests forever. You're going to run out of guests eventually. And she says, well, I know the guy who books guests for the Dick Show. And so, he's pretty good at booking guests. We can
That's
book
a big
anyone.
money connection.
That's what you call a big money connection.
So at the time, I didn't know who she was talking about. So I was just like,
how would you?
I was just like, okay, I guess. But thinking back on that now, with everything that I know now, I'm pretty sure she meant Riley. So that was that's pretty. I think that's retroactively pretty funny now.
I think so. I don't
Riley
like
Coyote.
her at all. I think she's bad. I think people should stop supporting her on Patreon.com. That's what my opinion.
Before it was actually before this episode that we recorded, but this is kind of embarrassing, I guess, but I actually paid for a couple of Trixie rants, and she never, back when she was still Digibro, she never did them.
You're kidding.
You paid for a couple?
Yeah, I paid, I think, for 2.
And neither of them happened. That's
rants. That face went no rants.
Brutal. I thought at least for sure she just sat down and cranked out all the rest of them at once or something, but it is what it is.
I thought that happened as well.
I thought I remember that happening, yeah, but
I heard a lot
you'll
of
get
other
it right
people
after
did that.
the Brony lecture goes up, don't worry.
Yeah, of course.
She's got to release that Brony lecture. It's the way to kickstart the Branches of Yig channel. It's the only way. She's getting double-digit views. She needs a shot in the arm. Oh no, wait, I forgot. She's an anti-vaxxer, so that's a bad metaphor. So I can't say that. Never mind.
Well, it's okay. I have no hard feelings over it because I honestly don't really care. But I have the right to be angry. I'm just choosing not to exercise that right.
That's big of you.
Cringe.
Yeah, you know me. You know I would never waive that particular right.
Why would you ever pass up an opportunity to get mad about something on Twitter.com?
I can't think of any reason. I mean, getting mad, that's content. That's good content.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Now that's what I call content.
I'm feeling an emotion. Turn on the camera.
Oh my god, I'm having a feeling. It must record. Must monetize. I made a comment. I made a YouTube comment, if you can believe it.
Oof.
I made a comment on.
But this sounds bad already.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny. I think this is a W. I think I'm gonna call this W. I made a comment on it's some other Chris Chan YouTuber. This guy's name is Dylan Thomas, and he's one of these weirdos who just for years he just uploads like weekly like Chris Chan said something stupid on Twitter. Chris Chan thinks cartoons are real. It's like this. This is the level that he's at, and he put out a video of like. Should we respect Chris's pronouns? Short answer, his answer's no. And he gives all the usual, like, you know, non reasons that don't make any sense for why you shouldn't. So I just made one comment on the video that's like, you know, pretty pathetic. You know, not a lot of intellectual rigor on display. Embarrassing. You know, you're irrational. And I'm looking today, and there's a whole, like, 40 reply
40
thread.
Replies. That's a win.
40 replies. They're all like, "Oh, you're stupid. You're thinking too hard about it. You're stupid. No, you're the stupid one."
Seeing the amount of people to actually unironically take that stance, it's really fucking bizarre to me, because you can literally make the exact same argument. Well, it's like, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't like using the N-word, but I don't respect this black person. Therefore, I guess I should be allowed to use it, right?
I guess they should be racist. They did some
there's
a moral imperative to be racist.
This black guy did a crime, and you
seriously expect
still
me to
don't think we should call him
his
the N-word?
Not wanting to
like,
get called the N-word?
Bruh, why are you defending his? Why are you defending his crime?
It is like the exact same like line of thought, and there's no substantial difference between the two, in my opinion. Like, if you think one, you necessarily should think the other.
You literally must think the other. I mean, it's embarrassing, and this is the sad truth of like the Chris Chan community, if you want to call it that, like the Chris Chan fandom, like the devoted Chris Chan fandom they're all idiots. They're all Kiwi farmers. They're all like weirdos who are embarrassing. It's the sad truth is that like this is the audience that like, I mean, I'm sure that's not the main audience that's like watched, for instance, my lecture. Like, I'm sure most people that watched the lecture are not like this, but like
some people were giving you shit for releasing the lecture, and they're like, "Oh, Ben was, you know, trying to capitalize on this." But I mean, I feel like there's a difference. There's a big difference between releasing a lecture, which was recorded over a year prior, versus making like daily. I was gonna say weekly, but literally like daily. Oh my God, what's Chris Chan doing? Update videos, which a lot of people have been doing because of, you know, the algorithm.
Lately, I see them all over the place. But it's crazy to me that a few people like GB and Dylan Thomas and like Based Shaman and like a few others, their channels are just like how much is there to even talk about? Like Chris says the same like insane fucking merge shit on Twitter all the time. How many times can you just like, Chris made a new tweet, let's talk about how wrong it is and how there's no such thing as cartoons.
Guys, you might have heard of this thing called the dimensional merge. Let me tell you why it's not real. Let me break down why the dimensional merge is not real with a 48-point list.
I can prove it, actually, and here's why. I can
debunking the dimensional merge with facts and logic.
It's like, as I heard some shit about the dimensions merging, and I'm scared, and I need someone to tell me it's all gonna be okay. Chris says that if I don't respect my OCs, they're gonna fucking kill me when the merge happens.
There's a lot of content that can be derived from a Twitter feed. Remember when Trump still had his Twitter and the mainstream media was just like 24/7 broadcasting all his tweets?
Yeah.
And there would always be like, look how ridiculous this tweet is. It's horrible. Let's spend an entire segment explaining why that is.
The amount of free advertising that Trump got was unfathomable. It's truly insane, both before and after getting elected. Just they were nonstop covering him. It was honestly, you have to appreciate that approach to, you know, getting elected, which is that have no qualifications, just get on the news and have the news talk about you all the time.
It worked.
It worked. What can you say about it?
It worked like a fucking dream. Yeah.
Can't wait for the next time it works.
I'll never forget my favorite Trump tweet. Coca-Cola Company not very happy with me. That's okay. I'll still drink that garbage. Poetry. Poetry.
Yeah, he
regardless
made some,
of what you think about him,
he
was an eloquent Twitter user. He was a powerful poster. He made a lot of funny tweets.
He really
did.
A
lot of the things he would do over and
Rest
over
his
again
soul.
are just like popular like things people do now. Like just saying an emotion in capital letters at the end.
Just saying sad. Yeah,
dude.
Yeah,
his way of speaking straight up. Well, first of all, I guess like half the site, all the conservatives like unironically wanted to emulate it, and then it's also funny as fuck. So a lot of people just ironically are doing shit like that, and then it just changed the way people spoke on Twitter.
It's very effective to just state very bluntly what you're trying to say, and then say how you're supposed to feel about it, and then just repeat it. Like that was I think I watched a video that was like about, it was like the channel was about like teaching charisma or something. It was about like teaching like how to be more persuasive or charismatic person, and they took like a video about Trump, and it's like, how does Donald Trump speak in a way that is so compelling to people? And like one of his major tricks is just that he repeats himself over and over and over again, and he'll just say the same thing twice in a row, so you don't forget it.
Yeah. There's a funny scene in The Simpsons where Marge is like, "This town is a part of us all, a part of us all, a part of us all." Sorry to repeat myself, but it'll help you remember. And then later Marge's like, "Oh, it actually works."
And Donald Trump literally got elected on that advice, so it worked.
Donald Trump watched The Simpsons. He got the idea of him running for president from that Simpsons episode.
The Simpsons, people always say The Simpsons predicted it. Not enough people are giving Simpsons shit for causing it. They're the ones who caused all of this in the first place.
Like he would make up little nicknames for people. Like he would call Hillary, he would call her Lion Hillary, right? I think did he call, or like Corrupt Hillary or something?
She was Crooked Hillary, wasn't she?
Crooked Hillary.
It was Lion Ted or some shit. You're right. He
Ted.
gave everyone a little nickname, and that's funny because it's probably the only reason he could keep track of them. But it's like, that's people love that shit.
And it didn't even have to be like that, like Crooked Hillary.
Oh, it didn't have to be clever or witty at all.
It's not exactly a joke, but he just keeps saying it. He just keeps saying, Crooked Hillary, Crooked, and then you think in your mind, Crooked Hillary.
The news cryons are like repeating that, like Crooked Hillary on CNN, like in quotation marks, you know what I mean?
Just say it enough, and if people hear it enough, it just shapes how they think, right?
That's why my next campaign is just going to be walking around. I'm just going to be walking around in public place saying, "I'm the president. I am the president. I'm the president." I'm just going to start walking around telling people that, and eventually, I will be the president.
And then, whenever people talk about it, they'd be like, "Cybershell, like, who's that?" Like, "Oh, that guy who always says he's the president." And
I guess he's the president.
Oh, yeah, the president.
He just seems so presidential.
And then everyone's like, "Oh, you mean the president guy?"
Sounds like a something awful bit.
It does. It's
well, the real world is something awful.
It just works. Psychology is so simple. It's the
human psychology is
in the world.
Surprisingly,
nothing to it.
Not much to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess Trump is going to go down as the worst president in history.
He will always be missed.
Well, from this point on, there will be two histories, and one of them people are going to say he's great, and the other one people are going to say he's bad. And then, luckily, in the future, it'll continue to fracture out.
We need to come together as a nation and reach across the aisle and agree that Trump was a legendary Twitter poster. It's the only way.
That's true.
It's the one thing that binds us all.
I honestly feel like he probably was more upset about losing his Twitter account than like almost anything else, than maybe even losing the presidency. Because at least with the Twitter account, he had that
Twitter account gave him more power than the office.
I don't understand why it was like only then did they take his Twitter. Only when he lost the election, they were like, "Well, now we have to." Take
it was hilarious,
away.
The timing. Like he lost it, and then it was. I guess it was right after the whole Capitol riot bullshit. So it was like, "Oh, we have to take it away."
Was that why? Was it like
that was the reason? I'm pretty sure they're like he was inciting it by posting that video where he was like, "Stand by" or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. We love you. You're very special.
He's talking to them like fucking Barney. It's so funny. It's so funny.
A lot of the platforms like Twitter, they ban people based on like PR stuff, whatever makes them look best at that moment.
Right.
So that's probably
that was absolutely PR move on Twitter's part. There was no any reasoning they could have had. They could have done it way earlier, but they would have gotten so much shit from people when he was president.
Imagine how. I mean, I would kind of respect the ballsiness to just be like, we're just gonna ban the standing president.
I would have respected that
in the middle of his term, just because we don't like his politics. Like we just don't want him on our platform.
Twitter literally wanted him there objectively because of the traffic he brought to the site.
Yeah.
I wonder if
he certainly brought a lot of traffic.
Is that they didn't want to like be accused of like forcing like silencing him. I know it's not actually censorship.
People are already going to take that stance
thing.
of like, oh, you ban all conservative
but like
speech
you're censoring him, and therefore people won't vote for him. You're
Right.
basically like you're rigging the election. Or
it
something.
could have backfired if they banned him at a bad time. Like you're right about that. Like people would have gone upset.
It did back. That's exactly what people said.
I know, so it's weird. I just wonder why
they could have done it at any time,
up
though.
Until that point.
You're right, Ben. They literally could have just banned him. Like in 2018, they could have done it way ages ago. But you know, I said, his posts were too fucking funny. They really were. Like the pre-presidency ones in particular. There's a lot of really funny ones.
If we've got these fucking billionaire technocrats running these big tech conglomerations that literally own us all and manipulate our data and have us all in their pocket, I would at least like them. I would at least like my corporate masters to show a little bit of moral consistency, a little bit of backbone. Is it too much to ask?
That is way too much.
Yes,
to
it's
expect
far
from
too
them.
much to ask.
Oh, I see. Well, I apologize.
I don't know.
Not until we
I
get
I was kind of bummed
corporation.
out when he got banned because I really liked reading his tweets.
They were, I always like when you read someone's tweets and you can easily like read it in their voice. You know what I mean? Like a tweet that sounds like there's a specific person talking, and his tweets always like sounded like you could easily imagine him saying it.
It was a great comedy.
He didn't. Well, say what you will about the man, but he didn't post like a boomer. He just posted in a very like straightforward, like normal
I'm honestly,
way. He just said what he wanted to say.
The more I think about it, the more sad I am we never got to see the post-presidency Trump Twitter meltdown and just the subsequent daily Biden is a piece of shit tweets.
Yeah, that would have been great.
I agree. I'm not sure banning him did any good for anyone, really. I mean, I don't think...
I don't think it did.
I don't think it...
You can't really say that it stopped much harm. I mean, come on, anyone who's arguing that is... You could have made that choice if they decided to do it ages ago, but they basically waited until, like you said, like right at the very end.
You know what it was? It's just robbing us of content. It's just wasted content. That's the name of this episode is wasted content.
Think of
and
how
it's all
many
about bemoaning all the things we'll never get
Trump
to
has
consume
said in his private life that were wasted content that we don't get to see.
They weren't monetized.
Wasted content and wasted comedy.
Exactly.
True.
I think
leaving money on the table.
Is he banned on YouTube? Because when he got banned on Twitter, it was like it wasn't just Twitter. He got banned off a shitload of social media apps.
I think everybody banned him, yeah.
I think everybody banned him because I'm thinking that like he like
that's a shame.
It really is a shame. Like I would love to watch the Donald Trump YouTube show. That would be fucking funny.
I want to see the Donald Trump like Twitch stream Fortnite.
Yeah, I wanted to see Donald Trump Let's Plays.
Plenty of politicians have Twitch streams now, like for realsies, so it's not even off the possibility.
Didn't AOC play Among Us?
Among Us,
yeah, with Ilhan Omar and
yeah,
some
I
other
saw that.
So
people.
funny.
Yeah, it is pretty. I guess maybe it never materialized, but I was hearing when the election happened, I was hearing people talking about Trump was going to start like Trump TV and like start a whole like independent like media outlet.
I thought originally back in 2016 I thought Trump TV was the game plan. Like I didn't even think he really was trying to be president that hard. I thought it was just get an absurd amount of press for free and then pivot into being a TV star. But
this is what I read. It was it was the plan at first, but then he became president and he was like, I guess we'll just roll with this.
Just be president. Then I can get back to my real job of being a TV star.
Making Trump TV. Yeah.
Guess I'll just be president of the United States.
I heard about Trump TV, but I haven't heard anything about it since I first heard about it.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't.
I'm surprised he's been. I don't want to say he's been like quiet since leaving office, but like there's been a few like press statements by him or whatever, which are hilarious because they read like tweets.
Press statements, and I keep seeing people say that someone basically just made like a new Twitter, like specifically just so that he could be on. I don't know what that is. I don't think it's Parler. Maybe
doesn't he just have a website? Like, he just has a website where he like makes blog posts about.
He just makes what are essentially tweets.
It's an email list, which is like probably the same.
He's going old school.
Right. I think that's the current grift is just have an email list with literally like 50 million emails on it and send out like weekly begging for money emails.
Nobody outside
that really takes me back.
Your fucking circle is gonna see it.
Those mailing lists take me back to like 2002 or in 2003.
Yeah, that was like the first way to keep in touch with people on the web was like getting a net
like,
web
that's
ring
still
or whatever.
A very effective method of marketing.
Yeah,
like,
people
at, like,
still value that. You know what I mean? Yeah, marketers
are
right.
Get people on your email list.
Yeah, I feel like it went out of fashion for a while, but then like 2 years ago or so, there was a kick of people being like, you know what, social media is bad and it's owned by big corpo, and like it's kind of more effective. Yeah, it's an old school. Join my mailing list. Join my mailing list because my Twitter could get banned for any reason at any time, right?
Yeah.
Well, I love that part of being on the modern web which is that, I have a YouTube channel, which is I make money. It could just get banned at any time for any reason, and I would have no recourse.
It could just get hacked by some
the only thing you can do, it could get hacked
for instance,
by Brad Garlinghouse.
Imagine if that happened. How embarrassing.
So that's why it's good to diversify. Have a Twitter, have a Twitch. Even if you don't like Twitter, it's not bad to have one. Just as like a backup type situation. You got to diversify across different sites nowadays.
Yeah, just like investing in crypto or stocks. Diversify your portfolio.
If you're a coward, you just put everything into one stock and then wait for it to pump and then take it all out.
I have a shameful confession to make.
You being a crypto boy again?
I bought some Bitcoin.
Why would you buy it now?
Yeah, now is not a good time to buy it.
It's going up. Why is
it a good time to buy it? I don't have it or anything, but I've seen it's going up. We're never going to get another cheap video card again.
Up,
that's like a thing of the past.
Isn't it?
People in like 60 years are going to be laughing like, oh my, people used to be able to buy video cards? What?
You have not looked. You have not looked. No, it fell a big way, and it's been going up for like a month or almost.
I've had like a bit of Ethereum and a bit of Bitcoin for a while, and it was really low for a while. And now it has been going up, but it's really slowed down. I've just sold mine. I feel like it's going to go back down again.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe people were making.
If you notice it's going up, you've already missed the window.
That's not true. That's not true. I
mean, maybe
you'll
next
end up
week
being right.
when Ben's complaining about crypto prices dropping and getting mad again.
Maybe I'm just saying. People earlier in the year were predicting like Bitcoin hitting 100K.
Bitcoin's not.
Everybody who says that has a
like,
vested interest in Bitcoin hitting 100K.
Yes, and that's what I thought too. But then I thought like it fell off a cliff after the big pump, and I was like, okay, it's down. But it's been like
when
steadily,
you buy. If you actually want to get back in on this,
but
that is when you buy.
It started steadily. It's like almost halfway back up to where it was, and I'm like, I feel like there's a real possibility that it goes even higher than it did the first time, and I'm like, well, if it does that, it would be ashamed if I miss out. So I fucking was like, okay, fuck it. I'll gamble it. I'll just buy a little bit of Bitcoin. Just in case. I don't know. I don't feel like it's that stupid. But whatever.
I feel like I've been watching it every day
if you buy
for a little while because I'm like, oh, cool, it's going up. But I want to not make the mistake I made before and not sell at the peak. I've sold and I've made a profit, and I'm hesitant to like jump back in because it does look like the curve upwards is like flattening out right now. Like it's slowing down a lot more than it was.
You don't need to sell everything.
But I don't know.
By the time you, the viewer, are listening to this, it's definitely too late for you. Don't even fucking think about buying anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Look at Look, I mean, look how it's. We gotta fucking show. Look at this,
guys.
curve.
If you want to get rich, just buy some Ripple XRP. That's my advice. Let's just all invest in Ripple.
This curve, this pattern looks to me, and obviously I don't know, but it looks to me there like it is like starting a bullish trend, right? And that line is like a month long. This is like it's been. I don't know.
Well, how much Bitcoin do you have?
I have like it's not as much as I had before. I don't want to say. I don't want to give numbers, but I have. Okay. I mean, a fraction of a Bitcoin, like a small fraction of a Bitcoin.
Because like, if let's say it goes all the way back up to like 56 from 46, right? Yeah. That's like a 20% increase. If you bought like $500 in Bitcoin, a 20% increase is only like $100 more. It's not going to be significant.
So I'll make $100. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to make $100.
I guess.
What are you saying? I don't understand. You're like, but Ben, sure, if it goes up, you'll make money. But if it goes down, you'll lose money.
Everything
I know.
I'm saying the time to buy was when it was like way lower, so you could have bought $500 then. And at this point, you've already been up so much more money.
We will see.
Yes, obviously,
I've sold mine. Ben's bought his.
Obviously, it would have been better. Obviously, it would have been better to buy when it was even lower. But if it goes up from here, it's still good to buy now.
Sure. My bigger complaint is that we've been down this road like 4 times and explained this to you 4 times, and you keep buying at the same time instead of like revising your strategy.
I don't think that's true. I don't really feel like that's true, actually.
Okay.
I do promise that I won't make it a big fucking thing. This won't be the crypto cast again.
I can't believe that.
Okay, well,
I'm afraid we can't trust your assurances, Ben.
Here's the thing. If Ben loses money, it'll be like half a crypto cast. If Ben gains a lot of money, we're not going to hear the end of it. He's going to rub it in my face.
Everyone in chat, everyone in YouTube comments, be praying hand emojis for Ben to be losing money.
I think if I make huge profits on crypto, I think I'll be embarrassed and I won't want to talk about it.
Oh well, if it isn't the capitalist Ben Saint who loves cryptocurrency and all sorts of other currencies.
See, this is why I'm feeling the shame. I'm
gonna use all those profits to buy carbon credits to offset all the damage you're doing to the environment. Ben Saint.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, for a socialist, you sure enjoy capital.
You sure do enjoy having money, you hypocrite.
Yet you choose to participate in this society of ours.
Why aren't you living in a commune waiting for the second coming of Christ? Like a
God, I wish.
Commie.
God, I wish. Jesus, love him. Now there was some the crucifixion of Christ. Now there was some fucking content.
That was some good content. They really milked the shit out of that one. They're still talking about it.
That was, I mean, that was not wasted content. That one was, that one was milked. That one was heavily monetized. They started a Twitch stream that you might have heard of. It's called the Roman Catholic Church. It's still good. They have so many subs. They get donos every Sunday. I would love to
see a video that's
streams.
That's just...
They only stream once a week, and somehow they still make a fuck ton of money. It's great.
Damn.
So many little.
I'd love to see an apology video from Judas Iscariot. He's just sitting there like, guys, I feel so shitty about what I did to Jesus.
Judas Iscariot makes an apology video. It's like, I'm sorry I gave Jesus to the Romans. It's just like, he monetized the video. He left ads on the video. He made $30.
Judas Iscariot ratted him out to fucking Twitch staff, and then he got fucking banned for 3 days. But then he came back and was even bigger than before.
He made partner. He made partner as a result.
I know it was a joke, but actual churches do have Twitch channels and they do stream their services. I've seen it before.
Yeah. It's
true. I've
definitely
seen
makes
that.
sense.
Do they get donos from Twitch chat?
I think
I was going to say that it was really popular during
substitute
COVID.
for the
I guess we're still in
the thing around.
How fucking great would it be if the priest did get up on like the pulpit or whatever, just be like, all right, I got to read up my donos for the stream before we move on with the actual like mass for the week.
He gives like live shout outs.
Just interrupting the middle of a sermon, just go, oh, Pog, Omega Pog, check out that dono.
That's basically the reality we live in right now.
Subscribe at tier 3, you get an annulment.
It's like when you put a like a 20 into the collection plate, like a soundboard starts like air horn, like lights light up behind him on the pulpit or whatever.
Confetti is released.
Like
the same confetti for weddings.
Church needs to start a VTuber of Jesus. That's how really they gotta get their new image updated.
Dude,
I would love to see
custom prayers.
A hot tub stream, but it's all holy water, and they're just like, you pay money to get your name written on one of those little crackers.
A hot tub stream, but it's like baptisms.
Yeah,
exactly.
Baptizing people and shit.
There was a church near my house where they had like a big tank. They had the big water tank, and I guess the priest would bless the tank. And they had like a dispenser. You could go up and you could like rinse your hands in this little like spout out of this little plastic tank. You could just like dispense some holy water like into your hands, I guess, for if you wanted some. I took like
the
tank
like was there. People have like containers of holy water they use for like stuff around their house and stuff. And that was like to refill your like bottle that you would bring.
Yeah, I had What do you do with it?
What does he do to it to make it holy water? That's what I want to know.
You just have to like pray on it. Like,
does he piss in it?
Yeah,
does he spit in it?
I thought it was so cool. I had like a fancy like an old glass like perfume bottle, and I went and I filled it up with it. I was like, oh my god, I have this like this fancy like red red stained glass bottle. It's full of sacred water. It's so fucking holy.
The answer
is so ready to fight a vampire.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You use it on vampires and zombies. That's what Castlevania taught me.
Right.
That's why they put it out. It's like for home it's for defense. It's
important
defense.
to have lots of like compartments in your house with holy water and whips.
When the kids come around for trick or treat, you just splash it in their faces. Be gone, demon.
The best way is to throw it like a grenade, and then when it lands, it explodes with a little fire effect.
Yep.
They just throw the bottle and it just like clunks someone in the head and gives them a concussion.
It strangely goes at like
Not
a
today,
linear,
Satan.
like 45-degree angle, though. No matter how you throw it, it's very strange. But
it needs to shatter.
Yeah.
Now I'm second guessing my sale of Bitcoin.
You can go all in,
just
and
said
if you
already
lose money,
made a profit. You win.
Just blame Ben.
I did make a profit.
Think of it this way: if you don't own Bitcoin and then it goes up, you lose.
Nah.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
You haven't.
I don't know.
You haven't lost anything.
True.
Ben is right. Every single day of your life, you are losing at casinos and all sorts of games that you're choosing to not partake in. Like, think of how much money you're losing by not going to Vegas right now and betting all your money.
V-Bucks I'm losing by not buying and getting my bonus for them on my purchases.
All those actively losing money every second.
That's how corporations. That's how corporations plan their profit margins.
Exactly.
Whenever it goes down, that's not money they're losing. That's money that they're not making.
Yeah. The like if they're still making money, but not even if they're still making the same amount of money as before, it's like, well, that's terrible. We should have been making even more than we used to make.
There's nothing wrong with targeting
Sustaining your
exponential growth forever.
You have to grow.
No, of course not. Why else?
Man, it would be really unfortunate if, like, the dominant business model of the entire planet was growth on a finite system like the planet Earth. Man, that'd be pretty fucking shitty, guys.
I don't understand.
I think it'll all be worth it as long as some specific shareholders make a lot of profit. I mean, we can always get another Earth. I mean, there's
because then those guys can just go to Mars.
Yeah, they can just go to Mars.
Right.
So what's the big deal? And then we
there
can
isn't a single Martian right now who owns an Amazon Prime subscription. It's a completely untapped market.
You just have to become one of those guys.
Infinite growth might fail on Earth, but on Mars it's going to be different. It's going to be different this time.
Mars is half the size, so the growth will be twice as fast.
A civilization of people who all watch Rick and Morty. It would be so advanced. There'd be no stopping them.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that what Mars is?
Yes, it's just going to be Elon Musk and the rest of his Rick and Morty pals.
Did you see Elon Musk and Grimes on Twitter? These fucking freaks. They're being all like, "Ooh, Elon, ooh, you make me a cyborg body, please." Ooh.
Yeah, they're cringe on Twitter, which is truly the
bad.
highest crime possible.
Why on earth are you paying attention?
Yeah, that was my question.
I saw someone else retweet a screenshot of it, so like I'm not following them, but I saw it. Oh man, it just reminds me, like, dislike these people.
Oh,
a lot.
I so much hate things of many people. I hate them. I so much hate them.
Every day,
what I do.
I wake up and I look at a list of every single famous person. I'm like, I hate that person. I hate that person. I hate that person.
Don't like that one.
That's how you wake up in the morning.
Really don't like that one.
You gotta tweet it all out.
That guy's a problem. Yeah.
You gotta tweet
Ben, you
the list
should wake
out
up in the morning and think of all the things you love.
It's done.
No, you gotta think of more. You gotta start loving more things than zero things.
Just think about how much your money you're gonna make off of Bitcoin and how it's definitely not gonna bite you in the ass because it can only go up. It will only eventually go up as long as you don't sell.
It literally can only go up.
You don't lose money until you've sold it at a loss. So if you never sell,
yeah,
there was that thing we came up with. Yes. Like if we do like the opposite, then at least one of us will make money.
Right.
So if Ben keeps his Bitcoin and I wait for it to crash before I put back in, if at all, then at least one of us will be with the winner.
This is not a financial advice podcast, but if you follow one of them, you're guaranteed to make money because we're covering both possible outcomes.
Not having Bitcoin and having it.
If it bit you in the ass, then it would be Bitcoin. the name
Aren't
would be
those
apt.
the two?
Ooh,
Aren't those the two
damn.
genders? Not having Bitcoin and having Bitcoin.
Sounds about right.
I think so. I've read that somewhere. Oh.
I still have Dogecoin though. If everything goes
Me
way
too.
up, I'll still have that
Look,
Dogecoin.
I
to cash
literally
in.
like way before any of this Doge shit happened, like a year and a half or maybe even 2 years ago, I didn't do it. I fucking hate myself so much. I almost bought a shitload of Dogecoin just because I was like that
Yep.
dog is going to die pretty soon, and it's probably going to spike in value. So I was just being very opportunistic about it.
Dogecoin is well, it's almost back up to 30 cents. So I mean,
Yeah,
that's something.
it's like doubled in the last. I mean, it's interesting. You watch like Ethereum, Dogecoin, and Bitcoin, and their graphs are almost always identical. It's just people's faith in
Everything
the
follows
Crypto in
everything
general, yeah.
else.
It's not that it's not the specific ones, but it's also crypto
It's almost
in
like
general.
these coins are just fucking investments and have no value outside of people hyping them up.
I don't think I can agree with that. I mean, are you seriously discounting the myriad of uses that you can have for Bitcoins, like buying drugs online, buying child pornography online?
You know,
those are the only two, but those exist.
You're right. You're right.
What if you could leave
AMC
your car?
is going to start accepting Bitcoin because they're a meme stock and they're leaning into it. So unironic, that is true.
What could go wrong with a currency that can rapidly like devalue itself to like half in like one day?
Yeah.
Like, there's no possible way that could bite them in the ass.
What if you could leave your car idling and it would generate arcade tokens that you could trade for heroin? And that's what Bitcoin is.
It already does. You can just hook up like a bag to your car exhaust and then huff the fumes and then get high off that, and you can trade that for drugs.
Just
And
put
it's
your
better-
mouth
and it's
over the
better
exhaust.
for the environment.
Just deep throat that.
The environment
That's
is
a
really
solution.
just an illusion, yeah.
That's
It's
a
not-
solution to climate change. Just put bags over
Deep
your
throat the
car exhaust so it
exhaust.
doesn't go into the atmosphere and
Yeah,
then sell it
just
for drugs.
put a big garbage bag over the back of your car, and then when you're done, just like bury the bag in your backyard, and then there's really no
just
problem.
put the carbon back in the ground where we got it from.
Right, just burying it,
It's the
grow a carbon
circle of
tree.
life.
A lot of good ideas in this episode.
Dude, we're like solving all the world's
$1
problems.
million ideas here. On
They're
the
all
Pro
patented, by the way.
Crastinators
We will sue the
podcast.
fuck out of you if anyone
And
tries
don't
to
even think
implement
about trying
any
to
of these
improve the
things.
world with our ideas unless we
Yeah,
can make money.
Exactly.
What if you could
I
like
only-
hook up a
You only
car
pay me in
engine to
Bitcoin,
a-
by the way.
You know how like Bitcoin's always like, oh, we got to get computers or whatever to do it. What if you could hook up mining Bitcoin to a car exhaust, and then people would drive to make Bitcoin, and then that would be like so much Bitcoin,
Shit.
infinite funds.
Sounds
What
like
if-
a
Never
good
mind the
idea to
greenhouse
me.
gases accelerating.
What
Someone
if
get
you
Satoshi
just
on the line. We gotta fucking
built a-
figure this out.
A boat. What if you built a sailboat and you just attached a big fan to it that would blow air into the sail, and then you would just push the boat
Oh.
in perpetual motion machine?
Okay,
My
but what if you
dude.
covered yourself in oil and then you went out when it was raining and then you started flying because oil is lighter than water?
I'm not sure if that would work, but sounds
You should
pretty
live
cool.
stream that. You should live stream it. Otherwise,
Live
it's a
stream
waste.
perpetual motion machine test number 1.
Yes, please.
Uh,
We've.
the-
Should we? Do we think it's time to start listening to voicemails?
How
We've gone for
far
an
in
hour
are
and
we?
an hour and a half, give or take.
Well, I've got one thing to talk about.
You know, we haven't even talked about like anything.
Yeah, we've
like
like zero topics of discussion. We've literally just been like
Yeah.
going for like an hour and a half.
Usually by
This
this
is
point
the
I would have
cold
been like I would have been like, yeah. This,
All right,
I would have been
let's
like,
start
wait,
the
I had
fucking
notes.
show, guys. All right, welcome to the episode
Let's
of the
get down to
Procrastinators
business.
podcast. At
Let's
least I can cut out
actually-
everything that happened before this point.
Let's
We're just gonna
cut the
start now.
crap. Let's cut the crap and get down to brass tacks. All right, we've got business to attend
Well,
to.
there was one thing I wanted to get on record, because I don't think people are aware of this, but I've been a fan of Cybershell since around 2008 or so, I think,
Wait.
before the
What-
PCP was even a twinkle in anybody's eye.
Yeah, me and Gamers
So-
Tavern are old school LP heads from when that was a brand new and creative art form just bursting onto the scene. And everybody was so excited about it. And nobody could have predicted how horrible it would become and how awful modern Twitch culture will be. And it's definitely not my fault. I didn't contribute to this at all.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
try and blame me.
That's definitely true. But I never thought I'd eventually be talking to the great Sonic lore master himself. This kind of just happened by mere happenstance, because I didn't even know what the PCP was until 2018 when I was invited on by.
Right. I specifically remember that because, you know, the PCP used to be a very non-guest type podcast. You know what I mean? I was very surprised when I got asked to be on, because it was like, I was not the first guest ever, obviously, but like, I was like the first guest in a long, like it became guest time for quite a while after that. So I was like, wow, what the fuck?
I had literally never even heard of Cybershell until... How
dare you not be a Sonic fan?
Until someone said, Ben, Cybershell referenced your lecture in a video, and I looked at my AdSense, and like I had made like more ad revenue than usual in the last couple of days, and I was like,
you can actually see the runoff effect of people going to that video from my Tails Get Strolled video. Yeah.
That was really surprising to me when I saw that you were on the PCP Cybershell, and I heard somebody mention that you were a PCP fan. So that surprised me even more. I was like, whoa.
I didn't believe it. I still don't believe it.
I mean, it was all just a long con.
I remember seeing Cybershell's like name and avatar like in comments of early PCP, or at least some amount of PCP episodes.
You can go back.
I had no idea you were a big YouTuber.
Well, I wasn't a big YouTuber at the time, especially back then. It's like, if you find my like 2016 comments, I was like, well, I had my one little Let's Play I did for Something Awful back in the day, and I had like, I don't know, under 10K subs. I can't remember the exact amount, but it was like some amount of subs. And then it was just like, in 2017, all these people were making videos, and I was like, I guess I can make a video. Making a video doesn't seem like it'd be that hard to do, right? Because I just had this weird thing where I promised I was going to do a Sonic 2 bonus video back in 2008, and then I never did it. So I had 8 years worth of just cheeky comments of people going, oh, when's the Sonic 2 bonus video? So I took all of those comments, and I made a little montage, and then I was like, fine, I'll make the little video you guys wanted. Are you happy now? And then I just made a couple more videos, and I don't know, you know, we make a couple videos, they do well, so you want to keep making more ones, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I
do a little
that.
Content.
You do a little content. But,
Cybershell at one point, and maybe hard to believe this now, was an underdog video maker on YouTube. And I was following him since back in those days. But it's just weird how I never knew about the PCP, and now I'm on it and I'm a fan of it. And it just so happens that Cybershell...
we both ended up on the same episode, because I had the same thing where I recognized GamersTavern's avatar from like comments from like ages and ages and ages ago. So I don't know. You just see people in the comments enough, you sort of like start to just, remember them or whatever. I always just, for some reason, his avatar of just GamersTavern, where it's like a shade of brown and then like a slightly different shade of brown. For some reason, that always just stuck in my mind.
But that means I did a pretty good job designing that logo. For not being an artist.
It's minimalistic, but it works. It's enough. It's enough.
At least it's not a fucking anime avatar.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Come on.
You're not one of these sick fucks.
Anime people.
Those are pretty terrible. Something else that surprised me is to find out that Sugar Conroy is a big fan of yours, Cybershell.
Yeah, there are a few bigger people who are like still doing Let's Plays or whatever, like Sugar Conroy, which is crazy to me that there are still people out there making money and like continuing to keep the Let's Play tradition alive. And I mean, most of Let's Play's tradition sort of exists now on like Twitch, you know what I mean, and like live streaming, which is fine and is like good, but it's sort of a separate thing, from like the pre-recorded Let's Play days of old.
Yeah, Sugar Conroy was one of the original YouTube Let's Players, I think back from 2006 or something, and I started watching him on and off since around that time, and he's one of the pre-Game Grumps LPers, and I was pretty surprised that he knew of you and is a fan of yours. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I actually never talked to him that much back in the day. I actually knew he's part of a group called the Runaway Guys with a guy called Proton John, and I knew Proton John from Something Awful because that's where all the cool kids were hanging out back in 2007, 2008. The hub of all cool internet activity that sort of became a nasty little seed, which blossomed into a million other parts of modern internet culture of something awful. You know what I mean?
Well, I figure since Sugar Conroy is a fan of yours, maybe you could pitch him my LPs one day.
Because, I'll definitely. One of the you're also one of the people you making good Let's Plays, a very small but dedicated.
I really like the Gamers Tavern collection of Let's Plays.
Nobody tries to be funny in their Let's Plays. Everybody just thinks their stupid natural personality is going to be enough to carry the content.
Well, I just thought I thought maybe he'd like them because he's from what I hear he's a big pun guy and that's kind of my specialty.
I feel like he absolutely would like your videos. Definitely, he's got that kind of very. Humorous sensibility, you know what I mean? Where it's just like a lot of unrelenting punchlines after another, which is great.
Nobody writes material for their Let's Plays.
Right.
It's a lost art.
It's ironic to complain about
That's
that.
Exactly
but,
why I did
part
it.
of me does miss that, you know what I
mean? That's exactly why I chose to do it, because I figured nobody in their right mind would do this. So that's why I'm doing it.
That's how you know you have a good video, honestly.
That's reason enough. Yeah,
I agree.
It's funny because back in the day, people used to accuse Let's Players of scripting their videos, but actually nobody ever did that because that would require, effort.
That's it. Yeah.
To fully script out a video, that'd be like a lot of work. Usually, I would just have things I want to talk about that I try to make it sound natural.
If you thought that the banter in a Let's Play was so sharp that you were like, this can't be off the cuff, this has to have been pre-scripted and written and produced, I just wow.
The news comes out, Aaron Hansen has never played a video game, it's all been scripted.
It really tells you a little bit about the person that they can't imagine having a funny conversation like that.
A bit.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Some people are natural entertainers, honestly. It's kind of weird. Some people like Germa are just they can just flip a switch and they're just on, you know what I mean? They can just be funny for extended periods of time.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and I'm not one of those people. That's why I need a script.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with a nice bit of scripted content. Not everyone has to be a Twitch streamer in my book.
But then it's just...
You are missing out on content, though, as we've been saying.
You're just wasting content.
You're wasting... Every second of your life is content. And
you should live stream your script writing.
We should live stream us recording the episode before we release the episode.
You live stream the recording of the episode, and then you have the episode premiere, and then you can have the post-premiere.
Yes.
Look back at the episode. They have the Talking Dead, they have the Walking Dead, and they have the Talking Dead. A look back at the episode. We can have a look back at the PCP we just were on.
Which then we live stream our after how do we feel about the reception of this episode?
That was a few bonus episodes where we just talk it over a PCP as it was playing.
Mystery Science Theater in your old episodes.
Yeah, I was. I think I was on one of those.
In a while.
Might be time.
Yeah, because you were on the one, because we did your old episode, the first episode you were on. We did the redubbed it.
The PCP will never die. It'll be like a loop. It starts back at the beginning where you just, okay, now we're going to be commenting on the first episode again.
We should just not even have those as bonus episodes. We should just that should be the next
That's what I mean. That's the next phase of the PCP,
think,
is just redoing every old episode commenting on the old ones.
I think that was
people love your old content, you know what I mean? All the people bitching about, oh, it's not like the old days.
Old good, new bad.
They can give them what they want. It's literally just exactly the old episodes again, the exact same episode.
Commentary tracks.
I think that was originally.
We'd literally script it. We would get the transcript and then say the things again. And if somebody's not there, we'd have to
play hire a new person to play Trixie.
We hire a bunch of actors, and it's I give you a live, I'm imagining it at a local theater, on stage, in front of a curtain, just people standing there with scripts, doing a live reading, a live performance of
people would be like,
episode 4 of the Pro Crastinators podcast.
They think it's just a fucking podcast or something, but they don't understand every single line has been pre-scripted. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute, this is starting to become an actual good idea.
It's kind of funny. The idea of doing unnecessary commentary has always been funny to me. The idea of doing commentary, a Let's Play is already commentary. It's already director's commentary, only you're not the director. So I did a video once that was commentary on my first Let's Play video, and I was like, this is my commentary on my thoughts. And then I immediately did a commentary on that video. And then I did a commentary on that video. I remember
watching those.
I did that I was like, I got 4 deep, and then I stopped. But the idea of just doing commentary on a commentary, but like on a podcast is like extra funny because it's already pure audio. Like it would be so hard to like tell, especially if it wasn't some of the same voices. You know what I mean?
It is hard. It's very confusing.
What
if we literally do that and we get like the transcript, the closed captions from a video, and we just re-record a re-performance of it, and we make it a bonus episode
remastered.
Maybe you should do that.
We're doing it. We're fucking doing it. I'll find an episode.
Fucking transcript. Do we have that on our channel? Do we have to enable that, or is it just like automatic?
There's automatic captions.
Yeah, maybe
the captions are pretty decent now. Yeah, the automatic ones. I mean, if you have like some specific proper nouns, it might not get, but like for the most part, it's pretty good. You don't even need to hire someone. I mean, you could, but you can also just use voice, like the AI text to speech has gotten pretty good. You can just synthesize new cast members.
Here's what we do: we replace everybody who's not here on the podcast. We just run their scripts through all of the Pony video audio generators. So we just have Twilight and Applejack replacing Trixie and Nate in all the episodes.
Delicious.
That's the final stage of the podcast: is you actually talking to the ponies.
Yeah, it's where we've been heading this whole time.
Speaking of Pony,
we have to go back.
Have you seen the trailer for the new movie thing?
I did see the trailer.
I didn't actually watch it, but I've been seeing images from it.
It looked like really, really lame.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't have expected much else. Right? But it was just like
it looks better
in
motion.
Jokes in the trailer landed at all.
I saw people saying that one pony looks like she's the daughter of Mordecai and Twilight.
Yeah.
With the blue hair or whatever.
Yeah.
That meme is pretty funny.
I don't know.
And her cutie mark even has like 3 little things coming off it that looks like Mordecai's tail feathers. Like it's a bit of a stretch, but it's like it's not the biggest stretch.
It just seems very generic. It seems like what you would have expected G4 to be going into it, I guess.
Yeah. It's back to the same old, like, corporate nothing.
Right. Now they have, like, a huge fan base of, like, there are obviously always been some My Little Pony fans, but I feel now they can make some generic shit, and it would still probably sell really well. So they're like, hey, let's just make some generic shit.
Yeah.
It's got... They really reinvigorated the brand with G4. They don't have to try that hard.
All the people who have the content, they have to make the content by reacting to the episodes.
It'll be a great new age of
the engagement.
People bitching about the ponies and saying how ugly they are and how bad they are and how not good they are.
Dr. Wolf is making bank. Dr. Wolf's not wasting any of this content. He's monetizing his every thought.
There's a lot
of the bronies who really stuck through it, and they never once even considered covering a different show or something. And they're just like, gonna wait until the next fucking generation of pony shit comes out. Fuck it.
I know my niche.
They've been doing it for 10 years. Can you imagine being a content creator that just stuck to one topic and that was it? Oof. How embarrassing.
I mean, maybe I would have more money.
Are you gonna pivot to being a full-time Sonichu channel now?
No, full-time Winnie the Pooher.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, dude.
If Chris was releasing monthly updates, I don't know. No, I wouldn't do. No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I don't have...
It's one thing to do if there's actually something to talk about. It's one thing if you have to just make up shit to get angry about.
Read a new tweet that says the same thing as all the other... Another deranged tweet that's exactly like all the ones that she always makes.
Ben just doesn't have it in him to be too successful.
No, I just...
Oh, you think you're too good to read tweets?
Just as a hardcore anti-capitalist, can't let yourself get too successful. Otherwise, you might get seduced by the system.
It's like, that's why I love Bernie Sanders so much. He knew that, like, if he actually won anything, it would just defeat the whole point. So he's
just there to give people hope. He's not actually there to fix it.
Controlled opposition.
He had to do a classic pratfall, pivot, crash and burn at the last minute, and he pulled it off.
Crash and burn.
Yeah, he's a comedian at heart.
Burn.
It really was like a perfect example of like a Sideshow Bob stepping on a million rakes, and he pulled it off with aplomb. I have much respect for the man.
I've never seen anyone step on rakes with such poise, such grace.
Also, he wants to prove that he's legit, so if he actually won, then, he's one of them.
Yeah. I'm glad he didn't win, and then we didn't have to get disappointed by him winning and then not fixing everything. That would have been worse.
Nothing sacred.
No, that would have been great, because then once everybody realized that Bernie wasn't the answer, they would have taken up their pitchforks and marched on Washington.
Right. That's why they couldn't let him win. Like, they weren't afraid that he was going to fix everything, but they were afraid that people were going to realize, like, oh, it doesn't matter who we elect. It's never going to change.
Right.
We can't let him eat the carrot. We can't let him eat the carrot that we're dangling.
It's just
because then they'll realize it's not
because we only have one carrot. And we have,
we
have to keep using the stick forever.
It's like the
I don't know. I think you're placing too much faith on people. People never seem to learn that idea.
I don't actually think they would learn a lesson from any of this or from anything that happened. I think you're probably right. It's nice.
History is doomed to repeat itself.
Dude,
at least that means we're going to get a few more good Sonic games before it's over.
Wait, because Bernie's going to
Well, if history's going to repeat itself, then we're going to go through the 90s again.
Oh.
I guess you're right.
But the problem is it's not going to happen until the 2090s when we're all dead.
God. I gotta put myself in sort of Walt Disney cryo storage or something.
Wasn't there a plague in like 1920?
Yes, there was.
And there was another one in 2020.
There was also one in 1820.
Yeah, the Spanish.
Yeah, what's that one called? The coronavirus, I think.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
Pretty cringe.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of elected officials, I have the Lord of Ghosts, the Lord Mayor of Ghosts.
Yes,
is with me.
I saw
the plush exists.
Fucking
real.
And he's here right now. He's got his funny little hands.
He's real.
Spent so much on shipping.
He's on the podcast.
Oh God, I gotta. I guess I've got her. Wait, you're not shipping them like now, are you? Because I'm gonna be changing my address soon.
This is just the sample. I've been waiting to see it in person. He looks great. Yep. And he's squishy, and he's like, you can pick him up and throw him, no problem.
That's important.
That's what you want.
And yeah, he's adorable. And now I have something that I can like fashion the little like ghost costume. It's gonna be like the size of a handkerchief, which is super adorable. I'm gonna have to figure out how to make those in bulk, but yeah, things are happening. It's exciting, but also terrifying.
Yeah, now you have to do it. Now you have all this responsibility.
I have to keep track of everybody who pledged and how much they pledged, and if anybody wants like a plush, I haven't ordered them yet, and if they want one, I can maybe like accommodate adding that to like a thing. I'll figure it out. I need to like ask everybody before I start buying stuff, because some people may have changed their minds. I know Tom wanted one, so I'll have to like buy an extra.
I couldn't believe this. I was looking at the Battle Gem Ponies Kickstarter, and I saw that there is apparently an option to like add to a Kickstarter tier. You can add like optional bonuses where you can like hit a button and be like, okay, I want this tier, but I'll also add like $5 and I'll also get this add-on to it, or I'll add $10 and I'll get this other add-on. And like, I had no idea you could do that on Kickstarter. That was like exactly the feature that like it would have been really useful for me with the Vapors. It would have been useful for you with the Lord of Ghosts and adding the plush. Like I've never seen it before. I guess I'm glad it's there, but I wish I knew about it.
For the future.
It's pretty stupid that I didn't like figure that out, because it was right there.
Me too.
I was just like, oh, I don't want to do anything wrong. I'm not even gonna click on anything.
Well, as long as you don't forget to fulfill any rants that people paid for, you'll be fine.
True.
Nobody would ever want me to rant about anything. That's impossible. Who could think of such a thing?
Well, we've been ranting. We've been ranting and raving for we're almost at 2 hours now. I'm trying to think, was there anything that I fucking had to bring up this week? Anything I wanted to mention that I didn't already touch on? Maybe not. Last week did I mention the funny thing about when May and Ethan Ralph went to the Chris Chan arrest? That May says, "You know my friend Ben Saint." Did I mention that before?
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned it. I saw that. You got fucking name dropped.
I got name dropped.
I don't know if you mentioned it,
May.
but
my close personal friend,
that.
Sad and Trad on Twitter.com. Can't. I don't know. I just think that's really funny. That's really funny and bizarre. I guess she thought that would help somehow.
Your name is part of the historical record of the document. Chris Chan getting arrested video. You know what I mean?
Future historians will wonder, like, who was this mysterious Ben Saint? That was the
that'll be the only artifact that exists of our civilization.
That was the friend of like the holy like lady, the holy like our Lady of Pain, Pantsu Party, who was one of the historical record.
There's no better way to get in Chris's good graces than a woman who knows Ben Saint.
It's the what a treat. I guess other than that, no, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything, and I never will do anything ever again.
What about the game, Ben?
Oh God, I have been working on the game. I made I added blood. I added animated blood effects.
That for mature.
Splatter all over the wall. It might be a little too much. I might like dial it back and make it a little like less, because there's like a lot. It gets everywhere now.
The game is no longer appropriate for children. I was gonna make some children play it, but now I can't.
I'm just gonna force some children.
Just read some kids at the park, like, want to play this game? And they're like, no.
It's cool, like body parts go flying.
This isn't Fortnite.
And My Little Pony.
Body parts go flying, and they spray out like a stream of blood out of like the severed part, and like the blood like arcs across like the floor and the wall, and like splatters in like patterns.
Like, yeah, that sounds pretty dope. Honestly,
it actually looks pretty cool. I mean, it's a pretty basic, but it's a funny effect.
This is sounding kind of like a feature creep to me.
You're right, but this is a feature that I have been imagining. I've been thinking of adding it for a long time, and I finally sat down the other day and I did it.
Don't spend the next 5 years adding features.
No, there's only so many features that I actually need to add. No. I feel okay because this isn't like a new thing that I thought of like yesterday or the other day when I was working. I was like, wait, what if I did? This is a thing I'd already had like on a list that I had. I mean, a mental list, but it was an old list. No feature creep. Never feature creep. Maybe a little bit, but not too much. just the right amount of feature creep.
Just the right amount of crypto creep.
Yes. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and you're all just jealous.
Add, a slime coin idle game.
Just in the middle of battle, you can just open up your gel phone and just look at a little like stock and just like trade stocks like between attacks or whatever. It's like, oh shit, I gotta sell my stock. You know what? That's exactly what I should do.
No, don't. It was a silly joke.
You know what? Feature creep actually sounds kind of cool. Actually, it's a good thing, right? It's like when more features creep in and make the game better. Yeah, correct. I like that.
Correct.
Absolutely. I like when the game get better.
Yes. But you can expect the release of this game in 2034.
No.
I can't even believe that year will pass someday. That doesn't make sense to me.
I remember feeling that way about 2021, you know what I mean? Like back in like 2006.
It still feels that way.
About media in like 2020, like that's so far in the future. I'm never going to be there.
I felt that way about the year 2000 now.
Yeah. Great.
Like, wow, that's weird. I can't imagine living in an era where there's a 2 on the end of time.
Imagine how good the world's gonna be by then.
Damn.
Yeah, imagine how cool and technologically advanced it'll be. We'll have flying cars and...
Wait, how old were you in 2000?
I was 12, or 11 or 12.
Okay.
Yeah, I was 11. And then
I think I was a little
12.
too like young to even anticipate like what even that means for like the millennium. The year 2000, like, huh? What?
I thought that shit
I'm going
was
back
crazy.
to playing with fucking blocks or whatever.
These fucking Zoomers who have the privilege of being born in the year 2000, so they always know exactly how old they are because they can just look at what year it is and I'm like, oh, that's how old I am.
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. That's really convenient.
Well, I know how old I am because I just Google how old is The Simpsons, and I'm as old as The Simpsons is, so...
Yeah, that's actually
so easy.
On a separate note, that's depressing as fuck. I was thinking about how, like, Homer Simpson, he's, like, supposed to be in his 30s. He's, like... There's not, like, a one clear canon answer, but he's been portrayed as 32 and 36. I don't want to be as old as Homer Simpson. I would prefer.
I think there was a tweet going around
honest.
where they're saying like there's one of the recent episodes of The Simpsons portrayed Homer as like a young rebellious teenager in the 90s, and it was like, ugh.
Well, they have that sliding
they
time scale
redid-
because I mean, yeah, he's like they're not getting older, but things are still
right.
Current events are still happening. So
Okay,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure that he was canonically 39. But then, like, at some point, they changed it to.
I always
he's
thought
40.
of him as closer
now.
to 40, to be honest. But yeah, you can find shit that says he's like in his mid 30s. It's not that there's one canon answer. Like I said, it
I remember
there's
an episode where his crisis is that he's hit the like halfway point of like the average age. He's literally like halfway through his life because he thinks he's 38, but he forgets that he's actually 39, so he's actually more than halfway. I remember there's like a bit in there.
Right, I wouldn't be surprised.
It probably does vary. At some point they must have made like a decision, but maybe probably early on they like weren't 100% sure about it.
I googled my birth year and like what happened in this year, and I'm scrolling through, and there's a lot of like you would never think to remember this, like Ben Johnson is banned from athletics for life. I don't know what that is. That's who is that? The Indonesia earthquake. Earthquake hits Flores, Indonesia. 2,200 dead. That's how old I am.
Sorry, I only know the release dates of video games. I don't know years of actual events.
It's such a useless
pop
list.
culture,
like,
not world historic events.
I typed in like stuff happens in the year. And it's just a bunch of boring news articles and like war.
Lame.
Where's the real shit?
Well, I
what
know
video games came out? That's all that matters.
I know 1988, the year Ben was born, is when Mario 3 came out in Japan.
Mario 3? Wait, really?
Yeah, Mario 3 came out in the US in 1990, and in Japan it came out in 88, I believe.
I was playing the NES as a kid, thinking it was like new hot shit. I didn't even realize that it was like old, busted, bullshit technology. My parents probably got it at a fucking bargain bin at the library.
I'm kind of grateful to have grown up and have been able to appreciate like the Super Nintendo and Genesis, just to have like been there for that big jump into 3D. Like, whoa, it's fucking 3D. Pause.
I remember.
Holy shit.
Quick facts from 1993. World-changing event. Intel introduced the Pentium family of 32-bit microprocessors.
Yeah, and the world was never the same after that.
It's just so rememberable.
I remember seeing...
that was a big deal.
It wasn't like a commercial for the Game Boy Advance. It was like a commercial for like McDonald's, and McDonald's was doing like a Mario tie-in. It was some company doing some kind of like tie-in promotion with like Mario 64 or something. And they fucking the commercial showed a Game Boy Color, or maybe it was a Game Boy Advance, but it was running... I think it was
something Mario 64 on the Game Boy Color.
Yes.
I think I remember that commercial, and I remember being pissed off, being like, I remember
being like,
that.
wow,
what the fuck?
technology.
I wish I had that.
Like, oh my god, a handheld with 3D graphics? I can't even fucking believe this. And I was like, oh no.
If I could just have Mario 64 in a handheld, I'd be so happy. I'd never be
one of the biggest
again. It happened on the fucking DS, and it was like, whatever, it's fine.
I think one of the biggest...
I was like, okay, I played it in like a week, because like, that was cool.
Look at this thing. The conversation, Ted Danson wore blackface and used the N-word at girlfriend Whoopi Goldberg's roast at the Friars Club.
This looks like it was like an AI-generated list.
Amazing.
It says the most famous person in America was probably.
Where did
the whole sentence?
Where did you find this list?
I'm just Googling places like pop culture. Oh, facts and trivia.
I remember The Shipping News by E. Annie Prowls.
At the price of a Domino's pizza, 2 toppings in 1993.
It was a different time. You know, back then you could wear blackface and say the N-word. It was okay in those days. It was a different time.
It was charming. It was
considered
rustic.
Cool and epic, as a matter of fact.
Intel introduced the Pentium 32-bit microprocessor. Pretty good.
Okay, I guess Doom came out.
That's a pretty big release.
Is it the initial? Yeah, 10th of December, 1993.
Like, Ted Danson wore blackface and used the N-word at girlfriend Whoopi Goldberg's roast at the Friars
guys,
Club.
we gotta cancel Ted Danson. What the fuck is going on here? We gotta dig up this roast.
How old are you? Remember when Ted Danson said the N-word? That
you
old?
Remember that?
I'm
you remember the rascal Ted Danson?
I'm trying to imagine like what the context was that like maybe at the time not everyone thought that was like really cringe to do. Like, I
the 90s was a world before cringe existed. Everybody just did everything genuinely, and nobody was embarrassed by anything. It was only once YouTube and the internet existed that cringe culture came into being.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that the PCP used to say the N-word quite often.
We're just like Ted Danson.
Right. I know for a fact that Zane was in blackface for most of the early episodes.
We said it even more than Ted
we didn't
Danson
have like
did,
video
and later
feed,
too.
so for all you know, we were in blackface the entire time.
Did you know?
You can't prove that they weren't. So
Did you know that behind the scenes we all wore blackface all up the first entire year we were recording? And we never talked about it. We thought it just went without saying.
We thought it was blackface, but it was actually a bunch of soot, like we were in Mary Poppins and we were cleaning the chimneys.
Because, well, you see, because we had all been holding, like, we had all collectively been holding a large cartoon bomb that had, like, exploded at us and, you know, covered us in soot.
And that's basically what it was like in the 90s. It was a lot like the early PCP episodes.
if in a roundabout sort of way. Good times. Those were the days. Love that cartoon bomb. Celestine Prophecy. Classic. A classic.
Game of the year.
Hate pop culture.
Game of the year of the year of your birth. What do you got? What? Yeah, let's compare like year birth games. Who's got the best gamer?
I'm pretty sure Game of
I'm
the
slightly
year,
miffed. I'm 1 year early to be Sonic the Hedgehog, so I have to say Super Mario World.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Top-rated games.
It is a good game.
From the year I was born. Oh, should I? I'm gonna go with ones that were released in America. Super Mario Bros. 2 was released in America.
See, I don't even need to do this because we have the same birth year. So whatever your answer is also mine.
You just take it.
Master Blaster.
Ooh,
Damn, I might win. I've got Mega Man X.
Monopoly on the Sega Master System.
There's Mega Man X, the Secret of
Mega
Mana,
Man X,
there's Myst, there's Doom, Disney's
Mega Man,
Aladdin on Genesis.
Mega Man X kind of came out in '94 in US, I think, and '93 in Japan.
I didn't click on the thing.
Well, The Legend of Zelda came out in 1988, so that's pretty good. That's pretty solid.
I thought it was 1987.
Not according to Computer Gaming World magazine.
God, why is it always gotta be like you gotta check things? I typed it in Google and I have to go and check what year it came out in what country.
Actually, something that fascinated me is that with some really old games, they actually don't know when they came out exactly. Because they used to not keep track of that sort of thing as much. Like, there's a big debate as to when the original Super Mario Bros. Came out. Some people say it was 1985, others say it's 1986.
Wait, wasn't it packaged with the NES? With, like, Duck Hunt cartridge?
Well, Nintendo
or was that just
officially
America?
lists it as 1985, but the NES only had a limited release in the US in 85. It was only released, like, in a couple of cities. And I think it wasn't until 86 that the NES had a release across the entire country.
Okay, riddle me this, Nintendo. You say it's called the family computer. Then why does it only play games for babies? Explain that to me.
Where's the porn?
They need to do a...
Where's the
put
accounting
porn
software?
games in a spreadsheet accounting software, yeah. For mommy
the
and
Famicom
daddy.
actually did have
Where's the
couple of
wine
hentai
video
games.
game?
I need my adult themes and situations and mature situations.
I need to be titillated. I need the Famicom to do a fucking digital striptease for me on my television set.
You ever seen Takeshi's Challenge, I think it was called?
I've seen the JonTron video about it.
Well, it was popular before JonTron did a video on it.
But I'd never heard of it before that.
I think maybe AVGN did a video on it first, but I'm not sure.
Did he?
Maybe he did it after, I don't know.
Wait, what game?
Takeshi's Challenge.
No, I don't think AVGN did that. JonTron did that one.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Are we still looking at video game years? I don't know. Legend of Zelda. That's the answer.
Can you imagine being an old enough piece of shit to like play Atari games and like enjoy them, even though they suck?
I watch this this YouTube channel sometimes called Kim Justice, and Kim Justice talks about pre-NES games in Britain, and like I guess.
Oh yeah, they had the ZX Spectrum over there.
Yeah, the ZX Spectrum. The UK had they didn't get games from like the rest of the world until like the NES. So like they had like their own like homebrew.
They had a whole different like video
scene.
Game scene. Yeah, guys are there. They love like Dizzy the Ig. They love that guy. They have all sorts of weird shit they like over.
The Sega Master System was real popular in the UK, I think.
Yeah.
What's
this is
that
like
one
in the late 80s.
That one
Again,
where you're the little
wasn't
guy.
Really my scene.
Kim. There's like one with like a bunch of sequels. She's made a sort of a documentary about the life of this like kid who like made this game where you're a guy running around like a hotel, and it was like a huge fucking hit. It was like a massive success in the UK and nowhere else. And the guy was like a fucking rock star, and he like got into drugs and like burnt out really young after making one sequel, and like he had like a whole like rise and fall like celebrity fucking
that's just
tragedy
so weird to me.
story.
You're like a rock star video game dev, but like in the fucking late 80s when all the games sucked basically.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not even trying to be mean, but like Atari games are just so primitive that they're just like they're basically like unplayable by today's standards. Again, but it's just weird to me, like imagine video games don't even exist. Like you don't even, I mean, I guess Pong existed, and then like all of a sudden there's this new thing called the Atari. You'd probably think it's pretty cool, but like
it's just the
it's impossible to show it to a kid nowadays and have them actually be interested in it.
There's very few
video
Atari
games
that hold up.
Let me show you the.
There are probably some good Atari games.
Let me show you the
I
game
shouldn't
this
say
guy
that.
made.
It's just
that,
most
like,
of them.
This guy was like living this rock star lifestyle off of. It looked like I'm gonna post a screen. It's called Jet Set Willy. This guy was like, this is like a young.
I remember hearing Jet Set in the title. I was like, what the fuck is going on? But yeah, it's just a weird ass game.
Is that the prequel, the Jet Set Radio?
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I don't think so.
I think this is the sequel. This is number 2, I think.
I've seen games that look like this before, but I forgot what it was called. But I played actually a ZX Spectrum game once in Donkey Kong 64. There's a mini game where you can play a ZX
Jetpack.
Yeah, Jetpack. That's the one. You can play that. It's I think the real original. Version of the game.
Rareware got their start making ZX Spectrum games, so yeah, you can find a few of them on like the Rare Replay or whatever.
I actually thought Jetpack was pretty cool. Even though it's a very simplistic, primitive game, I thought it was not so bad. It's kind of fun to play for a couple of minutes at a time.
Right. Yeah, I was sort of being comedic in my how overly harsh I am. I know there are some good old games. It's just like they're rarer than it's you find a lot of just bullshit that sucks, and you have to use your imagination, which is the last thing I want to be doing when I'm playing a video game. I play that to have imagery force fed to me, not so I can imagine things.
I mean,
is this, Dwarf Fortress?
I'm like, I mean, it's easy to make fun, but like I'm doing some game dev shit, and I have like software that's specifically built for it. Like, imagine trying to make this, and like you have to like program like
it to like really hard
how
to make games.
Draw the sprite like from
you have to like.
Or whatever.
I remember seeing, for Mario or whatever, they have like paper where they would draw.
Yeah, they drew it on graph paper first.
They drew like where the pixels would be, and then they would have to type up like, okay, this coordinate here, draw this pixel, and they would do that, and then that's how they would draw pixel art.
So it was incredibly difficult for them to make fine-tuned changes to the levels, since they'd have to draw it on the graph paper first and go back and type in the code to change something.
Yeah, that sounds about the size of it. Yeah.
I think also back then they had to use like certain ROM cartridges that would only be erased if you shined light into the ship. It had like a little hole for ultraviolet light.
What? I don't even understand.
Like, that's wild.
Like, I forgot what it was called.
You mean like to erase data? They couldn't just delete. They had to like
shine
zap
light.
it.
That is weird. I was not aware of that. But
it was just a feature.
I can believe they had the weird archaic technology like that.
It was like it was a read-only memory chip, but you can erase the data on it by shining a light into a little hole on the ship.
Well, like you had to like manually do it.
Yeah, I think they had to manually do this kind of thing back then. It was pretty inconvenient. You know, making games back then was very difficult. That's why it's pretty impressive.
I always just had my mind blown by how like small of like disk space, you know, they had to work with those games. Like in the original Super Mario Bros, they had to reuse like the fucking clouds as the bushes and shit. You know what I mean? Because just anywhere to save a little bit of space.
Yeah, that's why a lot of the levels are kind of samey. But it's impressive they were able to make a pretty playable game off of the technology they had at the time.
You ever watch those videos? There's a guy who does like sort of like how it works, like old gaming tech, and he there's one where he explains why MissingNo looks the way it does. But in the
is that the 8-bit guy?
It's not the 8-bit guy. No, that's a different guy.
LGR.
This is a guy. LGR. Why MissingNo?
I haven't seen that video specifically, but I think maybe I know who you're talking about.
I think it's called MissingNo Explained.
I may have seen this video. It's ringing some bells, but yeah, it is interesting hearing just like the exact minutia of like, okay, like why does it come out as this weird garbled box? Like what exactly is it trying to do? You know what I mean?
Is he like explaining how it decides to be printed in that weird pattern? Like we all know why there's a glitch, but like, is he going into like?
The channel is called Retro Game Mechanics Explained. The video is called MissingNo's Glitchy Appearance Explained, and it's basically, I mean, he explains why MissingNo has that sprite, and to do so he has to explain the whole like process by which Pokemon sprite data is stored and then like translated and compressed and stuff.
I appreciate anyone who will go to like obscene lengths to like look at just the visualizations that he does to like I need shit to explain to me very basically, you know what I mean? So for me to understand something of this, like when he's pulling out the math and shit, I'm like, okay.
This is good. I want to.
This is a good video, yeah. I appreciate anyone who can like
did you
good
know
visual design.
MissingNo is a thing that happens. Whoa.
Right. This is a step above just a glitch exists. You know, it's like a why. Why is it like, you know? You don't get that kind of
MissingNo is a very mysterious thing to have discovered as a kid, because it's kind of like the father or mother of all glitches. It's quite amazing.
I remember it was really cool finding it as a kid. It was like, it wasn't hard to do, but it was like you had to do these weird esoteric steps, which were easy to explain, luckily. And it's so weird to me how it could like fuck up your game. It like clone your items.
It's accessible and you can do it, and it's funny how it sort of works. Like it's sort of you can sort of just use it as a Pokemon kind of, and it like does things to your game that are like it breaks your game, but like it doesn't break it so bad that like it doesn't work.
It doesn't like hard crash the game. It actually has like you can like put your Master Ball or Rare Candy in a certain slot and get infinite, which is like incredibly useful. I mean, it sort of breaks a game and like makes it too easy, blah blah blah. But you know, as a kid, I didn't give a fuck about that. I was just like, whoa, this is epic.
It was a really easy glitch to pull off, but it was just so weird. It didn't make sense how it would work, and as a kid, I couldn't figure out if the developers did this on purpose or if it was not on purpose. It was just it just didn't make sense, until I got older.
It was hard to imagine, like, how could there be, like, accidentally put a Pokemon in the game with, like, a unique name and sprite? Like, how does that accidentally happen? But, like, oh, these aren't,
exactly.
These aren't on purpose. These are, like, default error messages. Basically, like, missing number means, like, we couldn't find the fucking Pokemon's name.
It's just crazy that so much comes up from just this one tiny error.
It is cool. I like to think of how much like people who are like inspired by MissingNo, just in terms of like glitch hunting and just people make their own games. So they're inspired. Probably not directly, but just like that kind of glitchy shit has inspired like creepypasta too, you know, to some degree, which is also
actually I was gonna say
inspired
that
other games.
MissingNo actually kind of scared me a little bit as a kid because it felt
weird.
like a creepypasta.
It's basically like a creepypasta. That's what creepypastas are all like. They all have that start off. It's like a MissingNo shit where, oh, you have to go here and do all this obscure shit. That's like a reason why, you know, no one else has found this hidden ghost bullshit in the game. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's like when you're a kid, you think that your game got infected by a ghost virus or something.
I was very sad.
You know, when I
realized that it had corrupted my. I didn't realize until later that it corrupted my Elite Four data, and I was very bummed. I was very bummed about that.
The first time I got like poisoned in Pokemon, I thought the game was glitching out because it went, you know, does the whole thing with it when you walk a few steps and it goes bleep.
It beeps and it flashes and shit.
And I'm like, oh shit. Did I do something wrong? Oh no, the game's gonna break and I'm gonna get in trouble. I was very scared, very upset. I had no idea that that's what the poison was.
To a poison mechanic, yeah, it's not.
Because it doesn't make sense that is
they
why
don't explain it. I mean, it's not they don't
happening.
explain it, but like it's easy to have it happen to you and not know what's going on for the first time. So that's fine.
And then eventually the Pokemon fainted, and I was like, oh, it's a thing that was going on.
I love that feeling when you think the game is breaking and then you realize, oh, that's just a mechanic.
Yeah, that's a great feeling.
Pog. Makes me
that's what Eternal Darkness does on purpose. You have the sanity mechanic, and as you lose sanity, the game tries to trick you into thinking that it's breaking.
I'm surprised more games haven't ripped off the sanity meter, but I guess it's like a trick that doesn't, you know, it only really works when it's novel and fresh, you know what I mean?
I don't think many people remember Eternal Darkness, like mainstream people.
Right.
You know?
I don't know what
Not
that
anymore.
is.
Everyone's practically forgotten about it now. But it was a pretty interesting mechanic.
Well,
the end. Games are so fucked up. The end.
Thanks for listening.
That's the end of the Pro Crastinators podcast.
It
was
a
good show, but it's done.
Do you have enough time left on your recording for voicemails?
Oh, I cleared some data. I'm good.
Damn it!
I have space for I have space for 17 more hours, and I intend to go.
All right,
exactly
17-hour episode, baby, breaking the record.
I have space for 52 more hours. I don't know. I can keep going.
Oh, fuck.
He just deleted all of his porn files.
No, I would never.
Ben just deleted all of his game files.
No, if anything, I duplicated them.
Let's see here. All right, the first voicemail. Do I have this numbered correctly? Let me make sure that I'm starting at the beginning. First voicemail is called Lord of Kickstarter Trailers. Let me find it. It is number 3528. There it is. Putting it in. I'm in the wrong channel. I'm looking at the wrong channel. Okay, putting it in general. There. Sorry, this is taking a second. Okay, Lord of Kickstarter Trailers. Let's go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Even though the Lord of Ghosts Kickstarter is already funded, I keep coming back to the page just to rewatch the trailer announcement video thing because it's so good. It's so funny. It's evergreen, even though it is about a limited time event. The video alone is worth the money that I pledged. Thank you, Gib, for being epic.
You're welcome.
Being epic. It's a funny video. I love the sports theme. I saw Tim and Eric live once. They did it. Sports live. It was cute.
I have not seen the thing it comes from.
That reminds me of when John and Aaron used to do those videos advertising when they're going to do some kind of new content. And sometimes those videos were funnier than the actual things they were doing or advertising.
Oh,
yeah. I used to like the skits for like, oh, a Crunchyroll subscription or a new T-shirt, blah, 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 and those were good. Those were good. I definitely wanted that video to be like
Aaron.
Like, I remember the Punk Plush Kickstarter where I was just sort of explaining what it was in front of a camera, and I think it was kind of lame. I wanted this one to be like memorable and fun and cool, and people were like, oh, I'm excited about this now. And I did it, I think.
Better to do something that like gets the energy across than to do something that just like explains what it is, but without like you know, an impact. Yeah, and making the impact is the important thing.
Explaining things in front of a camera, that's a very tricksy move.
I mean, it's normal. It's a normal thing to do. ranting about the Lord of Ghosts Kickstarter. Yes. The next voicemail is called... It is called Another Poem... Oh my god, my computer. It's called Another Poem for Ben Saint. 3, 2, 1, go.
As I open my eyes, my mind is set. No more setbacks, no more regret. It seems I've come up with a perfect plan. I'll tie my artistic brand to Christian. I just can't stop merging. My comic is sure to get lots of clicks. I just can't stop merging. Come watch my lecture. Get your Christery fix. I just can't stop merging. A canon end for this tale of strife. I just can't stop merging. What am I doing with my life?
Hey yo.
True.
Well, I enjoy it. I think we can all find that relatable. Like, who among us hasn't?
You just got merged on, son.
In this kind of situation.
Who here hasn't done a lecture on Chris?
Who here hasn't invariably tied their brand to Chris Chan at some point or another? Who among us can say?
Who hasn't merged their canons together in into a strange, bizarre crossover story of things nobody has ever heard of? Not I. Okay, the next voicemail is called An Elegy for a Fallen Hero. An elegy. But the next one says ignore the previous one, but I'm not going to ignore the previous one. Elegy for a Fallen Hero. 3, 2, 1, go.
So I was a fan of the PCP. Watch while he took a pee. No matter how I tried, I could not break free. And he made me eat his words.
Last week. I think this is a resend.
Yeah, maybe they accidentally posted this one, but it was good still.
It's good.
Even the voicemails you accidentally resend are getting played on the podcast.
Oh, don't filter these. Okay, this one is called... Oh god, it's a minute long. This one is called Ignore the Last One. 3, 2, 1, go.
Does anybody here remember Gringus Bean?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Remember how they told us what they had been and when they'd cream.
I do. That's what he did. Oh, wow.
Kringles, fingers. What has become of you? Does anybody else in here feel the way I do? Please come back. Please come back.
Oh, that was lovely.
That was incredible.
That was incredible. That was I'll call it.
That was the first good voicemail to be over 1 minute long.
I think he did it. I think he did the impossible and made a good long voicemail.
You should redo the whole of the wall with PCP memes, please.
Yeah, definitely do that.
Please.
I don't see why, if you can make something like this, why would you send it in as a voicemail?
Yeah,
the juxtaposition of like putting an effort post into a shitty voicemail that's get played 2.5 hours deep into some podcast is like there is something hilarious.
That's
about
the
that.
appeal.
That is
its
the
own
appeal.
Reward. It's its own reward. Next voicemail is called "Son of Marowak." 3, 2, 1, go.
Son of Marowak here. So I just got back from Otakon, participated in the art show. You know, people bid for items at an auction, online auction. And the Otakon art staff was asking for a lot of hentai. We only had about like 10 pieces this year. Usually it's pretty small. But I'm determined for the next year until the next Otakon, I'm going to submit at least 20 to 40 pieces of hentai featuring monster girls. I'll let you know how it goes.
Huh?
Submit them for what?
Is it an art show? I don't understand.
I thought he was talking about the vendor hall. Is he talking about selling them?
You can never have enough hentai.
I do not know the mechanics of Otakon. I'm sorry.
What do you need? I'm not clear on what they're being submitted for. But I mean, good luck. I hope.
If he's a son of Marowak, isn't he just a Cubone?
No,
he's not just a Cubone. He's a special Cubone. I drew him on the Radcon 4 poster. He's got a whole backstory. He wears a hoodie. He's a Cubone with a hoodie, and he's got a special.
You don't have to go on it. I was already sold on the hoodie.
Okay. Also, I don't have to say no more. Yeah.
Also, did you?
What if a Cubone had a hoodie?
Also, did you know that Ethan Ralph was at Otakon this year?
I did. Someone did say that. Yeah, May dragged Ethan Ralph to Otakon, which sounds so awkward. I just can't imagine. It just sounds like there's gonna.
I'm sure that was a great time.
Fights. Sounds like there's gonna get in fights.
You missed a great opportunity to go have a fist fight with Ethan Ralph and then upload the video to your channel.
I could have done it. I could have
been great.
You missed out on some primo content. You left it on the table.
I did. That's wasted content. The worst wasted content is the content that never even happened. It never even happened.
Of all the
that
views
could have been
you could have
recorded.
gotten.
Think of all the boxing matches that aren't currently going on between YouTubers.
Think of everyone in the world who isn't punching someone right now is
Think
just
of how many
wasting content.
hundreds of boxing matches that you're not participating in right now. You should be ashamed of yourself.
It boggles.
You need to get swollen and start challenging all the content creators to boxing matches. All the content creators you hate.
I mean, that's one way to get my revenge on this world, on this bitch of an earth. The next voicemail is called Mordecai Saint. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ben Saint is just Mordecai from regular show. I will not be elaborating.
Because he fucks horses.
Because I fucked Twilight.
What a
Child is in the new generation.
Is that a good show?
What, regular show?
I always saw it as like, it looks like Adventure Time, but it doesn't have adventure in it.
That's literally why I watched it. I was a big fan of Adventure Time. So I was like, well, this is like similar, right? And I watched like the first season or two, and it is good, but it's sort of a slice of life, kind of more just shit happens. Sometimes some funny shit happens. Like they had an episode making fun of Billy Mitchell. Like I've seen some pretty good shit.
I like that it's just about some guys like working at a job.
Right.
I really like the premise and find them like being like groundskeepers at a park. I think that's charming.
Did you ever see 4 in the AM PM, the like student film by the guy? Really that's pretty good. Yeah, he takes acid and he's like tripping. And he like turns in like the characters from like regular shows. So it's like that's like it's just his regular voice. Like his Mordecai voice is literally just like that guy's regular voice.
JG Quindle, which is like he's the creator of the show. Because like you watch his new show, it's the exact same voice.
I've seen this before.
Right? Yeah, he has a new show on HBO Max, I think, about just like being like a dad guy. Like,
which sucks.
I hate it. I hate it.
I find it. Oh yeah, we were bitching together about Brad Neely's new show. It doesn't look good. I'm not gonna say it's bad, but just based on the trailer, it didn't look look interesting. It's just another family show. It's another fucking family show.
The last thing the world needs is another show about being a parent. In modern society.
Adult animation cartoon that looks kind of like Family Guy, and it's about
the only reason I'll give it a shot is because I like Brad Neely. He's made some amazing shit. I still think like the funniest shit he ever made was just on his YouTube channel. Although I like trying to own away the show and
absolutely.
stuff. But the funny shit ever is just Professor Bros. Like the YouTube videos are just better. They just are. I don't even want to be mean about it, but they're just so funny.
I always thought, like, I watched some of the show and it was okay, but it was never as good as the shorts. It doesn't even
need the animation. Like it somehow works perfectly really when it's just like comic panels in sequence. Like somehow it just works perfectly with that style.
Yeah.
Oh my
god. It's genius. It's so
his character, his like Baby Cakes and the Professor Bros are just such like memorable, amazing characters too, which is like, I don't know. I really do.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
They don't
I
really
want the show
come
to be
across that. I mean, they still have their personality in the show, but I don't think they come across as
It feels different. It just fundamentally is different and feels different on the aspect of it being an actual show, which is like understandable. Yeah. And I'm not even like mad or anything, but just like part of me, I can't help but prefer the original YouTube videos.
Yeah. I don't know. It was just it's like carcinization. Like every evolutionary line eventually takes on a crab-like form because it's just the most effective shape. And similarly, every creator eventually finds themselves working on an adult animated cartoon about being a dad or whatever.
Right.
So we desperately need more family animated shows, obviously.
It's so funny, like Simpsons and Family Guy are both still airing new episodes.
Yeah, they are. They never stopped. Okay, next. Was that the one we just listened to? Yeah, Mordecai. That's right. Next one is called. The next one is an image. So here's the image. I haven't looked at it. Oh, there it is. I hate the antIchRiSt. We've got you surrounded. Come pay off your.
It's Tom with a Nerf gun.
It's this meme that I still don't really.
It's the Nerf gun from the fucking Radcon 3. Arena.
Radcon 3.
Good attention to
detail.
That's a nice deep cut.
Azumi has one arm, so big cringe.
Yeah,
but that's okay.
Oh,
this is before the accident. She lost the IRS.
About to
cut
her arm off as a
backstory confirmed. It was the IRS.
Right.
The IRS chopped her arm off.
Well, nobody likes
they'll do that in real life if you get behind on your payments. They will come cut your arm off like a samurai.
Yeah,
I think that's true.
Is the antIchRiSt in the Rebel pixels like gray and red?
You know,
well, I see it's got the IRS highlighted.
Oh yeah, I noticed that. I didn't realize, but yeah, you're right. That is like the color schema.
I don't know. Like, yes, I guess
like
I agree.
I will say,
I guess I agree with this image. Tom is insane.
I've definitely made this expression multiple times in my life. just today, honestly. So that's pretty true.
But yes,
I mean,
to make a
to be fair, I'm not in a ton of debt. I'm just in student debt. But who isn't? Smart people, I guess.
I mean, you didn't get your student debt canceled?
No.
Biden.
Yeah,
Biden.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, rich people are in debt all the time. Rich people take on more debt.
You can't make money without being in a shitload of debt. Apparently.
That's what Sam Hyde told me. That actually,
just max out all your credit cards, rent a car,
rich people
and trash
just
it.
borrow. They just keep borrowing more and more money and never pay it back. And like, whatever. What are they gonna do?
Well, the gold knife is just to make as much debt as you possibly can, rack up as much debt as you can, and then die and leave it all to your kids.
Wasn't there like a Greek philosopher or someone who was constantly like in debt to everyone? But he was like, yeah, it's great because when you owe other people money, they're always trying to like hook you up with like connections that like will make you money.
And like they don't want to see you dead. They have a vested interest in you sticking around because you owe them things.
You get in debt to everyone, and they're all like pulling for you and like on your team now because they need you to succeed.
Well, it certainly seems to work for the U.S. because I think the U.S. is in like $27 trillion in debt.
Insane amounts of debt.
That's like good though. National debt is like good for some reason.
Right.
That's
China
what they tell
can't
me.
just nuke us because they have to collect their debt first.
Yeah.
They'll just repossess our country when we can't pay it.
Oh, that's fine. I'll be dead by then. The Zoomers can deal with that. I'm already adopting the boomer mindset of just, okay, it's fine. I'll just ruin everything and die.
They make so much more sense now that I'm getting older. Why solve the problems we created?
It's too late to fix things. Might as well just not do anything.
Yeah, just pass everything on to the next generation.
Next voicemail is called, Worst Idea Ever, She, They. 3, 2, 1, go.
So when discussing how older games have soul while newer games often don't, Nate said this on his Gamer Zone podcast.
People argue about that word soul so often. One day I want to make a video defining soul.
And it really struck me, this is the quintessential example of something that is both the worst idea he's ever had and also the most best guy ever idea he's ever had. And I finally fully grasp how those two things are directly correlated with each other.
I see, okay.
I listened to that Gamer Zone podcast, and I left a comment asking,
I really thought that everyone involved with that project should just be ashamed of themselves.
I feel like it's the new hot thing. I feel like the PCP that's going to be on the way out, and everybody should drop and start pledging to the Gamer Zone podcast, which doesn't even exist, doesn't even have a Patreon. What can I say? I never say no to a podcast appearance. I'm here now, aren't I?
I was about to say.
True. The standards are the bottom floor, lowest rung.
Don't worry. I'll sneak in plenty of I'll be sneaking in plenty of PCP references I'll be mind fucking Nate's audience and tricking them into coming back.
Nate, they're like, oh my god, I've never heard. Like, have you? The Nate fans will be blindsided to know that he was once on a podcast.
What? Nate podcast? What?
So I don't know if this is the person I'm thinking of, but I saw someone in the comments of the Gamer Zone making a comment about soul and being irritated that, like, Nate describes things as having soul and being like, that's so vague, and it's just literally just something you can say. You like anything you like, you can just say it has soul.
Yeah, that's right.
And then
everything I like is good
however
and
you
old,
want.
and everything that's bad and new is soulless. That's just the way the world works.
And I'm
Deal
like,
with it.
yeah. I guess, yeah,
it
you
is.
pretty much can. Just say it about whatever you want.
It's
sort
of an extension of just saying, like, if it's good, if I like it, then it's good, and if I don't like it, then it's bad.
Yes,
but like ascribing a word to that to
but
imply
that's the point,
that there's more to
is that Nate could just make a 50-minute video that's just like this is what it means to have a soul. And first of all, let's take a look at the first game to involve souls, Undertale. Let's take a look here.
They invented it.
My take on soulfulness really quick is like, I feel soul, what it means is like, you can tell the people working on the game liked it and they were trying to make a good game. They weren't just trying to make a quick buck. Again, I know that's not something you can just quantify, but like there's I think it's a slight difference between soul versus like me likey thing. It basically isn't. There basically is no difference between that. But like
I think it's it's like knowing that people, or getting a sense at least that people cared about the product they were making, is a feeling that affects your opinion of the game in some way that is that the game itself doesn't really have anything to do with. It's just sort of like you just feel happier thinking about the fact that people put their heart and soul into a product. It feels less corporate, therefore you like it more for no real reason. But
I just thought a soul basically means personality when something has a lot of personality to it.
I think it definitely doesn't have like one set meaning. So this is sort of just what our takes on it are, and I feel like both of those takes are pretty accurate in terms of just what,
as opposed to something that is homogenized. Because, like, for example, you can look at the new Super Mario Bros. Games that everybody hates. And you can say those games kind of lack personality and therefore soul. But then you look at Mario World and Mario Bros. 3 and 2, and those games have a lot more personality.
See, the thing is, it's not a very useful term to use, and I don't use it myself. But when somebody does use it, I know what they're getting at, generally speaking.
It's a little bit of a fortune.
It's kind of unquantifiable because it really does.
Nate would use it.
It relies a lot on your perception, and if you have nostalgia or not, that influences whether you think there's soul in a product.
Right. But Two examples of games I think are soulful is like Sonic Adventure is a soulful game that's not necessarily always good, but it feels like they had fun making it and they were trying really hard and they were like trying to make a good game. That's why it's like crammed full of ideas even if they don't all work. And I feel like another example of a soulful game is Earthbound because it was made by an auteur and it wasn't like
I was going to say
trying
Earthbound.
To be Earthbound is quirky and stuff, but it's not like trying to be a quirky indie RPG. It was just trying to be like Itoi just made this game based off of like his life experiences and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's I don't know. It's hard to explain. It really is hard to explain, and it's not something you can easily quantify. And a lot of it just does come down to how do you personally feel about a game.
It's like
if you look at
if you look at a typical Ubisoft like open world kind of shooting game, you can kind of tell that doesn't have much soul to it.
It's almost easier to point to soullessness than soulfulness.
Yeah, it's just a pure corporate production. People just have to make it, and they have to make 1 million of them.
Okay, but I think it's possible for a corporate entity to make a game that feels like it does have soul.
You're absolutely right.
And
like a shitload of art throughout human history has been commissioned, by like, not just corporations, but like, wealthy, patrons of the arts and like the, the Renaissance and stuff. Like a lot of art. I wish art could just exist spontaneously, without having to be, fit within the monetary framework of reality. But, it doesn't. So yeah, a lot of good art can come from corporate shit too. But like there is still an element of soullessness and homogeneity that you can see and identify.
Well, a corporation has to hire artists, and the artists might care about the work they're doing.
Right.
Yeah, it's really kind of a useless metric by which to judge a game. Like whether or not it's like you think it has soul or it doesn't, the game is the same. And if it's made corporately, or like artistically, the end product is the only thing you're experiencing. You don't really know, and that can't possibly influence anything.
Right.
It's just the end product is the thing that you end up experiencing, and the soul is just added on top of your own.
Yeah, it's what you're extrapolating backwards based on what you think happened during game development, which is again like you will have a different opinion of how soulful a game is if you were there for the entire process of making it, which obviously you can't be for.
That's true.
Game.
But
when you say it has soul, you're saying that it feels as though someone put a lot of work and love into it, and maybe they did, or maybe they didn't. But like you don't know. At the end of the day, you're just saying it feels like they did. And that's good.
At the end of the day, it is a nebulous term.
It doesn't really have much narrative, or not narrative. It doesn't have much like analytical value because it's so unquantifiable. It's better to like, if you feel like something has soul, it's better to kind of extrapolate what about it is resonating with you that way emotionally.
You can be like, I feel like it has soul, but you got to explain like what about it makes you say
obviously
that?
You need to
if it resonates with you
it.
in an emotional level like that, and you're trying to make an analytical point or trying to like explain what that means, you have to then extrapolate into something much more concrete so someone else can understand where you're coming from. Just defining soul further will not solve the problem. Or you could just like you're defining your feelings.
You could just double down on the feeling aspect and just say there's just something unquantifiable about this that I just really love, and I don't know how to explain it.
But I don't think Nate would accept that if someone else made the same point.
That's what I was gonna say. Either way, like you can't. Either way, it all comes down to the specific thing, like with a specific game you think is soulful or not. It's hard to do this as in the abstract. Make a video that's just about soul. You know what I mean? Like that would be really.
I like to list specific examples. Like in Earthbound, there's an enemy called Mad Duck. And one of his attacks, I forget what it does, but one of his attacks is to spin something around, which like confuses you or whatever. And it doesn't tell you what he spins around. He just spins something around, The dialogue says that. So it's little things like that that are sprinkled throughout the game that I think adds personality, and you could say it's soul.
I can imagine though a game where like the developer really cared about what they were making. And they really put a lot of themselves into it, and they worked really hard, and they poured love and time and energy into making exactly the product that they wanted to make. But, like, it's bad, and it's something that you hate, and you don't like it.
Yuck.
Would it still...
That can certainly happen.
Is it still... I guess that you would still... Yeah, it's soulful, but it's not good. I guess that would make
I guess
sense.
that can exist. It's going to be pretty rare you'd see people say shit like that, but I mean, like, I guess you're right.
Actually, I think a good example of that is, what was that game called? Deadly Premonition, I think?
Most of the time when you're saying, oh, it's soulful, and then you say, why? And then here's here's a detail that I liked. Here's a story theme.
That's a game that is kind of bad, but a lot of people loved it.
Yeah, it's like a B game. It's like it's people love it in spite of the fact that it's kind of a hot mess.
Yeah, but that's because it was clear the developer put a lot of love into it, even though it's kind of bad.
I'm thinking of Limbo of the Lost as a soulful game with a lot of personality. That's
just piece of shit type game. Yeah.
You know that one, right? The one with the one
with the box art, right?
I don't know the box art. It's the one that ends with the King of Limbo song.
Oh yeah, it's not the box art I'm thinking of. It's but yeah, Mandalore Gaming had a good video on this, which is how I saw it. Yeah, it's a good bad game. This is the game that had like lots of weird plagiarism, didn't it?
Yeah, it had it had like just fucking Skyrim stuff just in it. They just stole assets from Skyrim.
Well, nothing says stole more than stealing assets.
Well, okay, they stole a lot of stuff, but the stuff that is original is very weird and very like unique. And it's like, I mean, an auteur made this.
I don't agree with
someone
stealing
with a vision
assets, but like that doesn't necessarily preclude something from being soulful. Like Barkley, Shut Up and Jam Gaiden, it has a lot of stolen assets, but like that's part of the joke. Like that's intentional. Yeah. It's not like it was a free game too.
That's almost like a ROM hack from back in the days when people used to do ROM hacks and that kind of thing.
Something is soulful about ROM hacks in general, just the way that it's like such a purely fan-driven, out of love, not-for-profit
a ROM
type situation.
Hack is, when you think about it, it's kind of like a fanfic, just from a programming standpoint.
Right. Basically, every good programmer got their start like modding some other game. You know what I mean? Well, not like every good programmer, but you know, like a lot of people got their start.
That's the case for Christian Whitehead, who made Sonic Mania.
Yeah, a lot of the modern the Sonic Mania team in particular is basically made up of fans from the ROM hacking scene, which is pretty cool.
I think we can go to the next voicemail.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That was all on just Soul. Soul is a good. We basically made Nate's video for him. We just talked about it for 50 minutes about.
Yeah, but
Soul.
He can't. If he just clips our audio and makes that video, he's got to pay for it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be a very soulful explanation of soul.
Just clip someone else's podcast. Here's my video.
The next voicemail is called it is called Nothing Can Stop Me. No, there is nothing that can stop me now. Sorry, it's loading. There it is. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
None of you can stop my evil machinations from coming into fruition. None of you can stop my dastardly plans. And underneath the table of justice, I reside, sticking sticky sticks of gum under the table in which I have reside, which I will reign supreme. Sure, you may lift the table up, but I will win as soon as the table turns. You have flipped the tables yourself, leaving me the victor. Sure, you can punch me in the face, but I have a face mask that can block exactly one punch.
He thought of everything.
What can you do? What can you say? There is nothing that can stop me now.
I like imagining that he recorded that under the table.
Where he was sticking
during class.
The tables sure have turned.
Well, I'm intimidated.
It sounds like he won, and I don't feel like there's nothing we can do about it other than admit defeat.
A big W for that guy who, I don't know, I don't remember.
He's the under the table guy.
Under the table guy is he's thought of everything. Next voicemail is called Based Comments Award Show, episode 274. 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to Based Comments Award Show for Procrastinators Podcast, episode 274.
Tectonic Improv?
The most based comment
has
got to be by Tectonic Improv, who says, most based guest ever? I'm inclined to agree. Thank you for your comment. Tune in next time. Just kidding. I'm never doing this again.
Wait.
He didn't even say what guest it was, but I guess it's him.
No, it was last episode. Who was the guest? I don't even remember a single
last week
ago.
Was Crack.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. It was
last week you had exactly 2 guests, Crack and Tom.
I'm also inclined to good commenter. Good commenter, that Tectonic Improv. Next voicemail is called order number US1_0784641. Hold on. Let me put it in the dang chat. Okay, there it is. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, how are you today?
I am chewing gum in your ear.
What? No, I am a real person. Can we continue?
This is the ASMR you ordered.
I am a real person. Can you hear me okay?
This ASMR package was ordered by Nate on October 19th, 2017.
Yes, I'm a real person. There is a live person here.
We're sorry for the delayed shipment.
Who's the real person?
I am a real person.
Oh, shit.
I am a real person.
God. Is that it? Okay.
Oh, that was terrifying.
Well, that was great, whatever that was.
We did it.
They were a real person.
They obviously. I mean, that was never in question.
That's what real people do, is insist how real they are over and over again. I am a real person.
You see, this is what is known as performance art.
Your question about whether I'm real has already been answered by my statements about that I am real, actually. Next one is called One-Upping Sorry It's Bad, She, Her. Here, wait, did I already put it in the... Yeah, there it is. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, so a little bit towards the end of the episode of last week, you guys were all, kind of just going a little bit crazy over the fact that somebody had been watching your pony videos since they were 11. And, I thought that was a bit weird, because I've been watching your videos
what's the number?
Since I was 11. I got into the PCP, like, at the tail end of 5th grade, and, I was looking for something to listen to while I got my work done. It started, ironically, with, Mumpky Jones and The Biggest Problem in the Universe, no, not The Biggest Problem in the Universe. Whatever their
insufferable
social media, whatever. And off of that, since they kept referencing the PCP, I ended up getting into it. So I am currently 14 years of age. So I just wanted to let you guys know that there are active young people in your audience currently, and I'm sure that I'm not the only one.
I can
You're
terrifying.
You're banned from watching.
Yeah, this fair is banned.
I'm sorry, but we mark
anymore.
every episode as not suitable for children. Get the fuck out of here.
It kind of doesn't surprise me that much, really, that there would have been like kids, like young kids, that found us through the pony stuff, because that's kid shit. It is a little more surprising that like a kid would still find us in like a post pony era, because like what's the
through like Mumpky Jones?
I guess if you like Mumpky,
are you an edgy 14-year-old?
Who isn't?
Yeah. If you're an edgy 14-year-old, you find us through Mumpky. If you are a cringe 14-year-old, you find us through
all the rest of us.
Through normal means.
Everyone else. Yeah. You find us on Reddit.
Insufferable social media podcast is the gateway drug to PCP.
It is. It probably was.
I don't even remember them saying the PCP that much. I thought it felt like a very self-contained little show.
I never actually listened to it, so I don't remember.
I actually quite enjoyed it. It was probably my favorite thing Mumpky did.
I remember the gimmick was that they were both saying outrageous shit, like, that was so obviously, like, just clearly, like, in character, you know what I mean? Like, the whole time. Like, they're just trying to one-up each other who could say the most ridiculous thing, which I think is a pretty interesting premise. Also, it was, like, short for a podcast. It wasn't, like, hour long. It was, like, 20 minutes to 30 minutes.
But that's a good bit for back then, but probably not.
Oh yeah,
now.
nowadays, it was some edgy shit. Edgy humor in general attracts 14-year-olds. I'm not that surprised it would get an audience of that, but yeah. I don't know if you're a new PCP fan listening to this. Explain how and why and why.
I guess
why
I'm kind of
is
curious.
Really the ultimate question.
We want to hear your PCP stories. We want to hear from the audience. Like, what the fuck are you doing and why? And
why are you still here?
I do find that kind of thing really interesting. Whenever somebody mentions that they are a fan of mine or whatever, I'm always interested. Oh, how did you find me?
Yeah.
It is
How did you find me? I've been running and hiding for so long.
There's probably at least one person out there who found me through the PCP, which is funny to think about.
Actually, I got 2 comments on my stuff saying they found you through the PCP. That's kind of weird.
That is weird.
Why would they go to your channel?
Thanks for letting me know, I guess.
I don't know why. They posted comments on comments I left, and they were like, hey, I know you from the PCP, and I found out about Cybershell from the PCP too. And
there's a
like,
huge contingent of
cool.
modern PCP fans. You guys are like, let's just do another episode, whatever. There's like millions of people out there.
They're the silent majority. They're the silent majority just clamoring silently, of course.
I would love if it was like some foreign country like Japan or a weirder one like Iran. Like you have a huge fan base over there, but they never can interact with you.
Or Afghanistan.
There are a pretty sizable number of like South American listeners. I feel like that continent is fairly well represented among.
We're really big
listeners.
in South America.
There's a lot of YouTube and social media stuff in like Brazil and things.
Yeah, I see lots of like come to Brazil comments. I think it's like a meme. Like they just they have a
big
big population. It makes sense that there's like a lot of people there. But
you're big in South America.
I know
like,
at least 4 or 5
Master
people
System
from
was.
South America actually.
I know.
Not even in the same country, just different countries.
Yeah, different countries, but all from those sorts of.
How can I tell
places.
YouTube I only want Americans watching my content? Nobody else, no other countries should be allowed to access it.
You can block it.
Maybe we should build a wall in YouTube. We should build a firewall.
Yeah,
wall
there
around
are
your
A
digital
wall that
wall.
you have to like play Brick Breaker to get through if you're from a different country.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shouldn't be impossible to get over the wall. Just like a slight inconvenience.
Just to let you know that we really don't want
You got to do a
that,
Mario wahoo jump, like triple jump over the wall.
You got to do a triple wall jump.
You have to
kick
backwards
flip.
long jump through the videos to get past.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
paywall.
You got to BLJ like speed clip. You have to build up speed for 12 hours to clip into a QPU in order to get through the wall. Actually, and if you press A at all, you're banned.
You know, if that's how VPNs worked, I would actually play one. If it was Mario 64.
You know, if a VPN was Mario 64, I might also play.
VPNs are just
Yeah,
too
so.
confusing, so they just have to build video games like into them so people can like get excited about them.
You jump into a painting, it's like a video.
You jump into the YouTube painting, it's like it organizes the internet as the castle from Mario 64.
Opening up Microsoft Word, I'm like, typing is boring. I wish I could type by playing Mario 64.
This is the next interface,
like round pounding the keyboard.
Well, they did make
a
a Mario's typing game for the PC, whatever it was called.
Mario teaches typing.
Yeah.
Tom, you've been fucking around with Linux. Like, how would you feel about if instead of the current graphic user interface, they just replaced everything with Mario 64? Would that be an improvement?
It'd be better than Linux, that's for sure.
Hot take. Next voicemail, I guess, is called. Oh wait, I didn't put it in the chat. Sorry, here it is. It's called One-Upping It's Bad, She Her. Did I already play this one?
Or you? That's the title.
Oh, I'm stupid. No. Sorry. Okay, let's play the one that's numbered 3540 at the end. It's called Some Dumb Shit 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so I got some dumb shit to say.
Nice.
I was reading this thing on the PCP subreddit, I think, and it mentions a couple things about Gib, and it also mentions Gib's real dead name, maybe. I don't know if you've changed your name yet, Gib, but apparently, Gib, are you actually like a professionally trained guitarist? I thought you did some kind of like writing job.
I'm not professional. I mean, I had.
It says something about you being a professional guitarist. And how is Gib a musician, and somehow Trixie is the one who thinks she's a musician when she's the worst?
Okay, well, first off, I have not changed my name because I have no issues with it, so I don't mind. So my name's the same. I'm not professionally trained. I don't know. I've played guitar at a few gigs before. And they weren't for money. They were just sort of like at various events. And I was like, hey, do you want to play guitar? The thing? I'm like, yeah, all right. I've played with my dad and his band a couple times. But I'm not like a professional musician by any metric. And I do like hobbyist stuff. I have a Bandcamp with some some good stuff and some shit stuff. I should get rid of some of the shit stuff.
I feel like you haven't posted any music in a while.
I haven't. It's mostly just sort of like I have a guitar and occasionally I just pick it up and play for like a few hours and it's fun. It's like it is like a hobbyist sort of thing. I don't really intend to make music because making music involves like putting multiple instruments together or thinking of lyrics, and I just don't have the patience for that. Like recording and like mastering anything, I'm just like fuck it. I don't care. I enjoy playing the guitar. I don't enjoy recording the guitar.
Also,
I would
Trixie,
need like a manager for all that. I need a corral.
Also, Trixie isn't a musician. She's a rapper. There is a difference.
No, I mean, it's a subcategory, I guess.
She doesn't play an instrument. I think you have to be to play an instrument.
I guess
your voice is an instrument.
I think the term people use is artist rather than musician. Just for general, like you create some music, but you don't literally create the music. You rap over beats that other people make. Artist works just as a catch-all.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
You should not only should you not be allowed to rap over other people's beats, you shouldn't even be allowed to play an instrument unless you built it yourself. That's the only.
You shouldn't even be allowed to rap. Period.
I built a guitar once. It didn't
That's what
work
I thought
out.
you were gonna say.
You're allowed to play it then.
Yeah. You're safe. You're safe for now. Okay. The next one is called Dumb Shit 2. It's the next one. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
So Tom's discussion about laptop hardware shit might be the hardest I have ever zoned out of any person speaking about any subject.
I'll be honest.
That was
I kind
worse
of zoned out as well.
The yellow light discussion.
It wasn't like you got that deep into the technical stuff. You basically had one point, which is that, modular laptops where you can take shit out is good instead of having everything be soldered to like the motherboard and shit, which is a perfectly fine take. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Sheesh. It wasn't something I had a lot of strong
The yellow light
about,
thing literally took hours and derailed the entire episode.
The yellow light thing was funny.
Wait. What? The yellow light thing took hours and derailed the episode?
It came up multiple
I don't remember
times.
this at all.
Throughout the episode, there was a cutaway.
I remember
where Trixie had like a whole like live action vlog thing for a little bit talking about it. Yeah. It was a whole
I almost forgot about that.
Wait, what are you talking about?
We're talking about the like 5 years ago, the yellow light episode of the PCP where Jesse had a meltdown because you guys accused his videos of having warm light instead of cold light.
I thought
this is like the biggest
you're
PCP
comparing.
meme.
Oh, I thought you were saying that this happened last episode.
No,
you were talking with
he was saying
like,
it was the worst thing
about?
since the yellow light.
I get it.
The yellow light thing was good though. I don't know why.
Yeah, that was a great meme. Everybody loved that except you.
To this day, literally the most memorable thing that ever happened on the PC.
We should have just
people are still bringing it up like 5 years later.
We just brought it up right
memorable.
now. So.
And so the best thing that ever happened on the PCP is also the worst thing that ever happened according to this.
That sounds
person.
about right.
It's the second worst thing. Talking about the framework laptop was the worst thing. No.
5 years from now, people are going to be like, "This was worse than that time Tom had the audacity to talk about laptops."
Talk about a modular laptop.
See, this is why this product is necessary, because all you fucking smooth brains out there are fine with throwing away your laptop every 2 years. Fucking idiots.
Laptops have never appealed to me basically because of that. They're like such like a specific thing. Like, I mean, they have their uses. I mean, there's nothing against it, but like, I just like a computer because it's like a real thing you can upgrade and stuff.
So
I'm a bit of a computer tech guy myself, so I really would appreciate if all laptops were designed in a modular manner.
Do you want to talk about it for like 20 minutes?
Yeah, let's get into it. Let's just piss this guy off, and because I mean, come on.
Nah,
why would you not want
that?
I mean, at least if he didn't like the conversation, he at least should admit that you were right.
But I just want to say, I watched a YouTube video about it recently by, what's that guy's name? Linus?
Yeah, Linus Tech
Tips.
Yeah, we mentioned it last week. It's really good.
Yeah, I watched the entire video. It was pretty interesting.
Great idea.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to catch on. That's the pessimistic side of myself.
Yeah, I just want them to exist as like a niche enthusiast brand for smart people.
It's kind of funny
like
that like just even existing is like what we have to take at this point. Not that it's the industry standard that like it exists at all in any capacity is what we're taking as a W.
That's capitalism for you.
Yeah, that's basically where we're at.
Take what I can get. I'll take what I can get. Next voicemail is called, I think it's on dumb shit number 3. Yes, dumb shit 3. 3, 2, 1, go.
This one time I tried to mess with Chris Chan. This was in like 08 or 09. And this girl I was hanging out with, I got her really into Chris Chan stuff. And she wanted to send Chris a picture of her boobs. But Chris said no thank you. So...
Really?
My point is really... Fuck people who think that everyone who goes to the Kiwi Farms to think about Chris wants Chris to kill himself. Like, some of us just want Chris to just not be a shithead. That's kind of where I've always been.
I saw some people getting upset at Crack for saying like destroy Kiwi Farms and 4chan, but like the point is like yes, no one thinks every single human being on Kiwi Farms is like a psycho A-log wants Chris to die, but like the fact is if you post there, you're posting alongside people like that, and the whole point of the site is that they will not face repercussions for being like that.
I completely understand why you would be interested in the sorts of things they talk about on Kiwi Farms for like non-malicious reasons.
It's a gossip rag, right? I mean, it's the human nature. People love to gossip about shit.
But it doesn't mean I think it's like a good place.
The thing that bothers me most about it is what you brought up a while ago, Ben, saying, which is that they love to posture like, oh, we're not transphobic. We just allow any kind of free speech. But if you go in and use the proper pronouns, people have a bigger meltdown.
They get upset. It's like, get upset.
Being not transphobic is like theoretically allowed, but you will
will
like,
start a
at.
fight. You will
derail the thread and start a fight just without even trying. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, so I don't know. So it's a little disingenuous. Well, it's not an anti-trans site because there's nothing in the rules that says you have to be anti-trans or whatever. I don't know.
Paper, it's not. On paper, they have no ideology of any kind. They're completely free of all bias or political ideas whatsoever. But you mean, of course.
Well,
you know, the most political, the most ideological people are the ones that claim that they have no ideology.
It's kind of a bad place, but it's a little bit too useful if you want to find out information about people.
Yeah, I mean that's why I sometimes look at it. So I'm like, if I want to know what is the gossip about someone, it's like
if you want to find out all the terrible things Ben Saint has done or ever said in his life, that's the place to go.
No, you just go to my YouTube channel. You just go to my Twitter feed for that. You can see them.
Yeah, you need to cut them out of the equation and do all your embarrassing shit publicly, loudly on your Twitter. So it's like nobody even needs to like go find a thread on you. You can just be an asshole in public.
Well, that was Chris Chan's strategy. It's like, you know, 4cent Garbage is posting all these lies about me. So I will flood out the lies with the honest truth.
I'm pretty sure that worked. I think it worked perfectly.
It sort of worked. I mean, it didn't have exactly the consequences.
I think everything had a happy ending in the whole Chris Chan story. I haven't looked into it recently.
I think so.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it in a while. But last I checked, everything was just pretty much fine. Next voicemail is called. Let me put it here in the chat. It is called it's called I meant parasailing. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hang gliding seems scary.
Yeah.
Sarah Palin, more like parasailing.
That one got me. Hang what's the difference?
Hang gliding is where you glide on the air. Parasailing is where you sail on the ocean.
Parasailing seems less dangerous because if you fell, you would just fall into the water.
Yeah, parasailing seems less scary than hang gliding. Hang gliding is like you jump off a cliff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, God.
Well, if you played Sonic 2 for the Game Gear, you would.
Oh yeah, there's a little hang glider item.
There's
most of my hang gliding knowledge comes from Pilot Wings.
From that game.
Yeah,
hang gliding is just like Elytra in Minecraft. If you get some fireworks and you set them off, you can keep going.
I don't think don't think I'm interested in doing any extreme. I mean, it's not even that extreme.
You mean like skydiving type stuff?
I don't think I'm interested in doing any of that shit ever again, because I'm very, very aware of like the frailness of my human body and just how easily it can be destroyed.
You're not interested
I'm so paranoid about it.
You're not interested in potentially putting your life at risk and dying?
I would really because it's just.
I could see Ben saying jumping out of a
suicidal.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say if you have nothing to live for, I was gonna say maybe when I'm older I'll go skydiving and I don't care if I'm fucking live or dead.
I have the most to live for. Living is so fucking base. Living is so fucking awesome.
I could see Ben saying like jumping out of a.
Yes, that's exactly right, Gib. That's why I'm fucking miserable and terrified.
God, yeah. I'm miserable and terrified at the idea that this great life that I'm living, being scared all the time, will come to an end.
Unironically true.
I'm so sad that eventually this life where I spend every day, every waking moment, just thinking about what it would be like if my head got squished under a train. I don't want that to end. I want
that to go on. Yeah, please. More of this, please.
You're excited about the potential for life, but terrified
what a great,
that it could come to an end before
of the reality.
Realized.
You know what a great philosopher once said, life is a cage and death is a key.
I heard that. I heard that once.
Oh, I wonder who said that one.
Well, it was Gib. Gib said that one time.
I know. You didn't have to spell it out.
Why is that not on a shirt?
It was you, actually.
That should be on a fucking shirt.
Oh, what?
You said that thing that time.
That should be on a shirt.
Was that on the Yellow episode?
No, that was way later than that.
No.
I don't actually even know when it was, but I remember Mage being there.
Would you be allowed to put that on a shirt now?
There is. Well, somebody should put it on a fucking shirt. Next, if you sell a shirt, you have to mail us money, viewers. You won't get away with it. Next voicemail is an image, thankfully. Okay. This is a comparison from the last. I guess we were not sure who it was.
I mean, I thought it was Munchy, but
I think we did settle on that it was Munchy.
Or was Ben behind it? I can't remember the original image. They didn't. So
we thought it looked like
Doesn't
Munchy,
matter.
but we weren't sure if it was either Munchy or Ben. But I think this image clearly says.
I guess it was Munchy. Whoops. Okay. Lol. Next one is called. Put it in the chat right there. 3545. It is called A Suggestion. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello there, PCP. I was wondering why you still have Nate as a member of the Pro Crastinators podcast. He does not do anything. You cannot extract surplus value from him. He is dead, literally. Release him into the great beyond. And also, it would make some people very angry.
Well, I don't know why I decided to eat this leftover.
What do they want us to do?
This
They
is
want us
a
to
perfect
kill
time
Nate?
to start eating.
Yeah, kill Nate.
I remember when Nate posted the Gamer Zone thing on Twitter, I tweeted at him like, oh, you're starting your own podcast but won't be on the PCP? I see how it is.
Yeah.
And, that tweet got a lot of likes.
I'm gonna try and convince him to come on, but just because I want to dab on what's his face, who's always like, no Nate, no watch. I want him to post that on a video that has Nate in it.
Yeah, that would be
you
great.
could never recover from a humiliation of that.
SHC. I forget the acronym. It's SCHV videos.
Right. I remember it was complicated enough that I wasn't gonna bother remembering it.
SHCW video.
He's doggedly continued his fucking crusade, and I honor
I don't think he's watching
hustle,
the videos.
But
so you can get him. You can just get his ass. When Nate comes back, you just got to make sure you don't. I know you're gonna want to put it in the thumbnail and title, but don't, because then you can get his ass and make him say no Nate, no watch on a Nate video. And once he does that, it doesn't matter what he posts after that because he'll have lost all credibility.
It's true. The battle will have been won.
That's a good point.
If it's no, how does he say no Nate, no watch? If he doesn't watch, how does he know there's no Nate?
I know, that's the point. It's a flaw in his system, and we're going to
his
expose him.
His whole ideology is crumbling.
It's been working out
filled
so
with
far, but
contradictions.
someday he'll trip up. We can make that happen.
You're just assuming that Nate will never come back.
Someday he'll accidentally watch it, and then he'll be like, "No, I accidentally watched." Yes, watch.
I did because Nate hadn't been on an episode in a while. I did take his channel off the like sidebar with the expectation that like I could just put it back anytime I want. And he got like kind of mad at me. He was like, "Ben, why you messaged me sort of upset?" And I was like, "Geez, dude, I don't know. Like I'll put it back." But
It's,
like whatever.
It is kind of funny that he would care at all because
I
like
genuinely didn't think
a year or more.
I genuinely didn't think he
remember.
would care because like he has even at that point he hadn't been on in like a year, and it's just been even longer since then.
I
like,
will
what's
just
the
agree
point?
with what you said ages ago, Ben, which is why I agreed to do GamerZone and why I agreed to do this, which is that doing a podcast is like a couple hours out of the week. It's not that much time to do.
It's truly a low commitment.
I don't understand why so many people seem to think it's like such a
Nate
ordeal
has the
to-
time. Clearly, he's doing another podcast, so
that's the funny part.
It can't
really.
be the time thing.
It's kind of funny.
He just doesn't
I
love
don't
us
understand
anymore,
it,
which
but
really
it's kind of
hurts.
funny.
It hurts. It hurts, Nate.
Well,
it absolutely, absolutely.
I'm waiting
scorched.
until I get invited to the Gamer Zone because I mean I'm kind of the
in your
Gamers
name.
Tavern.
The Gamers Tavern.
I would assume
is
the Gamers Tavern
zone
exists
is
in the zone.
Gamers Tavern.
Gamers Tavern is one such zone.
I was pushing. We should just call the podcast Gamers Tavern. We should just steal that from you.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I made that suggestion in the comments somewhere.
I don't understand the mindset of people that say like sometimes people will say like Munchy's not for instance they'll say yeah Munchy's not on the PCP anymore. He's gone on to do bigger and better things. And like I like it's fair to say like okay maybe he is doing bigger and better things. That might be true, but like the sort of implication that like he or anyone you had to stop doing this podcast in order to do something else instead, as though it is not perfectly feasible to slot a 3-hour podcast into your weekly schedule somewhere.
It's not mutually
whilst also
exclusive.
pursuing.
You can be on more than one podcast. Look at me,
I
for
don't-
example. I'm on both of them.
You're a slut. You're
Exactly.
a podcast slut.
You also
Well,
don't
there's no
have
downside.
to. You don't have to be on every week either. If you're busy on that time, you can just miss out.
Yeah, that was the thing. Like, if Nate just didn't want to be on every episode, because that was the thing, he was on every episode for like a very long time. So like, I
For a
kind of
while,
get
yeah.
that. If you want to take a break, I mean, he can do whatever he wants. Doesn't have to be on the show if he doesn't want to be. But I don't understand why does he feel like he can't be on it? Is it just I'm a little confused?
Why people? It's really not all or nothing. It really doesn't have to be an all or nothing proposition.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Like, just do it once a month if you aren't feeling it. It's fine.
or not. I mean, whatever. You don't want to be on the show? That's fine.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't want to like bully him. Like, if he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't have to do it. It's just like kind of funny to me.
It's funny that it's just funny that it seems like it's such a never be on the show again, but also never say anything about why ever.
Right.
Like
And-
to like
and
take what
don't
seems
you
to be like a
dare
really hard
remove
line
his thing
stance
from
and then
the
never refer to
sidebar.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
If I didn't know
I
any better,
genuinely
it
don't-
sounds almost like a JonTron thing.
I genuinely don't understand why he cared that I like took his button off the sidebar.
I'm more
temporarily.
sorry. How did he even notice it? Did you message him saying I'm doing this?
No, yeah, I don't know how he noticed. Honestly, yeah, it's such a small thing. I was just like, if he were on the show, I could just put it back. I am surprised that he noticed actually. Anyway, next one is called 2 Angry Nate Head. Oh, this is to that guy who was mad at us for being mean to his boy. 3, 2, 1, go.
So in response to that one guy who was so pissed at you guys
Oh, hey,
for
Death
shit-talking
Alchemist.
Nate, just give him one of these.
Click here to skip the
Hmm?
Click here to skip the bad.
Maybe
What does he
he
mean?
means a timestamp.
I take offense to this that he thinks you should even go to the trouble of timestamping any of this discussion.
Is that what he's saying?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Sure.
Death
But-
Alchemist, I'm a little confused about what you're suggesting. I'm sorry.
But I think you should timestamp the voicemail.
he's
probably.
saying what he's saying. I think is to the guy who got mad about the Nate bullying. We should say, "Hey, guy, here's a timestamp for when you can skip us talking about Nate." But I don't
Yeah,
think
but
that's
no
worth
one
our
would ever
time.
give him
to
that.
I don't know
do
if that would solve the
Yeah.
problem.
I don't think that's the problem. I don't think the problem was that he heard about it. I think he was indignant on Nate's behalf. That how dare people discuss him on this podcast, which he could easily come on and defend himself at any point if he wanted to.
That's what I'm saying.
He doesn't even like.
Well,
you guys, he doesn't even have to like ask
not only that,
Ben for permission. He can just literally come into the call
when we
at any
tried to
point if he
remove
wanted
him
to.
from the podcast association.
if
He
he ever
adamantly refused the thing. So like he's part of this by his own volition.
If he ever wanted to say anything about the PCP, he has the perfect platform here on the show.
Right. Like, if he wanted to leave the PCP, he literally could, but he doesn't want to.
Yeah, but also doesn't ever want to be on it. I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand. But,
he just wants the credit without putting in the work.
I mean, what
credit?
He's getting like such accolades.
He's happy being the PCP accountant and getting his small cut every month.
He still does the PayPal paperwork, the PayPal per work.
This is still ironically his business.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Well,
I guess in a way he's your boss.
Yeah.
Yeah,
legally.
No, he works for us.
Legally,
Yes.
it's his enterprise, and we're all getting non-employee compensation for our cuts of the work.
Viewers, ignore what Ben says because he's definitely works for his brother.
Ooh.
That's a sick burn.
No, I said it's non-employee compensation.
Yeah, you're a contractor.
Do not understand.
Get no benefits.
I have no benefits.
This is
I'm
just
being
a gig
exploited.
economy moment.
I'm being exploited. Next voicemail is called One Cool Dud. 3, 2, 1, go.
I've been meaning to mention for a while now that Ben's uwu voice is just like top tier. Like, not even joking. It genuinely makes me feel so happy and squishy whenever you do it.
My uwu voice?
I was wondering if you could possibly use it to say, not so fast, mister. I have a master's degree. That would be extremely choice. Yeah.
Well,
thank you.
Let me see. What is my I'll try to do it naturally.
I don't know if you should do this. Sounds like a...
Not so fast, mister. I have a master's degree. Ooh.
Well,
is that it? Is that the uwu voice?
Pretty weird.
I think that's not quite it. I think it's just sort of the high-pitched squeaky thing you do sometimes when you say thank you and...
Thank you. I have a master's degree.
Wait, weren't you like doing an uwu voice with Munchy like a while ago, and you just kept doing it? I remember Kazi talking about that. Like, you would not stop doing the uwu voice, and she got really upset, or they got really upset. Whoops! I said it again. I fucking misgendered them.
Somebody, honestly, like, when I'm trying to think of my uwu voice, like, I'm not exactly sure what voice it is. Like, I would need to hear, like, a clip and be like, that voice, when you do that voice, and then I could be like, oh, I can do that.
You can't do it now because you're too self-conscious about trying to do it, you know what I mean?
Now I'm overthinking it. I'm overthinking it. I'm like, wait, like, how high do I have to go? How nasally?
I think you're just contributing...
It's just like replacing all the vowels with W's, or however you do it. You do it.
You do it however you woo it.
I don't know. I think you're contributing to this person's JO material.
Charge the crystal. I'm charging their crystal.
You're definitely helping charge that crystal.
Next. Oh wait, not this latest one. Do the one that's 3548. This one is George the Bird. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so I work at a hotel on the beach, and we have this little seagull who is either hurt or just a dumb baby, and he cannot fly. He's been abandoned. I've named him George. He doesn't like berries. He doesn't like crackers. But I stole a piece of Chilean sea bass that would have gone on a $40 plate from the restaurant we have, and he likes that. So seagulls are bougie little shits is my point. I don't know. George is a cool guy though.
I almost just said, wait, seagulls eat fish? And I was like, what else do I think they eat?
But that would have been embarrassing. It's a good thing you didn't say
I guess
that.
they're just scavengers. I guess they just eat anything.
I
guess
thought they ate
like,
hot
I think of them.
dogs. I thought they only
Yeah,
ate
like
hot
I
dogs.
think of them.
Yeah,
I think
like
of them eating
Sonic.
trash. But like, yeah, of course they eat meat. And, like they live at the sea. Of course they eat fish.
Fish are basically sea trash. So
fuck fish. You know, who needs?
It's
them?
like thinking of like what pigeons actually eat, if not like bread and chips. Nobody knows. What did they subsist on before?
What did they eat? Yeah, before humans invented garbage.
They
Rats?
didn't. Pigeons only exist because we invented them to eat our garbage. Because we needed something to clean up after us.
And then we needed them to poop on our heads.
Yeah, we definitely needed that.
We designed them specifically for all these purposes. Next voicemail is called Breaking News. 3, 2, 1, go.
The Taliban has assumed control of Afghanistan like a month after Biden withdrew the troops, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Did you see that picture of the Taliban recreating the Iwo Jima image with captured American like uniforms and shit? It was epic.
I saw a picture of a guy posing in front of a bunch of guns that they had gotten from like an abandoned American base.
Just another one of those silly Taliban pranks they're known for.
One of their many gaffes and japes and it's just classic. Yeah. So, you know, that's cool. I think the Taliban's good, right? We like them?
Yeah, they're great.
I think they're the good guys. I can't remember.
I remember watching
a
fucking Rambo movie where they were pretty cool.
The brave Mujahideen fighters.
Mujahideen fighters.
The
yes,
Taliban is
so.
Taliban is when you.
I don't know if those are related to each other or not.
A Taliban is when you get banned from a forum, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, you get Taliban.
No, it's when you're banned from dating Tali in Mass Effect.
No, a fate worse than death.
Therefore, they suck.
Well, shit.
You piss off the Koreans, you get Taliban.
I was on the Taliban side, but now I have to reconsider.
Yeah, I was on their side until I heard their thoughts on a specific Mass Effect romance, and now I'm against them.
This makes me reconsider everything I used to think about them.
I mean, if you fuck up the loyalty mission in Mass Effect 2, you can get Tali banned from her people. That's true. That's her loyalty.
They also killed.
Everybody can die in that game. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, watching every single person die on the suicide mission is actually like hilarious. I don't know why.
Really
it's like
funny.
every single thing that can go wrong goes wrong like the worst possible way.
There's Taliban, and then there's Weird Al Qaeda.
Oh shit!
That's a good one.
That's solid work.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ooh. Next voicemail is called A Simple Request, and this is sent in by fattestnuts@hotmail.com. Just wanted to mention that.
I believe he means peanuts.
I hope so. Delicious. Keto, too. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm gonna need you to do me a favor. Go to the gift tab of Discord and search relax and take notes. Gonna give you a few seconds. Okay, so who's getting the best head? Oh, and also hashtag lynch Tommy J. Nobody loves him. His voice sounds fucking awful.
Oh, come on.
The chipmunks. I don't even know
Theodore.
what the chipmunks' names are.
Wait,
Alvin,
Theodore's
Simon,
the
and
green
Theodore.
one, right?
Theodore's the green one. Simon's
Theodore
the blue
is like in Nirvana right now.
Yeah, it's definitely Theodore's eyes are closed.
Yeah,
he's in like
it's
a
definitely
zone.
Theodore.
Alvin is pogging. Alvin is just straight up
That's
pogging.
just a Tuesday for
like,
Alvin.
This is a pog moment.
It's poggers, but he's still like aware. He's just like, yeah, this is pretty cool. He's like consciously reacting. Simon seems to be in discomfort.
Yeah, he's like scrunching his eyes.
He's like, oh, God damn it.
That reminds me of that video where everyone was chastising Tom for using the GIF thing on I think Twitter.
The Tom Oliver cringe trial.
The boomer,
which I
the
absolutely
boomer trials.
won. I won
the cringe
that.
trial.
Tom Oliver.
definitively.
You did.
I always thought using GIF tab was kind of cringe, but then when I watched that, it made me think about, can I put it into words? Why? And then I was like, I kind of can't honestly.
I think
so I guess you're right.
I think you won the legal battle, but you lost in the court of public
I don't know.
opinion.
The
That's
comments
my
seem pretty
takeaway.
heavily in my favor.
I've grown into enjoying the GIF button recreationally, not just as a meme. Like, haha, I'm using the GIF button. Just like, I don't have like a folder of these sorts of things, and I just want to show an image. There's probably a weirdo GIF of whatever people are talking about right now. I just find it.
I think it's really cool that like if you type in Endless War or RFCK, there are lots of like Endless War memes that show up in the GIF tab.
Yeah, because
like,
it just searches GIFs. It's not like
Once I realized that it's not like a pre-picked out boomer approved list of memes you're allowed to share. It's just like it literally is just like it searches for GIFs. Like I can't really be that upset at it then.
Searches
which was the
where?
case I was making in the video. I'm glad I've been retroactively justified and proven correct.
Everybody will like the GIF button sooner or later because everyone becomes a boomer eventually.
Exactly.
Exactly. We're just aging into it.
I'm just ahead of the curve.
I think that using a GIF as a reaction, I mean, you can do it once in a while, but I think if you do it all the time, it's a little bit like low effort.
If you do it all the time, then sure. But like, I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong with using a GIF as a reply, which is again a reason why I was inherently opposed to the GIF button. But then I was
It's
like,
not
well,
inherently wrong, but I think it's easy to overdo it. I think it's easy to overdo it.
I typed in Cybershell and I get this.
Yeah, that's a clip from one of my videos. You can like do a cycle animation where you make Sonic do all the different animations he can do in the game, and it looks funny. It looks funny.
Funny.
Yeah, that was back in the early days of Cybershell. Back in the LP days.
God.
Cringe.
Yeah, I can't. I wish we should do it for a whole podcast. It's just boomers bitching about best boomers bitching about being old.
Yeah.
Two boomers bitching about.
Can we just complain about TikTok and how I hate it?
I do hate TikTok. I don't even want to hate TikTok. I don't even want to be that guy who's old and hates TikTok. But it's a vertical video. Come on, you don't even give me a choice.
What blows my mind is like I realized literally yesterday that is like, oh, I need to use TikTok even though I hate it.
Wait, why?
Because the reach there is ridiculous. Okay.
You're ignoring a separate YouTube. It's not just like a couple of zoomies on there. It's a huge ecosystem.
Let me explain this to you. My friend, okay, she started a TikTok yesterday and uploaded a couple videos and like 3 parts of her unboxing this like My Hero Academia figure. In 15 hours, her videos got 400,000 views. She gained 2,000 followers and got 50,000 likes.
This is where people are getting famous now.
Yeah,
they're going viral on TikTok.
Sure. But where's the money?
I'm already a late adopter.
I know. We're already too late. We're already stuck on YouTube.
Has to
which
do
is
with the
not
algorithm.
Unused, but yeah.
I mean, it's not though, because she just made her account like 2 days ago and got 2,000 followers right off the bat. Like,
but that's the thing.
Unboxing videos though.
I guess
I don't. What could you put on there though? Anything.
It has a separate like meme ecosystem.
I guess if there's anything, then there's no problem.
Have you have any of you seen the YouTube Shorts thing?
Oh yeah, the only shorts I watch are yours, honestly.
I haven't
watched mine.
Do you post shorts?
Yeah, you post the little tips and tricks.
Yeah, that's what I've been.
Tips.
I've actually been experimenting with the YouTube Shorts thing because a fellow LPer that I know named Karma Jolt, he was doing the shorts like sometime last year, and he just exploded in popularity all of a sudden. Like he went from 700 subscribers to 20,000 subscribers in just a few months.
YouTube was like pushing shorts really hard. Like it has like a separate virality thing. Like on the front page, there's like a tab for shorts, and like if you're not making shorts, you're not even playing that part of the game. You know what I mean? You're missing chances to go viral. I know it sucks to be missing out.
I noticed when you do YouTube Shorts, the algorithm will push your video much more aggressively, regardless of what size your channel is.
Because they want to kill TikTok, which is
Yep.
why they're pushing it. I mean, the nice thing is that like if you start using YouTube Shorts, you might as well just post them on TikTok. It's the exact same fucking format.
That's sort of what I was like. I just don't really see them on my channel, and then I was like, I'm just lazy. But like I see in theory why they're doing it. It does make sense. Like it is objectively algorithmically smart to be fucking around with those shorts right now.
I don't like engaging in social media that I don't actively watch and engage with myself.
Yeah,
like I don't like posting on things.
That's the problem. Is that every time I've tried to like, okay, let's see what this TikTok thing is about, I just hate it. Like I just, it doesn't connect with me at all. Because like I like sitting down and watching a YouTube video that has like some meat on its bones. TikTok is just like 30 seconds of like
bite-sized
zoomer
by
seizures.
design. It's like designed for like, I don't even want to get too boomery about it, but like it's like we've been breeding attention spans smaller and smaller, and we've basically gotten about as small as we can go, where like 15 to 30 second videos are like what people are aiming for, you know what I mean? That used to be like abnormal on YouTube. Like I have a meme channel I'll post 15 to 30 second videos on, but not like, that's not a real YouTube video, you know?
I think it's just because I'm so like focused on like the YouTube format in terms of like if I was gonna make video content, that's what I'd want to do. That moving over to that, like I don't even like know how it would change my content to suit it. I wouldn't even know what to make. That's really kind of the thing that why I haven't ever messed around with shorts either. It's like, what can I do?
Right. You need a different style of content. You can't just you can't just go over.
It's the same with any type of content. Like if you have no idea what you're doing or why you're doing it, it's going to suffer compared to people who have like good ideas or passion behind, like, oh, I love TikTok and I love doing this stuff, and they're gonna grow. They're gonna have an audience that enjoys TikTok content, and if you're
the kids will just
get
be
a TikTok audience, you'll be stuck doing those things.
I mean, I guess you could do like short little like animations. I do like 3D model stuff. I could do like little short animation.
Yeah.
Well, that would work.
It might be good for animation for sure. At least there's that.
You could have a little looping thing.
Yeah. I just try to think of
the stuff you already have would be really good. Actually,
I try to think of the limitations of the format and find some way to make it interesting to me and the viewers. So
right. That's the best way to look at it. You know, art comes from adversity. Like, it's not like having a shorter amount of time doesn't necessarily mean you have to make worse videos. You just have to think harder. But I don't know.
You just have to change what you're doing, and I'm not sure exactly. What
but I totally get your point. Like, I don't use TikTok. I'm not tuned into the things that go viral on TikTok. So like, it's just I'm gonna be at a disadvantage either way. You know what I mean?
You have to
like
get
into TikTok.
using it, and I don't know if I want to go down that rabbit hole because it seems
something
like a
about
huge time
the
sink.
way the site is like so focused on like lip syncing is like abhorrent to me. I just hate everything about it. Basically,
I think it's grown to be more because I just looking at the stats and like
it
has more users than Twitter already.
Right.
Like more
it's
downloads
huge.
and all
it's
that
fucking
shit. It's massive.
Gargantuan ecosystem. And that's why I was like, it doesn't really make sense to completely ignore it, but I don't know. I'm just too lazy to
I think,
make a TikTok account.
I think the shorts thing is good for like scripted content because normally when you script something, it takes a long time if you're doing like a long video and it takes forever to put out the video. But when you're just doing 30 seconds to a minute, it allows you to script stuff and put videos out at a faster pace.
Right.
And
for your little series of like game tips and tricks and like cheats, like I feel like a good, like people want the videos to be short for those kinds of videos. You know what I mean? Like the shortness sort of works in its favor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it just seems like the perfect combination.
On the completely opposite side of like, attention's getting shorter and shorter. Noah Caldwell Gervais has been
his Resident Evil video. Did you watch it?
His Resident.
I watched the 7-hour Resident Evil video.
I'm very close to the end. I'm on Resident Evil 7.
Geez, 7 hours?
Yeah, it's long.
His videos are really good. They're often very, very long, very thorough, very in depth, like great analysis. That's witty and not like stupid.
Yeah, he
doesn't get bogged down. It doesn't. It's like a 7-hour video that is packed full with like
literally
good
he
points.
literally
There's
could have
no fluff.
He could have just like divided it up and be like, here's my video on Resident Evil 1, here's my video on Resident Evil 2. Like people wouldn't have even thought it was weird, but like it's just, kinda, he literally just chose to do it all in one video because, you know, why not?
Honestly,
it might as well
I can't imagine scripting out a 7-hour video. That would take months.
There's a lot of work. The thing is, like, sometimes you'll hear
how many pages that is. Yeah.
He like you'll hear him like read stuff, and sometimes you'll hear him like make a little mistake or something in the video, and it's like whatever. And part of me was like, oh, that's kind of like unprofessional in a weird way. But then I was like, you know, but then I'm like, you know what? At the end of the day, literally who gives a fuck if I can hear him do a mouse click? It doesn't matter.
Noah's always been like that. He's always just like he just leaves his miss words and like he'll stumble and he'll just leave it.
It's just funny because like I would never do that. To me, I would be like, oh god, I gotta re-record that, you know. But it's like at the end of the day, he made me realize like I don't even need to do that. You know what I mean? Like
he
it doesn't matter.
Care, and like the audience doesn't care, and I don't.
So
care.
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Like,
yeah, I had that same realization where I was like, there's literally no
yeah.
reason. Well, there's no reason to try to make videos nice or whatever. But like, there's no reason to overly get obsessed with your presentation to the point where it's like a problem. You know what I mean? Like I appreciate that sort of minimalistic.
Yeah, I would rather him make twice as many videos than half as many.
Yeah,
and
I actually really appreciate
all the little verbal.
That his shit's not that flashy. Like his video, like his Patreon credits is him just standing in front of the camera reading off a list.
It's
you know
so
what I mean?
long. It's him there for like 15 minutes just reading names. It's like half a fucking hour at the end of the video.
Agree with you. Like who sits through that? Who doesn't just immediately turn the video off as soon as they get to that part? Like
it's gotten to the point that I can't.
Like
sit
I
through
understand
it
I totally get why he does that. He said in his thing, if you give me a certain amount of money, I'll read your name off. But like it's become cumbersome. It's become so long and almost counterproductive.
I don't know. I like that aspect.
It doesn't hurt the video. Because you can just turn it off. Exactly. It's not like, he better stop doing that. Like, I don't care in that for a second. It's just, they're very long at this point.
It's at the very tail end.
Sometimes I'll hear my friends' names.
The reason I brought him up, though, was as a contrast to the TikTok stuff. And it shows... Right. Because he's getting more attention than he used to have. Like, he was a lot smaller and niche, and people are discovering his stuff. And, like, it's so good, and there's so much of it. That it's
you're absolutely right, Gib. That like it's not just short videos.
It gives me like
it's
hope
also long
that
videos.
like long form good stuff is not like going out of fashion completely.
There's definitely a split here. There's a split here. The Shame 7-hour Pokemon analysis did gangbusters. It's got like 1.5 million views. I'm sure it's made like $10,000
at a certain point. Like becoming so long is like becomes like the point of.
I have
video.
noticed
like,
that a lot of longer form videos are getting popular, which is why I thought, well, what if I tried doing both of those? You know, the short videos and a couple of long videos every.
I think the reason like they're both getting really successful is that like the short videos, like shorts, are just like people like actively watching like little bite-sized things, and then the long videos are like, oh, I gotta do something. I'll put this over in a new tab, and I'll just like do whatever I need to do, play my game, do my homework, whatever, while it's playing in the background. I would love if there was like an analytic to show how much of like watch time is like actually looking at the video versus like playing in the background, because I guarantee you videos like that is like 90%.
We were talking about that. Like, so many people use YouTube as like YouTube videos as like podcasts. You know what I mean? Podcasts either on a separate monitor or on a separate tab, so they literally can't even see it at all. You know what I mean? Like and you're right. If you could see the stats,
like, an image on the screen, and then they have to tab over to check.
You have to look at the screen. You can't be. This is a visual podcast now.
But that's probably why it would be better just to focus on the scripting more than everything else.
Right. That is honestly the most important part.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of weird that it is like if you could look at the stats, it would be some dishearteningly huge number. Like 50% of the people who watch your videos don't actually physically watch your videos.
I feel like 50% is low.
But like, but why does he care? He doesn't even like. I mean, sometimes he'll show relevant game footage.
Sorry, I was saying that's like smart for Noah Gervais to like, because he does right. He doesn't have flashy editing. He basically has relevant, but not like super duper relevant videos of what's going on. You know, which is the smart way to do it, honestly. But I like to, guys like me and guys like Nate, get so obsessed with the visual editing and the visual language of it all, which is like just
the flare.
Not that it doesn't matter, but
cool.
It's not as matter.
It matters more for certain kinds of videos.
You're right. It does depend a lot on the specific kind of video.
For video essays, I feel like it mostly is about the audio. And
I mean, if you're making like a 15 to 20 minute like dense video, you definitely want good editing, because I think most people are probably, or a good amount of people are going to watch that because it's short enough to like, I know like when I was like Trixie all the time would like make food and then go downstairs and watch a YouTube video, like actively engage with it while eating, and then be done and move on to whatever else they're doing. So like I'm sure like people find little chunks of time in their day to like watch a dense video like that. But I think if you're going for like an hour plus, like just do the bare minimum for visuals.
Yeah, don't get too bogged down on every single like thing on screen being perfectly relevant to the sentence you're saying, especially for hour long, because it takes so long to do good visual editing on hour plus long videos. So
it
not
might
that you shouldn't do it, but it's hard.
Could take years if you're going to do something 7 hours long.
Right.
Imagine working on one video for a couple of years.
It's interesting. Like you can like trick people into thinking you have decent editing when you actually don't. If you just cut with like every paragraph,
do it on the rhythm. Do it like they're constantly seeing new things. Like just be putting in new fucking images or cutting to things.
As long as you cut with the speech rhythm, it feels like there's actual editing, even though you're just.
I had to realize that
to keep their neurons firing.
I try not to be too cynical about it, but I was like, a lot of people watching videos are just like dumb sheep, and they just want things to be flashing in front of their eyes. Right. So don't let them get bored. You can't let them get bored. But like 100%. I don't know. It really is true though, honestly. Like when you're thinking as an entertainer, you really have to be like, okay, you can't give them any dead air. You got to keep them visually interested, or if not visually, then it depends on the kind of video. I guess we said that a few times.
One thing that really annoys me, it makes me click off immediately, is if there's like a video about some subject or whatever, and it starts with like an editing / voiceover like comedy bit that doesn't land. I'm like, okay.
Humor is definitely a mixed bag where it's like if you're being unfunny,
was off, it just wasn't. It was like it felt like a.
If you're gonna lead with a joke, it better not be an annoying.
That's why
joke.
it became such a meme.
There's
like
a lot
so
of
many
like filler
bad
jokes,
reviewers,
like jokes that are just they have the sound and sense and like structure of like what a joke is, but I don't feel like they found it funny when they wrote it. Or
they just were writing it, and they're like, "Oh, we need to put in a joke here because when I watch reviews,
it's like
they put
time
in
for a joke, time for a
That's
wacky
actually
edit."
something
like,
I really genuinely appreciate about like Noah Gervais is that he doesn't feel the need to needlessly insert jokes. He'll have like one joke an hour, but it'll actually be a funny joke. You know what I mean?
Yeah, probably because he actually thought the joke was good and not because it felt was mandated.
Right?
He doesn't just put them in because he wants them. He'll put them in if he thinks if something comes up.
It's not like
jokes
a rhythm.
Jokes are pretty difficult to do. You can't just write something and it's good. You have to kind of workshop it and polish it, and just doing one joke can take a very large amount of time.
Right, and it's sort of mean to say, but some people just aren't fucking funny, and if you're not funny, that's fine. Just don't try to be funny. Just make your video and don't be unfunny in it.
I remember many times from my own like hypocrite videos where I've was writing and I'm like, I gotta put some joke in there, and I did just put it in there, and I didn't find it funny at the time.
I empathize with that.
And I'm like, oh, this sucks. Oh, I'm such a fucking loser for doing that.
Well, I think most of your jokes were pretty good, if I remember.
People don't know though. Yeah, sometimes it's fine, and people don't realize that, because like comedy senses of humor differ. Some people find everything funny. Some people have very strict, like, it needs to be like very funny for me to laugh.
Like a well-structured joke.
Doing good comedy is hard. It's different than when you're just doing a straight analysis where you can just write stuff and you don't have to think too hard about everything you're writing. But when you write a joke, you have to write one line, and you really have to spend a lot of time on it. Just going over it and thinking, is this really funny? Maybe you have to tell it to someone and see if they react to it. Like one line takes forever with a joke, or one like skit or one sketch you're gonna do.
You gotta get your tight five.
It's easy to like just pad out like an analytical video. It's way harder to like pad out, just insert 5 minutes of like jokes. You know what I mean? Like I guess you can do it, but it's harder for them to be good.
It's harder for them to be good. You can't pad out the comedy and have it still be funny.
Right, but some people really feel like they need it. Like they grew up watching videos of a certain way, like Angry Video Game Nerd, Nostalgia Critic. They just in their mind, a YouTube video has a guy standing in front of a camera making bad jokes. Like that's just like what it is in their mind's eye. They can't envision it without that.
Which is not the case.
You gotta be thinking.
The
more you think about what you're doing, the better it'll probably.
Nah.
It is kind of funny that YouTube and, I don't know, TikTok and just social media in general does seem to want to, like, prioritize, like, don't be, like, thinking about your content. Just be filming everything. Just be pumping out vlogs, you don't need to think about your content. You just need to make it as fast as you can.
Right.
Yeah,
that's what works best for them, because they make the most money.
I do dislike that, though. I prefer thoughtful content.
I mean, does it make... I guess it... Does it make more money?
If you're like a family vlog channel, You can be putting out videos daily that get like thousands.
Does it mean more ads? Does shorter, less
Well,
thoughtful
think of
content just need more ads?
Most people aren't watching YouTube with an ad blocker. So if there's like a billion bad videos and you're looking for something to watch, you have to click through 10 videos. That's 10 ads YouTube gets to make instead of you landing on one good video and sticking with it.
That's sort of why YouTube is like doing this thing where it's favoring really long content, which can have tons and tons of ads shoved in, or just lots of short content that will chain into each other. You know what I mean? And be like, well, autoplay's on by default. I think they keep on. So yeah, they just love to have shit autoplay from one video to the next to the next.
Well, here's an idea. What if you just made a really long video and then you cut it up into a bunch of short videos and you just upload everything?
Couldn't.
If you guys were smart, you would be recording one podcast like this a month and then breaking up into 10-minute chunks, which of 10 ads in them.
We should cut this podcast up into like YouTube short length.
Yeah, exactly.
You had like 300 different YouTube
15
shorts.
seconds.
Then you're really going to be playing the algorithm.
Dude, think of all the ads. It's so
think of
many
all the
ads.
content.
Oh my god.
You should be ideally aiming for a
that an ad isn't
one-to-one.
playing is wasted content.
Exactly. You should be aiming for a 1-to-1 ad to content ratio. You're spending half your time watching ads and half your time actually getting around to watch the content.
That's dystopian. But and then we can release a new TikTok size clip of the podcast like every fucking 5 minutes for like the next week, and the algorithm will be like, everyone is watching so many of these videos, like the algorithm's exploding.
It is stupid shit like that, where it's like, that would be an increase in like views to the channel, technically, probably, just because of how many videos you'd be pumping out. So the algorithm would like be looking at your channel like,
I think
looks like it's doing good right now.
The terrible thing is that might actually work.
Yeah, the sad part is it would work better than you think. Obviously, to the degree we were saying, which was ridiculous, like 300 one-minute shorts would be kind of clog people's feet up. But like, in general, just taking content and just chopping it up and cramming in as many ads. It is the smart thing to do.
Frame.
Yeah, one frame videos at a time. Like, you can't even get any shorter than
upload them
shorts.
every 4 nanoseconds.
I have a weird respect for these people who can just churn out content. Like DSP, Dark Side Phil, how many videos does he have now? DSP Gaming has 59,000 videos on his YouTube account. 59.
What the
thousand? It's because every single day he's doing this. He's putting out segmented live streams, like multiple parts every single day.
How
but
many
they're not like 10 minutes. They're like,
does he do? Like
he
does
like
a live stream.
I went to the channel one time and I saw that he does like 5, 6, 10 videos a day or something like that.
Yeah, he'll like stream on Twitch or something, I can't remember, and then he'll split them all up into 1 hour long videos. And he'll usually stream like 6 to 8 hours a day. So that's like 6 to 8 videos a day for like 10 plus years. So if you're a Phil fan, you'll be happy for the rest of your life. You'll never run out of Phil content. Right? You will get your Dark Side Phil.
That is impressive.
That's what I mean. Like, he's really gaming the system. Like, yes, his videos only get between like 200 to 900 views, but he puts out so fucking many every single fucking day.
I like Big Number. I like that. I'm a fan now.
You can't help but respect it a little bit. The sheer grind of this man.
He can't be as dumb as he looks. He seems to know what he's
doing something right.
Man, I sure do hate what he does, but I just respect the hell that he just keeps doing it.
I hate his content, but I respect the degree to which he churns it out in a mechanical,
I respect the dedication to something
fashion.
so dumb.
I've come around and become a big fan.
I'm a big Phil guy now.
What? Wow, that was a long fucking tangent to go on.
That was a tangent upon tangents.
It was something related to a voicemail, but I can't even remember.
We've got exactly one voicemail left.
Good.
We did it.
I know. Wait, maybe there's an extra one. No.
I can't believe you accept voicemails like you refresh the page just as we're doing the episode.
Until we finish recording, you can sneak them in at the last
Don't
second.
tell them that.
If you want.
Yeah, don't tell them that.
It's too late. The cat's
Next
out of the
week,
bag.
we're going to get like 50 voicemails in the last 20 minutes.
Wait until you guys are doing the episode and then just like nonstop start cranking out voicemails. Like, you get your friends to like putting out like 3 or 4 a minute. So you just like, it's like you can't finish them. There's too many coming in at once. That'd be a great prank.
Ben is giving everyone tips on how to harass PCP with voicemails.
Yeah, because I'm not a coward.
No, Ben
Not only
takes,
do you, like,
Ben
give them
takes
tips-
pleasure in making the rest of us suffer through all of these.
Give them a roadmap.
Oh, a little.
Not only
I
do you
mean,
give them tips, but you actively are like, I will never screen any calls. You can put anything you want in these calls. Anything.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's
including the
that's
N-word.
my gig. That's my gig. Anyway, let's play this last one. It's called The Human Comedy Perpetuates Itself. 3, 2, 1, go.
By 2050, the new PCP Next Generation will be composed of May and Ethan Hawke's baby, a fully artificial intelligence version of Azumi, Tom, because Tom will never die, Cybershell, and Monkey Jones.
That's going to be
How the hell
the
did
next
May get on there?
generation.
That's quite a lineup.
It's like Star Trek: The Next Generation, but
I would go with Psy instead of Monkey Jones.
Ooh.
Did I mention that I asked Psy if he wanted to guess, and he just straight up was like, no.
no. Oh, now he's too good for the PCP.
Yeah, now he's too good
I
for
see how
us,
it is. You would have done it 5 years ago when it was,
when it was relevant and mattered at all. But now that it's useless and there's no point, suddenly you won't do it.
Psy
What's
was
that
ultimately
about, huh?
just a Trixie fanboy, and so obviously he wouldn't want to be on the show now, right?
Psy was also a monkey friend, I think, to a degree.
They fell out.
Yeah, that sounds about. But they liked each other at the time,
right?
I don't know. It seemed always a bit weird to me. Like Monkey would just make fun of Psy, and Psy would be like,
yeah,
ha ha ha, yeah.
When you're the butt of the joke.
That's just how Monkey acts towards everyone.
I guess.
If only we could have them on the podcast, we could ask the question.
Just performatively cruel, and then makes a joke out of it. I guess that's just his thing. He didn't want to talk about Trixie, and I don't want to just have him on just for no reason.
Well, it wouldn't be no reason. It would be assembling the next generation of Avengers to assemble.
True. I like that it's just Tom. It's just Cyborg Tom.
Right.
And AI Azumi that exists.
Did
AI Azumi.
Did Monkey refuse to talk about Trixie?
May and
or,
Ethan Ralph's child? Did they say?
Yeah, Ethan and May's child is the front man or woman. He didn't exactly. I asked him if he wanted to come on and talk about Trixie on the show, and he just said, "I don't want to talk about her."
That's very different from "Do you want to be on the show at all?"
Well, yeah, no, I asked him specifically for that reason.
Okay, well, that's a different thing.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay,
that's what I said. I have not changed my story.
But that's a pretty unusual reaction coming from him.
Yeah, I was surprised. I don't know what the issue was. But anyway, dead podcast, new generation, Ethan and Ralph's fucking cursed. Ethan and May's cursed baby. Who else? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, Monkey Jones. Why not?
I'm disappointed
Nate,
that I wasn't.
Nate will finally come back to take the reins after the new generation assembles. After the rest of us are all dust, except Tom, obviously.
I'm disappointed
still be doing the accounting.
I wasn't mentioned in that.
you're getting the axe along with the rest of us.
Well, that's then you can just ask me a question.
Hey. You will not be spared in the revolution, my friend.
The 360 no scope revolution.
Exactly.
I guess that's it. That's all the voicemails. What do we do?
End the show.
End the podcast.
End the podcast. This is the last episode.
Shill the things.
Patreon.com/theprocrastinators for bonus episodes. One of these days we will get a whole bunch of those bonus episodes.
Oh yeah, let's shill for Love Web again. Just put it at the top of the description.
Oh yeah,
again.
go check out Love Web. Shout out YouTube.
If you haven't seen it yet,
okay,
check out Shoutouts Animation Love Web.
If you're a
RFCK.
PCP fan and you somehow have not seen Love Web, what the fuck? You're basically missing out on some of the only new real. It's got Ben's voice in it. It's got Munchy's. Oh, it's so good. You should watch it. If you haven't watched it, what the fuck is your problem? Seriously, you're seriously watching PCP in 2021, but you're not gonna listen to us tell you to watch another thing. What is the point? You piece of
you
shit.
Just wasted 4 hours of your life listening to our twaddle, and you could have been spending. You could have watched our Love Web. Like
the problem is you have to
times.
watch Love Web in its own tab. This you can just put another tab while you're playing.
Yeah, that one is one of the videos we were talking about earlier. That's actually worth watching with your eyeballs.
Yeah.
You're making a bold assumption there that somebody sat through all four hours of this.
Well, I mean, if they're listening to this point, odds are they
I'd
got
say
here
this is somehow a dead podcast. Yet you, the listener, are listening to it right now.
I think most people they just click off after the voicemails start.
No, most people skip directly to the voicemails. The voicemails are the best part of the show.
One person in the comments asked me, "Can we just get a timestamp for the voicemails? I just want to listen to the voicemails." And I was like,
what a
blew
Chad!
My mind.
What an absolute
I could not
Chad.
believe it.
That is pretty. That's a Sigma male move.
Yeah, absolutely.
I only want to listen to the part of the show that I'm on, my voicemails.
It might be that maybe they're a if you're a voicemailer, I understand why you would prefer that segment.
Is Sigma from Mega Man X a Sigma male?
Yeah, I think so. He's alpha. He's the boss. I think. Wait, no. Well, he's a renegade. So, jeez.
Patreon.com/the Procrastinators for the bonus episodes and the Minecraft server.
Yeah,
we should do another Heckles for Shekels.
Yeah, let's do one this week.
I'm still waiting for the bonus episode that you guys recorded. I think Cybershell and
it was so long ago. It's edited. It just needs to get released.
It was a dog's age ago.
Yeah, I know. But we need to change the what's the word?
Playlist?
The playlist URL. Yeah, like non-patrons have. We should change it because like the non-patrons have access to you. It's time to update it. We need to do a little something to keep it for the people who are actually.
You should just have a pinned post, which you can do on Patreon, where you just have links to all of the episodes and don't have a playlist on YouTube. That way, if you unpledge, you can't get to the post and you can't see new episodes.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Maybe we should set it up that way. Yeah, okay, that sounds like a good idea. Well, we'll get those up soon, and then there's a lot. There's like 3 episodes, and one of them is really, really long.
Maybe you should hire Riley to manage all your stuff.
Ooh. I know we could really use a manager. We could really use
producing
some production chops on this project.
You need a producer / manager.
I need a guest. I need guests on the podcast, and I would really rather it be a local rapper from Elko, Nevada. Like, who do I know? Who do I know that could get me someone like that? No one.
You'll never get any good guests. You'll be stuck with bottom of the barrel shit tier guests like GamersTavern over here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
GamersTavern.com. Go to it.
Yes.
Yeah, Mad Props are actually having a website, by the way. We're like one of the last 10 people on the internet who still has a website.
Yeah, for some reason I didn't have the good sense to stop after I started in 2002.
I miss the days of personal websites. Yeah. I hate that it's all been agglomerated onto social media networks.
Is that almost 20 years old now?
Yep, it'll be 20.
Yeah,
19.
The site's 20-year anniversary is coming soon.
Holy fuck!
Be there or be square.
Dude, pretty soon the GamersTavern will be old enough to drink alcohol.
Yeah, the brand itself. It's already old enough to vote.
Crazy.
Probably it voted in the last
websites
election.
should be allowed to vote too.
I think so. They're people too. Okay, we gotta wrap this episode up. Anything else we have to shill? Shekels for Heckles will stream the PCP Minecraft server, patreon.com/theprocrastinators, Minecraft server access, and the bonus episodes. And I guess that's at speakpipe.com/PCP voicemail. Did I get that right? If you want to leave a voicemail message. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. That's the end of the episode. Thanks for sticking with me. Goodbye and Godspeed.
See ya.
Ooh,
goodbye.
Ooh.